Hello everyone. Now, let me just change back here. Here we go. Much better. Yeah, we're gonna be using the PNG model for this again. Right. Hopefully, the paycheck that I'm probably gonna be getting at the end of not yet at the middle of this month should be enough to get a new PNG model. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah. Hello everyone. How you doing? Hope you guys having a good day so far. So yeah. Last stream, which was yesterday, we did some good progress with Space Marine 1. Yeah, we're still in the middle of farming though. And it looks like we already have like 3 people available. I think so. Yeah, I think so. We'll see. So at least we should be able to get the multi-kills done for today. Then if we get the 4th person, we can probably also do Exterminatus. I don't know. We'll see. It really depends if we can find a 4th person. But yeah. We're pretty much gonna be doing more weapon challenges again. We're pretty much almost done though, and I think one of the people that I'm gonna be farming with is already has them done, so I only have to worry about me and the other person. So yeah, hopefully it shouldn't take too long. I was getting the kills, yeah, with having 2 people to kill instead of like 1, it should make things slightly faster. Slightly, yeah, we'll see. So yeah, with all that said and done. Let's go straight to it, shall we? So let me just change right here. Right, I'm pretty sure I don't have to do any changes to the game. Right, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here we go. Alright. Shall we? Alright, yeah, I just noticed the Emirate shit there. That normally doesn't show up with the European games. Right. Because we use Peggy instead of the SRB rating. Right, that's how I know that I'm using an American version of the game. Alright, let's see. Are they already on? At least one of them? Yeah, alright. Yep. While we're here, might as well, not that. Yeah, I'll go to customize and change the weapons that have multi-kills. I don't think the last gunner has one. Yeah, I don't think so. Nice, this thing takes so long though. Right, here we go. Let's see. Which one? I think it was the Vengeance Launcher, right? Yeah. Then the Devastator, I changed that to the Plasma Cannon, I think. And for the Assault, I think it should be fine. And which one do I need? Right, Vengeance Launcher, the Melter Gun, and the Plasma Cannon, right. So both of them are... Yeah, 2 weapons are in the main. Right, yeah. Vengeance Launcher I already have equipped, the Melter Gun, and the Plasma Cannon, right. Yeah, Plasma Cannon is here. And the Melter Gun is here. Right, I'll go with the Vengeance Launcher first. Then I'll switch to the Melter Gun later. Yeah. Hopefully we should be able to find like one more person so we can do Exterminatus later. Or we could probably just do it with just 3 people, I don't know. I have no experience with how it goes. Come on, Chipsu, hurry up. Where the hell is he? Okay, he is loading up. Right. Let's see if that does it. Right, he goes into chaos, then we just let him get his kills. Right, for me, I still need to worry about getting 3 weapons with multi-kills done. Yeah, at least they don't take as long to get done compared to, per se, the kill streaks. And I'm pretty sure I'm already done with all the weapons with kill streaks. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So now I just have to worry about getting at least 250 kills with certain things. Right, the kill streaks are the ones that probably took the longest to get done. Because they had to get like 400 kills instead of 250. Okay, here we go. Hi, Scrod. Doing good? Yeah, we're just about to start with some more farming here. Let's see, where do I see? Here you go. Right. While we wait, I'll just, you know, do the usual. Right. I have to keep in mind though when at beginning of the Seraphinus' videos, they have like copyright music. So I have to mute the beginning part. I think when I do the 24-hour Mega Man challenge, I'll probably wake up as early as possible so I can play as much as possible. Right, that is if your mother wet. That is if you don't get interrupted. Yeah, tactical.
Hi, people.
Hi, everybody.
Oh my god, you're wearing gloves. That's so
I
weird.
am.
It's not even
Why?
cold in here.
Yeah, but it's like a whole combat outfit.
But why are you not wearing fingerless gloves? That would be like even cooler.
Oh, that would be pretty cool. I don't think they have fingerless
Right?
gloves.
They should. They're much more practical, you know? Because what happens if you need to grip things with your grippers, you know?
Yeah, I need to have my grippers
Gloves
out
are
for
slippery.
gripping.
As
Yeah.
when your mom, as my mom won't
Yeah,
drop me that much.
Fucking love fingerless
I don't
gloves.
know.
I like.
Even when
I don't know
we
if I
already
would
had
take
something
offense.
planned
I don't
out,
either.
your mom would always
but,
like interrupt you. So I
I
don't know.
just think they're so cool, and I don't have any other explanation for it other than the fact that I just think they're cool.
I think so too.
Yeah.
My friend used to wear them all the time at work because she just was that cold all the time.
You
And I was pretty
you
jealous
didn't change
of
the
them,
weapon yet.
But I also run really warm, so
You can't
So-
you
wasn't,
can't
like,
change the
feasible
weapons
for
during
me to wear
matches,
them
so
all
I
the
have to
time.
restart the match.
Running warm. My freaking manager is constantly trying to kill me. I swear to God.
why?
Because she keeps turning the heat on at work, and it's oh my God, it gets
No.
so fucking hot and stuffy in there that I like. We're just having this like constant silent war over the thermostat. Like, if she opens the door, I'll come in for the afternoon.
Motherfucker
and
forgot to
it'll
change
be
the
kinda warm.
weapons.
So like, I'll go put my stuff away in our back room, and then when I go there, I look at the thermostat and I turn the heat off, and I put
What
it.
did she
so
set
the
it to?
air
Oh,
is
I
on.
see. Right.
The
The guy
we don't
didn't
even
have time
adjust the
to
temperature at
change
all.
weapons
It's
because
just
he,
hot,
the other
like,
guy
turning
immediately
heat?
She's just turning it to
started
the
the
heat
match.
setting.
Oh my god.
And so I walk in and then I switch it. I don't even turn the AC on. I just set it to auto so that it like it keeps it at the temperature that it should keep it at,
So-
which is the temperature that the general temperature we agreed on.
So even the
Hmm.
thermostat is like, nah, bitch, that's too warm.
Right. But then she waits after she goes for her lunch break. She always comes back out and turns it back on because then she's cold after lunch break. I'm just like, what are you doing?
No, I
It
would
is
be dying.
so hot in here. And she's like, no, it's freezing in here. I'm just like, bro.
No, put another layer on.
Or she's always wearing sweaters though. It's crazy, which is what's crazy. I'm
That's
sitting here like
wild.
I'm sitting here in like a t-shirt and it was like, oh my god, I am like dying.
I had
Like,
the same problem at like the liquor store that I worked at for like a week.
Hmm.
And I
yeah,
got
but see, at
fired
least
from.
as a walk-in cooler, just go in there and just
Yeah.
chill for a little bit.
Well, but unless you're on like you're the only one in the store, because then you have to either like rush to go to the bathroom, or
Right.
if you are in the cooler, like you have to be quick if somebody walks in, because like people are fast when they came in there.
Yeah.
They literally would be like walk in, grab their thing, immediately get the counter. Like they were
Because
regulars.
you know them drinkers, they know what they want.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't take
Yes.
very long in the liquor store either. I go in,
I
I
don't
know
either.
exactly what I'm going for. I'm going for one of a couple things, either Jack Daniel's coolers because those are
Yeah.
so good.
I don't like alcohol, so I don't really
Twisted Tea.
much relate with this.
Oh my god, what the fuck are they called? American Vintage hard iced teas.
Ooh,
Those
that
are really
sounds good. See, I have a
Or Mike's.
Mountain Dew Hard Live Wire Zero Sugar right now.
Nice.
I see.
They're actually really good.
Or Smirnoff Ice. Those are good.
Is he still
Smirnoff
switching
Ice is so
the
good.
weapons?
The mango,
Smirnoff Ice.
top tier. Love that.
There's a mango one.
Sorry, that's Mike's Hard.
Oh, I was like,
But the Smirnoff Ice.
there's a mango Smirnoff Ice and nobody told me. What the fuck?
No, I love both Smirnoff Ice and Mike's
Come
Hard. Like,
on, dude.
they're so good.
Those
But
are
I don't
good.
like
I
the
have-
Mike's Harder.
I have a
It's
can of Mike's
too-
over there on my. Is it Mike's?
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Nice. I don't like the Mike's Harder though. Where they put like a shit ton more alcohol in it. Because it was just like a
Yeah.
little bit too much for me. I was like, this
I mean,
is a
I don't
little
even
bit harder
drink
to
very
drink.
often. I can't even remember the last time that I.
Yeah, and I
had a
can't
drink.
believe
It's been a
add to this
while.
conversation because I don't
Me
fucking drink
literally
at
having
all.
a drink right now.
I mean, I have water right now.
I have a Mountain Dew Hard Live Wire Zero Sugar
Oh
drink.
my god. Yeah, Seraphine is
Okay, here
getting
we go.
buzzed on the podcast. I almost said on.
I think hopefully now you should have the
It's not
fucking
legally
weapon.
incorrect.
YouTube. It's technically
Hopefully.
not, but it does not include Spotify
Right.
because we still care about you guys there too.
Right. How are you guys? I can't
Yeah.
believe we were so rude as to not ask you how you're doing the second we
No.
went
We got you guys.
Live. We're not live. We are pre-recording this. Oh my god. Well,
you
it's
guys thought
been a long day.
Yeah, it has.
Sure.
You guys thought that we weren't gonna ask how you are. Joke's on you. We're still doing it.
I feel like the joke's on us because nobody's answering us.
Maybe.
They just don't want us to. They don't want us to know how they're doing.
Is it kind of like a mind your business kind of thing? Is that what it is?
Right. Why don't you guys want us? Why don't you?
Yeah, something like that,
anymore?
I guess.
I know. I was gonna. Why do you like me?
Oh my god.
Oh jeez.
Oh,
well, I guess in our normal fashion as well, then we will also get to some get to know you questions. They will no longer be a spooky because
Unfortunately, spooky season is over.
I know.
Well, by the time you're listening to this, it is. It's actually Halloween tomorrow.
Because we're time travelers.
Right.
Also, look at us.
I need to not
recording...
forget my costume at work tomorrow.
Yeah, don't forget your costume.
What the hell's the other dude?
Anyways.
It's literally it's sitting on my bed right now.
Yeah. Okay, so what are your favorite hobbies?
He should have spawned by now. Okay, there he is.
Well, I enjoy
Just wait for him to get here.
pina coladas and getting lost in the rain.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. No, I'm kidding. I mean, it's actually... No, I do enjoy both of those things, actually.
Same.
The fuck is he
I
doing?
do love a good pina colada.
Dude, what are you doing? Get over here.
Okay, really quick though, because I'm gonna forget if I don't say it.
Dude,
The best
what are you
pina
doing?
colada I've ever had was when I was 18 at the Renaissance
get over here.
Festival. And
Yeah,
my
that
ex
tracks.
snuck me one, and it was like this perfectly
I
frozen, blended pina
America.
colada. I
I
know.
was like, why did you have to sneak you one?
Yeah,
You're
so I was a
18.
baby. I
Yeah.
was a baby. So he snuck me this like delicious
Where is
frozen
he?
pina colada. 'Cause I'm not a huge fan of like coconut, but it's a texture thing. I like the flavor of coconut, but not the texture of it. Like I don't like the consistent crunchy, always gnawing on it. It just no.
I love coconut.
But it was so good. It was literally so freaking good. I've
They
been
are really
chasing
good.
that high since that time.
Ever since we've been on the hunt for the perfect pina colada.
Exactly. I'm just gonna have to go back to
get
the
over
Red
here.
Fair and be like, do you guys still make the same pina coladas you did like
I'm doing-
11 years ago?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm so old.
Yeah, you should have waited
but
until
back to-
both of us
back to
were here,
hobbies.
dude. Come
Yes.
I mean,
You should have
video
waited
games
before everyone is here.
and
That ain't counts
I
multi-kill,
do
dude. Come on.
music stuff. I could get further into music stuff, but I always feel like I'm bragging when I start talking about music stuff because the list of instruments that I can play is fairly
Do it.
extensive.
Do it. List
Do you
it.
want me to?
Yep.
Okay. So
Toot your own horn.
my main
No pun
thing that I
intended.
play is the alto saxophone. And because I can play the alto saxophone, I can also
think
play
that's
pretty
fucking-
much
just
any
shoot me
other
from here.
saxophone because they're all the same thing, just different
Mm-hmm.
sizes. I can play the clarinet and the flute,
Nice.
and I played the euphonium for a little while. Which, if you don't know what a euphonium is, it's basically a baritone. And if you don't know what a baritone is, it's basically
There we
like
go.
a very
That's how you
small
guess the
tuba.
fucking multi-kills.
Okay.
So I play that. I can play the tuba. I can play the trumpet.
Wow.
I could play the trombone, but I'd have to do a valve trombone and not like a traditional like slide trombone, because the slide always fucks me up, and I find it way easier to remember like valve positions than slide positions. So
Right.
I could play a valve trombone. I was in
Dude,
a
you're
couple
not getting
different drum
multi-kills
lines
that way.
for
Fuck's
many
sakes.
years.
It's not understanding what he's supposed to be
So
doing.
At one point, I did the snare drum. At one point, I did the bass drum. Which, if you don't know what a drum line is, it's really
He's not
fun.
getting multi-kills that
Basically,
way.
It's like
He has to
like a
wait until
marching
both of us
band's
are
kind of drum
together.
line. Like it's good. Look it up. It's fun. There was a whole movie about drumline. It's called Drumline.
What the fuck is he even doing though?
And then I did the tenor drums, which is a lot of fun because there's like 6 of them on one drum, and they're all like different sizes, so they're like different pitches, and like It's a lot of fun. Anyways, so there's that. I can play the guitar
Love that.
and the bass guitar.
Dude, you're not getting multi-kills that way.
And I wish that I could
Unless
play the
it's
piano
doing
better.
something awesome.
I know how to play the piano to a very limited extent of I know chords on a piano and I can play things like melodies with my right hand. I just have a hard time doing them both at the same time.
Oh, fair.
Right. And
Bless my God.
I can play the ocarina
Nice.
because I bought one of
What?
those.
Is that the
because I'm
one?
a nerd.
Yeah,
Bless my
I think
God,
me
which
and
one was that?
Kuma had one too.
Yeah. I can play the automaton. I bought one of those because I'm also a nerd.
Nice.
You know what an
Nice.
automaton is?
Nope.
Oh my god.
I
It's
think I
like
know
the
what it
little,
is,
like,
yeah. I've seen a lot
it's
of
the
videos
little
of
dude, he's in
that
like the
fucking
shape of a
instrument.
note, and he's got like a smiley face, and you squeeze his mouth to like open it, that be like louder and stuff, and then it's like a little like
Damn it.
press board, you can press up different parts on the
God
little
damn it.
stem thing.
This thing is so small.
Look, I know you know what it is. Like, look it up. It's automaton. So it's O-T-A. Are you looking this up?
Yep.
Okay, O-T-A-M-A-T-O-N-E.
Here we go.
Automaton.
Oh,
They're the
yeah.
cutest thing ever.
Okay,
Right,
Plasma
I can
Gun
play
is
one
only
of
worrying
those.
about doing charge shots.
I
Okay.
have one of those.
I was-
My
I was,
dog
uh,
hated
I thought he was
so
doing
much
like
when I first got it.
I
sure.
thought he was going for multi-kills, but no.
Yeah, so
They're
that's
cute.
that. I'm trying to think if there was any other ones. I don't think so. I think I pretty much covered it all.
Impressive.
Right? I like to think so. And I taught myself how to play most of those.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think you need to think that's impressive. That just genuinely is impressive.
Yeah. So that was always like my main
Here we go. Looks like
thing.
a work one
I
already showed up.
was the music kid in high school.
Yeah.
I did every thing. I did concert band, the jazz band, the drum line, the guitar class. I did every single music thing you possibly could do in my school. Mostly because extracurriculars kept me out of my parents' house.
Right.
Fair.
But then I was also like very passionate about it to the point where I was very seriously considering pursuing it professionally when I was younger. But then I never did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that. Oh, and I like photography.
I love that.
That's I'm gonna stop talking now because I've been talking for like 10 minutes. You go.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah, well,
I kind
he's
of
at
have most of my
32.
hobbies already like listed on stream stuff, but obviously
Mm-hmm.
video games I love. I like reading a lot. We all kind of know what variety of reading I like to read, but
She likes reading smut.
I do. So, anyways.
Reading what now?
But, I mean, I also just read this one book called Tender is the Flesh, and it's genuinely a fucked up book. Like,
Sounds like smut.
no, actually.
Now,
like
actually,
cannibal.
it's
About-
something
it is
else.
actually about cannibalism.
I know you were talking about it the other
Oh, yeah. I was like, wow, Link, how'd you know?
It has the word
But yeah.
flesh in it, and if it's not smut, there are only so many places you could go with that.
That's true. That's a really good point. I mean, there is like one scene in it that's like a little graphic sexually, but like that's it.
Cannibalist smut. That's crazy.
Yeah, actually.
Oh my
it is.
god.
Like, but the ending was crazy, and like,
I have to go put that in my fucking Twitch quotes.
what?
God.
Wait, what did you say?
Ooh,
Say it
cannibalist smut.
Ooh, my favorite.
Oh my god. Anyways,
Oh my god,
continue.
give that to mine too. Sorry. Add that one to mine too, though. That's hilarious. But yeah, so the ending was actually insane. But like, it really does suck you in. Like, I was reading all of the comments on like the back of the book, and it was like, oh, you know, the story about like what people will do in times of like, you know,
Being desperate people or
like
something?
the push that people will do, like how far will people go to survive and stuff like that. And so, you know, breeding people to eat. That's what the book is about. And it's crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Right. So
And
if I'm
then-
not commenting much
they're
on the
basically
video
treated like
itself, I'm
livestock.
trying to communicate here on PSN.
So it's actually wild.
Let's see.
But it's actually a pretty good book. And then otherwise, yeah, it's a lot of smut. I also just bought Fourth Wing, and I'm super excited to read it. I'm gonna get like the cool little like book corner thing, so you can like crimp around the corner of your like paperback books to like make them a little bit more sturdy. Because I'm super fucking uptight about like the condition of my books. I don't know why, but I am. I'm very
That's
particular
fair.
about a lot of things.
Me
I feel like
too,
people know
honestly.
that. I don't
If
know
you
why.
are one of those people that dog ears books, I'm coming
No.
for your kneecaps.
No. No.
And
Because you don't deserve your kneecaps anymore.
if you are also one of those
Damn it.
people that
I have to keep track of
snaps
so much
hardbook
shit right
or
now.
hardcover book spines,
No.
coming for your kneecaps there too.
Wait, you can do that? People actually do that?
Or not? Sorry, no. I'm like
Oh, paperback.
Sorry, not hardcover, paperback. But like they just like there's a proper way to do it. You don't just open it and bend the shit out of it. You're supposed to do it very slowly and carefully, a little bit at a time, so it just gets more flexible. You don't just like snap the whole thing open.
Yeah. I've seen that. I've seen
Breaking
people do
my
that, and I'm
soul.
like-
Yes.
I know, I'm like, just do it slowly.
Every book spine that you break is another time that you've broken my spine.
Damn.
What, you
I'm
fucking
out
Bing?
here dying
You're literally
every
debilitated.
day. Right.
Wow. That's terrible.
That's terrible. Anyway,
God.
I guess some other hobbies I have is like crafting. Like I've done my paintings and working on a bracelet right now. I've made earrings before. I have like the wreaths that I make. Like I just like making stuff. And like ideally that would be my profession as well.
back when I was
But the
doing high school, I
depression is kind
actually
of a bitch.
spent a lot of time
So-
doing one gigantic fucking puzzle.
I feel
Like I
Yeah.
still have the whole
It's
thing
all I
like
can do most days to just go to work,
framed
and I didn't
on
even
my
do
room
that
right
very
now.
well today because I left it after 2 hours.
That's about
I
it
was like,
though.
I
That and video
don't wanna
games.
be here.
Those are like
I'm
the
going
big
home.
2 hobbies of mine.
I wish I could have left work earlier than I did today.
Yeah,
I mean, I didn't leave work early today. I left exactly on time today.
I'm
And then,
glad.
of course, my fucking bus was late.
Asshole.
Yet another reason why I hate taking the bus
Yeah.
while my car is broken.
It's so unreliable.
Oof.
Right.
Let's be good.
Like they have a
while
schedule and yet
actually
it's
working.
somehow so ungodly unreliable.
Right, exactly. Because then I missed my second bus.
Right.
And then I had to walk
Mm-hmm.
forever.
Yeah.
I thought I was never going to get home.
I'm sorry.
Right?
What about getting like
Sucks.
an Uber? Would it be faster to get an Uber?
Do you think
Or
I
would it be
have
just
money
like
for
way
an
more
Uber?
expensive to
Yeah,
get
you
there?
think you have the money for fucking
I
Uber?
know, see, like an Uber from my
I
place
just spent
to work-
$200
Somehow
getting my
getting
car towed.
getting
I have Uber
yourself in
money.
a fucking bus is way cheaper than getting a fucking
Yeah,
Uber
'cause,
nowadays.
Like, for me to Uber from my home to work is like $7.
Oh, wow.
That's only
See,
because
to Uber
I
from
live,
my
like-
home to work is like $27.
Yeah.
Oof.
And that's if I requested like
Yeah, I guess it really
minute-
depends
like,
how
not
far
in advance. If I
they're
requested
from
in advance, it's like
the
almost
distance between
40, which
work
is just
and
Why?
your
whatever.
home.
I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense.
You're telling me.
What the fuck?
Like I could hold on. Let me.
So
I'm gonna,
you
so,
paid a plan.
I'm gonna open my Uber app right now. And if I were to click to go to where I work right now at 9 p.m. on a Wednesday, it costs $30.
Oof.
If I were to pick tomorrow at 9 p.m. It costs $46.25.
What
Jesus
in the fuck?
fucking Christ.
Yeah.
That's absolutely nutty.
I know. So, fuck Uber.
Yeah. Okay, see,
Yeah, I
if
know.
I were to get a
Yeah, Uber tends to be
Uber or
like,
Lyft right now, it would be $13.99.
the rich people's way of using fucking transportation besides like a
People would be
bus.
like, oh, well, it's because you're like trying to plan it at like peak times. And I was like, okay, well, that's why I picked the exact same time,
Right, exactly.
just tomorrow.
Right.
No reason tomorrow should be any more of a peak time.
Exactly.
Anything should be less of a peak time. Tomorrow's fucking Halloween. Who the
Yeah.
fuck's
Yeah,
Ubering
the one
places
that
at
I can't
9
fucking
p.m.
set.
on a
Goddamn
Thursday?
friend request, fuck me.
Probably, honestly, people do be wild on Halloween night.
Not when it's on a Thursday. All the Halloween parties either happened last weekend or they're happening this weekend.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. I just want a new car.
I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, if
Yeah.
I had the money and the time off work,
I don't mind the car that I
then I
have.
could fly
Pretty
home
shit.
and
It's a
pick up
shitty
my
one,
grandparents'
but I can still work with it.
I could have a car, no problem. But unfortunately for me, I cannot just up and take a week off of work out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Right.
That's very true.
Especially because I don't have any vacation time banked yet because I just got promoted to full time. So gotta
Yeah,
rack
I'm
that
using
shit
my-
up.
I've been using my PTO so fast lately that, like, I'm using all I have for leaving early today. But then I might also just use all my, like, bereavement. Because I have that.
You might as well.
I know, I might as well. I was going to talk to my manager about it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Granted, like, I almost wanted to, like, wait a day to talk to my grandmother. I don't... we can talk about this later.
Yeah.
What's the next
I think this feels more like
The
a
next
personal thing.
question is... Let's see. What's your favorite quote or mantra and why?
Quote and mantra.
Okay. So all of my favorite quotes are from TV shows or movies or music.
Okay, mine is too.
So the one actually you know what?
What's the?
where the hell did
That's
I
the
put
thing
the
that I
damn
always
thing?
tend to say sometimes.
Did I put it in my wallet?
Oh yeah, here we go.
had-
Always have low
I
expectations.
had
That
a
way you'll never
list
be
written
disappointed.
down
Yeah, there we go.
Because
Yeah,
I was gonna get
there we
them
go. Something like
tattooed,
that.
and I didn't want to forget them.
Oh, I love
Always have
that.
low
I
expectations.
wrote them down, but I don't know where I now don't know where I put the fucking list, the fucking piece of paper that has the list of quotes on it. I thought it was on my desk, but it's in fact not on my desk, so that's fine. I'm pretty sure I remember what they are. Anyway, so the first one is from Shadowhunters. And it's line that Isabel says. And she says, not everyone gets the luxury of following their heart. And I just think that is so true.
Yeah, that almost makes me a little sad though too.
I know. But see, it's like a reminder, like that people need to stop being assholes about, like, people's sexuality and stuff.
Yeah.
Just mind your own fucking business.
So,
That's a
and
very
it's
good
also like,
point.
it's a reminder that I do live in a place and with people that support me enough that I can do that. So that's why I like that.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And then the other one is
Yeah, which one's he using?
from
Oh, he is using the twin
musical
bottle as well.
Newsies,
Okay. He's probably eating up a lot of ammo
which is my
just
favorite
trying
musical.
to shoot one person.
And it says courage cannot erase our fear. Courage is when we face our fears.
I love
That
that.
too,
I love
yeah.
that a lot.
Right? So yeah, that's my like top two, I think.
My top one that just always comes back to mind, like over and over throughout life, is from A Cinderella Story.
dreams come true
Like-
or some shit.
Hillary Duff is Cinderella story?
Yeah.
Nice.
And
I
it's
love that movie.
and it's when the guitar falls in the restaurant. And
oh,
it says,
yeah.
don't let the fear of striking out keep you from
Keep
playing
from
the
playing
game.
the game. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, I have like kind of fully adopted that as like, I don't want to regret things. And so like, even right now, even though I'm like embarrassed by some of the things that I've done and like some of the ways that I've acted, I don't want to like blame it all on my like mental health and like insecurities and stuff, but like that's part of it too, but that's just who I am.
Right. Okay.
I would rather be very true to myself and ask for clarity or ask for take the shot,
Yeah.
even if it's going to end up in failure, rejection, a no, whatever it is. Like, I can at least be at peace with myself that I did right by me to like fully like kind of take the shot, because I don't want to sit there and regret like later, like what if I had said something, what if I could have said something and the outcome would have been different,
I do that all the time,
never
actually.
know.
Like when you're having like an argument with somebody, or like I did a lot when I was like fighting with my brother and stuff, and then like later on, like hours after, he was like, oh my god, I have the best comeback ever for what that person said 6 hours ago. If only I had thought about it 6 hours
Yeah,
ago.
I tend to have that sometimes too. I
do
can't
that
really
all the
think
time.
right in the
Yeah.
moment.
It's like, oh,
like-
I should have called him a fucking douche canoe or something.
I douche what now?
Well, and like I even had it happen like with the hail damage on my car. I was like, you know what? What's the harm in like even just giving it a chance? And now I have the hail damage fixed on my car. And like yeah, there's been a couple of hiccups with it, especially that weirdo who blocked me. Because he left the company after all. Love that. But
Okay.
like I called the owner of the company and I'm going in on Saturday again for them to make it right. So like even at that point, like I still like I could have just let it be and like taken the L on those couple things. But I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna like try one more time. And now like the owner's like, yeah, come in on Saturday. We should be able to get you fixed and everything hooked up and make it right with you. I was like, sweet. That's like all I can really ask for.
I guess.
So, yeah.
Do you know who said that quote?
In the movie?
No, just in general.
Oh, wasn't it Babe?
Yeah. Babe
Yeah,
Ruth.
Babe Ruth. Yep. I love that quote. Like, I always think of that scene in my head, like, of that happening.
I fucking love that movie.
Me too.
It's arguably the best Cinderella movie ever.
I agree. I thought the Selena Gomez one was, like, really fun.
Selena
And-
Gomez
Love
one?
Selena Gomez.
Yeah, I love
like the
Yeah, I don't know. The only
Hilary Duff one
Cinderella
was
one
so
that I know
good.
is just the
the Selena Gomez
40s
was
one
good in its
from
own
Disney.
ways.
That's about it though.
Do you know
But it-
what Hillary Duff movie
yeah.
was really good? But it was also one of the most like cringe, like the most cringe things ever.
What?
It's called Raise Your Voice.
I don't think I've seen that.
It's
Never heard of
I
it.
love that movie. It's really good. But like if you've seen the movie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's one
don't know.
scene in particular that's, you know what? Hold on. I'm just gonna show you because it's easier.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Hold on.
Yeah, much better.
I'm excited.
Okay, hold on. Da-da-da.
See, because like I love the dynamic in the Selena Gomez one with the male lead. I forgot his name, but I was like, wow, he's so attractive. And then like they sing and dance together, and I'm like, this is amazing. And like it's not giving like Cinderella like the Hilary Duff one did. It did to a degree, but also not.
Okay. I have found it.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm so excited to see this.
Can you hear it?
Yeah. Oh, that's so loud.
What am I looking at?
It's okay.
It was like basically not even turned up at all.
Really?
For me.
Okay. Well, I just have my volume high, so you can play it a little louder.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not going to torture you people. Just think this is a
Torture you people, damn.
half your grade, Miss Fletcher, please.
Okay, this is the part. So
Okay, a little better. Eesh. Okay, it's a little better, I guess. Not what the, probably not what the professor wanted to listen to. Shit, is that what he's... Okay, no, he's happy.
Right now, like, oh my God. But like, it's so... like, other than that, it's really good, and
Yeah.
like, there's a really good movie that she sings at the end, or a really good song she sings at the end of the movie. It's great. It's my favorite song.
Yeah,
Also,
she didn't
the
need to go that
sing
hard.
is the fucking funniest shit I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure I already showed you this.
I think so. But it's so funny. Oh yeah, you
Is that
did.
from The
It's
Rookie?
So funny though.
Yeah, I think it is from The Rookie.
And they requested us specifically.
I mean, that's what she said.
I guess we missed it.
Oh yeah, I seen this one. The fucking guys in the background like singing, and then when Nathan Fillion's character goes up to talk to him, he's just the fucking garage fucking door starts closing.
I got this.
This would be a great opportunity to teach me about de-escalating and policing.
Why is he kind of cute though?
I know.
Right, and the fucking door closes. What the fuck? There's more?
I fucking love this song too. It's so good.
The fuck? I mean, I don't remember this being like every single person coming out. I thought it was just the band.
Nathan Fillion.
I fucking love him. And I love what
And she starts dancing.
Yeah, I don't remember just being the band though. I thought it was.
Imagine my surprise when reviewing last week's body cam footage and I saw this.
No, yes, sir. Well, I can explain. It's.
I'm waiting.
Oh my
But
god.
like, also, what is she supposed to do?
Right.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
You can't.
The episode
really
starting
arrest
like
them for
that, though.
anything. There's nothing they did wrong.
All of
Right.
them.
Oh, it's so fucking good though. I fucking can't even.
It's so funny.
Deal. I want to rewatch that show.
Yeah, I don't remember
That's
the
fair.
beginning of the episode starting like
That
that.
was
Though.
really
Anyways,
Yeah, I have watched a lot of Rookie.
Anyways,
what were we talking about?
we were talking about our favorite
Quotes.
quote or mantra and why.
Right. Cop cuties. That's my favorite quote.
I like the sell me meth so you can arrest me.
Tell me some meth, please. Right? Oh my god.
That's too funny.
Oh Jesus. Anyways, we kind of went off on several tangents there.
We did, yeah.
Oh,
Our
a
get to know
few.
you questions don't usually take up that much time.
Not usually, no.
Are there any other good ones? I feel like we're on a roll.
We are. Let's see. Oh, here's a good one. If you could redo 1 year of your life, which one would it be and
Oh
why?
my god.
Oh, Oh, that's easy one. First year that I went to college.
I feel like I'd
Most
be calling
likely,
somebody out
yeah.
really harsh if I say that year.
Actually getting to a fucking degree that I actually enjoy.
Oh, you know what? The year directly after I graduated high school, because I was not in college yet. I took a year off and I was working full time, and I just blew all of my money constantly. I didn't save anything. I go back and redo that and actually save some.
Right, yeah, I'll probably do that too as
Yeah.
well.
I think
I
would
blew
pick
a
the
lot
year
of
that I
fucking
signed up
money
for
when I
Mary
was
Kay.
after my work
And-
part time.
Not do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that like started me off to start with like a lot of different MLMs and like trying to make those work and like just
They don't
I
work.
they don't. Okay, I've only had one work because they don't have a
Which
like
one?
there's Pure Romance
Oh, yeah, that's right.
because they like the difference between that one and all of the other ones. The other ones all focus so hard on getting other people underneath you in almost like a triangle, almost
Yeah.
pyramid shaped structure. You know,
Kawinkydink.
I'm winking. Like, because like all of them, like you would get 15% commission like off of stuff you sold, but then you would make a lot more off of how many people were underneath you.
Right, yeah.
And so like their structures weren't like set up well, where if you were decent with selling, you could just do it alone. The only one that's been like that is Pure Romance, where you can, excuse me, you had to like you can buy all your own stock, sell all of it for a profit because you buy it like a
Right.
40 to like 50% discount, and so like you can make a lot of money that way. And like I have, not recently, but I have. But I think
Right,
also
yeah.
with
When I
that,
was starting
it
out, I
would be
probably should have
between
saved
either
up
that year
a lot of fucking
or,
cash.
Honestly,
'Cause I just
last
ended
year,
up blowing
'cause
it
I feel
on
like
useless
I
shit. And
had such opportunity with being laid off and having unemployment, getting my severance package, but like I really just had like a free ride for like 6 months.
Yeah.
I could have really just dove into like, and I did dive into streaming a little bit, but if I'd actually dove into it and also marketed it and built up my social media and like really got into
That would have
my
been the really good time
announcements
to.
and-
Yeah.
yeah, like I feel like I could have done a lot with that, as well as like I just had all the time in the world, and I like feel like I don't want to be discouraged that I like prove to myself that I can't self-regulate in that kind of a situation.
Self-regulating is hard.
It is. I'm even shocked that I streamed as much as I did, because I still did see quite a bit of growth that year, and so I'm not like upset about it, but I wish that I had done more.
And that's totally fair.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, the only thing I don't like about this question is that I don't believe in, like, I
I
don't,
fucking hate how slow the
even
fucking
having
PSN app
regrets.
is. Fuck me.
because
That's
it's
fair.
like sometimes I'll stop and I'll think about it, and like I might dwell on things for a little bit sometimes, but ultimately it's way better just like it's in the past, it happened, you can't change
That's
it.
right, it's not my
You might
phone
as
as
Learn
well.
from it.
Right,
The app is just fucking
Yeah.
slow as shit. And
So yeah, there's
Learn,
that.
readjust, come to terms with it, move on.
Right.
Yeah. It's a key takeaway for like a lot of things in life. I am a dweller though. My therapist even said it. She was like, you have a hard, like you, let me see what she said exactly. 'Cause I'm not about to say like anything that in like wrong that she said. Where is it?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, she said, the moving on is always hard for you, and all those what ifs could keep you stuck. So, like,
Yeah.
that's why. Also, I. Shut up.
Sorry. I like your therapist.
No, she's wonderful. Like, honestly, like, she's so good at like gently pushing me where I don't feel like I'm getting like attacked, but also like helping be like.
Yeah, again, sorry if I'm not saying much.
She also told me that I'm like.
Try to fucking get this guy on PSN.
You do though.
I just keep conversation with this guy so he doesn't end up leaving.
Totally right.
Of what mental state you're in, I think everybody could benefit from having a therapist.
She's like, yeah, Link, you're so fucked up.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Immediately.
You should always go. You should always get yourself a fucking therapist if you need, if you really need one.
The slightest thought
True.
that you should
Mental
have a
health
therapist,
is health.
Absolutely, you should.
Yeah.
No questions. Like,
I gotta check if my new benefits at work cover therapy or not. I don't
yeah,
think they
maybe
do,
have
but...
like a telehealth kind of thing. But she even told me, she's like, you absolutely do get to ask. Like, you can be brave and authentic and vulnerable. And she's like, it could be just you self-loving. And I'm like, I like that. Like, I don't need to be mad at myself for asking for what I need. You know?
Right.
I need to stop dwelling on this right now, though.
No dwelling.
No dwelling.
We are not cave dwellers.
So good at that.
Though I am currently in a basement.
Wait.
A what?
What?
That's so
It's
funny.
it's where I live. I can't help it.
Okay.
That's honestly so hilarious to say.
Listen, I just happen to rent space in a basement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I'm a cave dweller, except for the fact that I don't go anywhere
So,
except for
but
work.
you live.
And then I
mean,
come home.
Same.
Because I don't have any friends that live here.
I wish I lived there.
Because someone hasn't moved to Canada yet.
I know. I'm really dragging my feet on that, huh?
That's okay. I'm dragging my feet on moving to America.
Yeah, I'll just move to Buffalo and then we
Yeah,
can.
I
have
guess they're both
passports and hang out
Canadian or
every
some
weekend.
shit. I don't know.
Bro, you know
solved.
how fun that would be, though?
I know. See, you guys, my plan is, okay, here we go. This is my life plan. I plan to be a huge content creator and have my own merch shop and all these amazing things and have like a whole YouTube thing and do ASMR videos and stuff like that. Because everybody comments my voice and it's gone to my head and I have an ego now and it's fine. And then I'm going to pay Link to be my full-time editor and everything like that. And we're going to be like bazillionaires. And then we're going to just live on either
Right,
side
you
of
wish.
the border in like really
Getting your
sick-ass
own
houses.
editor.
And then we could just go hang out with each other like over the weekend.
You have money to waste.
Come over and just like walk in and like hang out with Ghost.
Right,
And
when
then,
you
like,
started out, it's
just
not
go
very.
out there and hang out and
Not
like
cheap.
You're gonna be
hang out over the
live
weekend.
Getting your own editor is not a good
walking
idea
in
when you're
together
starting out, when you barely have any
Sugar,
fucking
and be
views.
like, where the fuck did you come from? Like,
When did you
what do
get
you
here?
mean? I've been here for hours. Where have you been?
I'll be like, I need you to be looking for clips. Why are you here? You'd be like, no,
I'm not
I'm
even-
listening.
Right, exactly. I'm listening live in person to like for the really funny moments.
We just hear you giggling in the background. Could you imagine? That would be so fun.
You just come out and I'm gonna be just sitting on your couch with Ghost on top of me, with a laptop on top of Ghost.
Exactly. And you're like, I'm getting clips. Don't worry about it.
Right, Ghost is my assistant. And yeah,
Oh my god, that's so funny. But that's the goal, you guys.
that is the goal.
Yeah, that's the goal. Help us get there. Tell us how you are.
Oh, yeah?
Telling us how you are is gonna get us there.
That is the first step, okay?
Right.
Just
That is
see,
how we're going
just
to buy
asking
streamer houses.
what our mental
Is
state is or
by
some shit.
Just not even just engagement in general. Specifically, you telling us how you are is going to fund streamer
Yep.
house.
Yep.
What do you think this is fucking
I
better
wanted
health?
to live in a streamer house. I feel like it
I
would be
Always,
kinda
fun.
want to,
always
but
is
then,
less of a
like,
fucking scam than better health.
That's a lot of big personalities, and I don't like people that much.
But see, I have like mellow streamer friends
Who?
with the
Not me.
occasional. Well, but see, listen, like there's like
I
Addie.
feel like I knew you were gonna
Addie's
say Addie.
chill.
I knew you
Yeah.
were gonna say Addie.
And I mean, Addie can get crazy sometimes, as can we all.
Right.
Actually, you know what? I take back my statement
Did
because
you already
honestly,
get the fucking
you put
short
any
shots
of
with
us
that thing?
together, and the crackhead shit's gonna run wild anyways, so it
Exactly.
doesn't matter how mellow we can be on our own at some points in time, it really doesn't matter.
It's gonna be like crackhead energy, like all the time.
Right, exactly.
Crackhead
Because as soon
energy.
as you put Addie in a room with like
True.
Imani and Queen, shit's
Yeah.
gonna go crazy.
Wait, what?
Oh, I,
Oh, I
see.
guess he's
Put
already
Imani
done
in
That'd be
with that
so
one.
fun, though.
I guess.
Oh my god, I know. Like, I'm so
I
excited.
mean, now
because
he's
they're all
just
coming
using
up
the
here,
pistol.
next year at some point. And I'm so excited. We're gonna have the best time ever.
I love that. Like they're all coming up to Canada.
Yeah.
Love that.
No, wait, no, still
Again.
using it.
Again.
Yeah, we did Canada last time too, but the majority of them don't live in Canada, so Canada's the like
This guy just
exotic
won't shut up.
destination, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And because most of the people that don't live in Canada already have their passports.
Oh, yeah. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Right? I like to think so. I'm very excited though. Hopefully I'll
Yeah.
have a new car by then.
I hope
We'll
so
see.
too.
As
I
we can
should.
afford it.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I really think that the next 2 months is going to be at the maximum amount of time I'm going to be taking the bus. Like, I feel like January is going to be February at the absolute latest because taxes. I could do my
Right.
taxes super early and then buy a new car.
That's a good point.
Right. Can you just borrow a car?
But
Yeah, can you
I
just
feel
borrow like
January,
something?
February at the absolute latest. I'm going to be.
Or maybe just ask
Get
like
a new car.
Yeah.
a coworker of yours to just pick you up or some
That's a good
shit.
plan.
I don't know.
It is a good plan. I like to think so. I like to think that I can get my shit together at some point.
Totally.
I put it on a timeline.
Why?
And whether or not
No
I
one can
stick
get
to
a
the
shit.
timeline, I
And we
don't
can
know.
get a shit.
We'll see.
I feel
picked
that.
up.
We'll see what happens. Time is a
We
social
shall.
construct.
Basically.
Right, who needs time? Saw this TikTok the other day of this place in I want to say it was like Norway or Iceland or something far enough north that it is plausible to do this, because it's like they have there's a specific place there that's with how the earth is like tilted and the seasons go and stuff, and like the daytime and nighttime and whatever, that they have like crazy extended periods of daylight and nighttime.
Right, yeah, I know that. Some days are like
It's like,
I've
you
seen
barely
that in
get
Alaska,
any
too.
nighttime or whatever.
yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so it is in Norway. The midnight sun occurs for the longest period. The sun doesn't set between the I don't know how accurate the dates are, but it sets
still
between
going
the
for a
20th
fucking
of
kill
April
streaks
and the
that put that thing?
22nd of August. They just have daylight
Should have gotten that by
That
now.
makes sense though.
for months. Can you imagine?
I mean, no, it makes sense though.
And then you have the opposite months of nighttime,
Just full nighttime.
right? So like,
Yeah, you should have gotten
what
that
is
by
time?
now.
when you
Oh, I see
the
Miss
sun
got him
never
a few
sets.
times.
It could be 2 in the morning, and
Okay, yeah, there we
sun's
go.
still
He's
up.
done.
Let's go do some crackhead shit. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, and since we so directly have like what time it is based on the sun and sunlight and all that.
Right? Well, honestly,
that is
it
good
plays a
point.
big factor because, like, honestly, if you're like you wake up and it's light outside, and you're like, you basically you stay awake until it gets dark outside, and then you start getting tired because it's dark outside.
I mean,
It's
I also
your
think
brain
time.
subconsciously doing it.
Yeah, and I feel like time management is only a
Now we can have
construct
that fucking
because
song stuck.
work and having to be
Right.
at work.
Yeah,
or,
Rookie is
you know,
actually a really
40.
good show
See, that's why
from,
we should
with
all just work
Nathan
for
Fillion.
ourselves.
I grew up watching him
agree.
in Castle,
We need to make this happen.
and it's all I always look forward to
Listen.
seeing him.
As soon as
You know the shit.
you and I both got the time and the funds to make it happen, we'll make it happen. Oh my god. Oh,
I'm just saying.
I know.
Hey, that's the name of the podcast.
There are steps that
I
need to
know.
be taken for us to get to that point.
Yeah.
Some of them involve a lot of government paperwork, and others involve money to move places.
Lots of money.
Whatnot.
I mean, I did talk to my dad. He's still open to me just
Nice.
packing it all up.
I mean, yeah, that's not that far.
Mm-mm.
I don't think. How far
No.
is it from here to there?
Granted, recent events have thrown a wrench in that slightly. Well, not really, but have postponed us talking about that. Which is fair.
It's like a 6.5 hour drive, give or take.
Yeah.
Which is,
It's,
as opposed to the current, come on, load, 22.5 hour drive.
That's it?
Yeah.
I mean, not like that's a not small amount, but like, wow.
That's only half the drive that I did from when I moved here.
Yeah, exactly.
Because yeah, you forget that I could just go,
Right.
like I don't have to go
That you
south
do.
and then west. I can just go west through
Mm-hmm.
like Detroit and shit.
Yeah.
Actually, this road doesn't even go through Detroit. Weird.
I can't,
Yeah.
Interesting.
Right?
I can't tell that's
But
like
it's
a.
all flat land that I'd be driving across.
I can't tell if that's a
Which
fucking
is
L or
boring.
an I.
Yeah.
Been there, done that. Not there specifically, but other flat places that are boring to drive through. Been there, done that.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it. It sucks.
Yeah. Oh, here's another question.
What?
What are you learning now or learned recently?
Yeah, I can't tell that's a fucking I or an L.
I don't know what the hell I don't know. I mean, I say you learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Did I learn something new today? I don't know.
Did
Maybe?
you?
I don't know. Let me think back to work. Very boring. No, I don't think I learned anything today.
That's a bummer. Okay, this isn't something I learned recently, but I still want to do that thing where we start learning French again and just like again.
Right.
I want us to do French stuff.
Yes.
We'll
So
do.
that we
Fucking
can
hate when they
speak to
when
each
names
other.
have like
episodes.
just a
Oh, that
line.
would
I
be-
can't. I can never fucking tell if it's like an
Oh
L,
my God.
a
Horrible.
lowercase
Can you
L, or
imagine?
a higher
I used
case
to be able
I.
to do an okay-ish French accent. A really
I always
terrible
feel like I
okay-ish
sound
one.
so pretentious when I do it. Like
Do you sound like an English person trying to speak French? That's what you sound like.
exactly.
Right.
And I'm like, I hate that so much. Like I just
French
wanna
people are
crawl in
gonna
a
know
hole.
anyways, so you might as well just
Yeah.
accept it.
Yeah, that's true. I just want to be good at it.
Okay, let me see. Does Duolingo cost money?
I know the app doesn't.
Get started. I want to learn French. Are we sure we want to
Okay,
learn
good.
French?
It does tell
What if we
you
learned
if
English?
you can find anyone. Okay, so it should be an L there
You know
instead.
what? I think we need to brush up on our skills.
Oh my god, what if we learned High Valyrian?
Wow.
Yeah, there we go.
That's an option on
So at
here.
least it still
That's
tells you if you
crazy.
if you got the name wrong.
I kind of want to do it.
Yeah.
It says 1.5 million learners.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. Which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, a little bit.
More people are learning High Valyrian than are learning Ukrainian
Come on, dude.
or Romanian. Only 344,000 people are learning Yiddish. We can
Come
learn
on,
Yiddish
dude. Hurry
We
up.
could learn Yiddish.
or Klingon.
Although, with the amount of other people learning that, I mean, it would be cool to like be able to speak to each other and most people not understanding. But
Right?
yeah,
Maybe I'll do
someone
High
else-
Valyrian on my own time.
That's fair. I also really want to learn Spanish because I was in someone else's chat the other day and they just like whipped
listen,
out
once
fluent
you-
Spanish.
Yeah. Once you learn French, Spanish, and Italian are not that far away.
Yeah. It's just that I mix them up a little bit.
That's fair.
Yeah.
How did you hear about Duolingo? I don't know. I'm desperately trying to recall the first time I heard about Duolingo. I have no idea where the fuck it came from. I'm pressing
Probably an
up.
ad. years
Why
ago,
are you
and now
learning
it's, like,
French?
the most popular freaking thing other than like Babbel.
It
You
would be
know what
nice. The
used to be
fucker would
super
just
popular
show
and I
up,
feel like
huh?
nobody talks about anymore now is Rosetta Stone.
Yeah, motherfucker
Yeah.
just
I feel like
won't
that
shut
used
the
to be,
fuck
like,
up
the
when he was
surefire
waiting, and
way
now
of
when I
learning
tried to invite him, he's not saying anything.
There's
What the
this
hell?
one, there's this one clip from an episode of RuPaul's Drag Race.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. It was like one of the roast episodes, and I don't remember which of the queens was like doing this particular bit. But they called RuPaul the Rosetta Stone of drag because she's that old, and I was like, "You right though?"
Okay.
I mean, oh my god.
If that's the case, that might be best if
How much
I
French do
start
you know? I know some common
loadout
words.
and make like a better loadout for that. We're
Why
gonna
is it
try
never mind, I
doing
know some common words, I
exterminadas.
can have basic conversations. Why is there not an in between where it's like,
Come on,
took
why does it take so long to
years of
load?
French class, didn't retain very much of it.
Mate, we have
Because that's the
works.
same as I know some.
Fine.
You
Here's
should
what you
really
can
should.
achieve.
It's the defeat in
Additional
your
weapon
voice.
equipped. Alright.
Converse
Secondary
with confidence. 61,400 plus stress-free interactive exercises. 6,700 plus practical words and phrases. Smart reminders, fun challenges, and more. Okay. Cool. What's going to be our daily
And
learning
that,
goal?
then
5 minutes a
secondary,
day,
I'll
10 minutes
go
a day,
with
15 minutes a day, or 20 minutes a day. Those go
Probably
from
Avengers
casual,
Launcher,
regular,
yeah.
serious, and intense.
Oh yeah, okay, I'm on the same page. Should we do like 15 minutes a day?
Sure. Okay.
I feel like
That's 75
5
words in your
minutes.
Please
first
do
week.
what speed.
Oh my
right,
god.
okay.
it said I'm committed. I don't know about that.
What?
It said you have to click
Bro,
I'm committed.
where is he?
When you
Why
press
is he
that
now
part.
not saying anything?
Oh,
I don't
I
know if
didn't.
I'm committed.
I clicked 15 minutes a day. Serious.
Here.
It says continue.
I'm
I'll
taking a
remind you to
screenshot.
practice so it becomes a habit.
Where the hell is he?
Duolingo.com wants
No,
to...
he's not fucking saying
are you doing it from
anything.
your phone?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Dude,
maybe I should do it
where
on
are
my
you?
phone because I don't know that I'm going to do it on my computer.
I doubt you're gonna do it on your computer.
I also hate notifications on my computer. Let me go and download the Bird app right
The
now.
bird.
The bird is going to murder us if
Fucking
we
kidding me. Now when we go, now he can
Literally.
fucking, now when he can fucking join up, he doesn't say shit. Come on, dude.
I don't know if I want to start from
God.
scratch or have it be find my level, which is recommended. I guess
mean-
do that.
You could define your level. I'll probably
Yeah.
define my level because I don't actually know how much I remember of it.
Yeah.
Get
same.
started. Continue. Sure. French.
Oh, it already wants me to start speaking.
Other. I know some common words. Why are we learning French? I don't know. Other.
I mean, I know how to speak this sentence that they just gave me.
What's your
But I
daily
don't want
learning
to.
goal? 15 minutes a day. I'm
Right,
committed.
I've already mentioned
See,
this
I told
before,
you.
but Spanish I
I'll cheer
kind of
you
grew
on
up a
from your
little
home
bit
screen.
with from
Continue.
dubs
Sure.
and anime. That's about it.
Here's what you can achieve in 3 months. Converse with confidence. Build up your... Oh, I already read that. Okay.
Bro, where
already
is
know
he?
some French. Let's find your starting point. Continue. Since you know some common words in French, you should start with section 1. We're starting with section 1, everybody.
What? I'm starting with section 2. What do you mean?
I don't know. It says I'm starting with section 1. I don't fucking know. Select the correct image. This isn't... Okay. 1. This is going to be easy.
Oh, okay.
The boy.
Complete the sentence.
Oh my god. I have to listen? Oh my god.
The server traveled in
Where is he?
restaurant? Oh, okay. The waiter The waiter works in a French restaurant. A salad. Le fromage. The cheese.
Cheese.
Tap what you hear. Oh no, I can't listen right now. Fill in the blank. Oops. Oh, it's asking if this lesson is too hard.
Huh?
Yeah, screw it. Let's just keep fucking doing the
Oh.
goddamn challenges.
I didn't realize what T was. Wait, do I have to actually type out? I don't actually know what the word is for this.
Right. I
It's
also have the
literally
Meltic
the
to
same
do as
fucking
well.
word. Wow, I suck at
Wow,
this.
I'm so good, you guys. I did it.
I don't like section 2.
Congrats on completing your first lesson. Oh my god, you guys, I did it. I completed my first lesson. Now let's help you build a habit of practicing every day. I have 1 day streak. Let's go. Your streak will reset if you don't practice tomorrow. Watch out. It's already threatening me, you guys.
Oh my god.
It's telling me to watch out.
Oh, I forgot bread is
Let's
pain.
commit to a learning with a streak goal. 7 days, good. 14 days, great. 30 days, incredible. 50 days, unstoppable. What do we want to go for?
Alright, looks like he's ready, I think.
How many?
7, 14,
Let me
30,
just
or
change
50.
this back.
Is good, great,
Yeah,
incredible, or
that's-
unstoppable?
Let's do great.
You only want to do
Okay.
14-day streak?
Oh.
You think we're gonna?
Yeah, now we're gonna have to
Bro,
that's the
I don't know if I'm
shotgun.
gonna do a 2-day streak. What do you mean?
Okay, well,
Yeah, I'll put that.
you'll be 5
for
times
now.
more likely to complete the course with a 14-day streak. You'll be 2 times more likely to complete the course with a 7-day streak.
It's trying to
Three
have
speed,
a
roll speed.
video
Yeah,
call me
there we
right
go.
now.
Commit to my goal. Continue. Let's create a. Okay. What? Who's trying to video chat you?
This girl named Lily.
Lily? Who the hell's Lily? How
Lily.
old am I? How the fuck old am I? I'm 26. What is my name? Insert legal government name here because you guys don't get to know that information. That's my email address. This is gonna be my password. This is a common password, makes it unsecure. Well, fuck you then. Alright, did it. I made a better secure password. Try 2 weeks for free. No, oh, no, we don't need to do super. We're gonna do regular. Okay. Oh my god, you guys. We did it. We've officially signed up to be threatened by a bird for the rest of our
Hell
lives.
yeah. I love that for us.
Okay,
Time
we'll
to
keep
get
you updated
threatened.
next week on how our progress is going. And eventually we're going to start doing these episodes in French, which is absolutely not true. But
Okay, I was
Right.
gonna like lame.
It'd be a little too hard for you unless you
Please
bring in
don't
fucking
make me
Sarway.
promise. Like, please don't make
Maybe
promises
we'll-
on my behalf that I
one
will
of these
not be able
days-
to do.
each of us will tell you one sentence in French.
Okay, that is doable. You know what? That
Right.
is totally freaking doable.
We'll have a very basic conversation in French back and forth for like 30 seconds. It'll be fine. Okay.
Ah, fucking
We'll see you
god,
guys next
man.
week where we might just talk about things that we
Okay, sorry about that. I'm just getting really fucking frustrated with this guy. Fuck me. Mm-hmm. Okay. God. There's always at least one fucking person that has a hard time fucking joining in. Fuck's sakes.
planned on talking about blah, 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 blah. We
Blah,
might
blah,
just
blah.
talk about things that we actually planned on talking about.
Yeah.
Unlike this week, but that's fine.
Yeah.
because-
Right.
yeah.
The plan went to shit, and you know what? That's okay.
Yeah, it's
Because
fine.
That's okay.
Yeah, same thing happened here though. Me just trying to fucking get this shit to work. Screw it. We'll just be going for fucking public exterminatus. Fuck's sakes. I think it's classic, right? Yeah. Jesus fuck, man. Let's see if we can actually get this shit started. Fuck's sakes. Alright, hold on. We'll still need the other two though. Where's everyone else though? Why is it I only find the other guy? What the hell? Yeah, I don't know if it's like if it's Chaos Unleashed or the other one or Classic. Alright, yeah. Is it Classic or is it Chaos Unleashed? I don't know. Why the Chaos Unleashed map rotation? Why the Classic map rotation? I don't know if it's, you know, my fucking god, the goddamn confusion that's going on here, for fuck's sakes. Are you fucking kidding me? He doesn't have the DLC. Okay, so he can't even fucking do this shit. He doesn't have DLC, so he can't fucking do this shit. Ah, fuck's sakes. That was just a waste of fucking time. Fuck me. Guy should have fucking said that. The guy should have fucking said he didn't have the DLC. Fuck me. That was just a waste of time. Yeah, when everyone in the lobby needs DLC to play instead of just one person having it. It is a bit annoying though, but still. It's a little more annoying when they're trying to fucking get this shit done, and then the fucking guy doesn't say that he doesn't have the damn thing. Alright. Alright, back to this. It's fucking already. This guy's already making us waste a lot of fucking time. Fuck me. God. So it has to be that one person that gives me a fucking headache. Brian Daising it. He's probably not gonna be able to join as well. Even though I should be able to send him invites just fine now. God. This is why I fucking hate doing online shit. Because there's always at least that one person that either can't join or doesn't have the shit that's needed. Like fuck me. Especially when you need multiple people to do some certain things, and there's always one person that can't fucking join. Annoying as fuck, yeah, very annoying. And this guy's already giving me a lot of fucking stress. Now let's see if he can fucking join them. Let's see, Italian. 1, 2, 3, 4. E2. Come on, dude. It's already gonna be a fucking hour wasted just trying to get this guy to show up. Fuck me. We're not searching. We're not searching, it's a private lobby, for fuck's sakes, man. Ah. Okay, screw it. Guess we're doing this without him. Fucking hell, man. I guess we're doing this shit without him. Whatever. I don't even have the right gun. I was thinking of using the vengeance launcher for this, but whatever. We were using the melter gun instead. Fuck's sakes. All right. Already have another video ready here.
What's going on, Internet? The Black Okage here, aka TB Agent. To be honest, I'd like to welcome you guys back to the Gaming Illuminati podcast. We are the Enlightened Gamers, and you're now tuned into episode 157. If you're watching the video version of the show at youtube.com/GI Updates, be sure to know that we're also available on Apple, Spotify, and all other major podcast platforms. Rate the show 5 stars on Apple and Spotify. We need your 5-star rating to move up that algorithm and help bring in new listeners. Also, follow the podcast on social media. We drop daily content on our pages. We're available on TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. Our handle on every...
If I could help you out, but it probably would cost me like $30 for the game and DLC as well. Yeah, that's the big issue. Yeah, you can't just get the DLC itself. You have to get the Ultimate Edition. Where's the other dude though? Which I'm not gonna force you to get the DLC. I'll deal with this shit by myself. Where's the other dude though? At least with me, it's easy to plan as I have a shit ton of time until college or 9 to 5 things. Yeah, at least I can still count for you. Maybe with like Hawks 2 maybe, or with Payday 2 or some shit. Yeah, where's the other guy? Where's the other guy? Why is he not spawning? Hello? Okay, there we go.
Platform is at GI Updates. If you want to join our Discord, it's discord.gg/GI Updates. And if you're watching the video, links to all of our social media platforms will be in the description box below at youtube.com/GI Updates. Now, allow me to introduce you to my co-hosts, the first of which can be found carrying that demonic soul edge sword. Well, it's like a bootleg looking version. What? That's what it looks like. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Why am I not getting kill streaks? Why am I not getting a multi-kill with this thing?
Yes.
I kind of like that,
Yeah, that's what Ethos be carrying when you're not playing Elden Ring. He's yapping about Samurai Zero. Ethos, say what up to the people.
Yeah, I guess I just have to like get both of them lined up like this, otherwise one of them's gonna get all the damage.
I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to see that it's no longer
again, why is only one of them dying?
According to the comment section.
Yeah, only one of them is dying. What the hell?
He didn't feel good about that one. At least how his fight ended with Mesmer. So hopefully he feels good about this 25% he's about to contribute to the podcast. UTX Mimic Tear the Dawn. Say what up to the people.
I guess it came
there we go.
25%, right? Because you split it in 4. So yeah,
Yeah, I think the problem is I need to get some distance
So fucking
for it to work properly.
so happy I don't have to contribute anymore. 33.
And there it goes
That
again.
is great. That is great. And last but certainly not least, we finally found our permanent.
I'm not getting
fourth seat.
multi-kills with this
We saw
fucking
the
thing.
feedback in the
Obviously,
comments.
I
You
don't need to
asked,
get a lot
so
of
we
them.
made it happen. Miss 5000 Watts, welcome to the show. She is officially the fourth
here we go.
official host of the show. Clap it up, everybody.
And there you go. 3 multi-kills. I have to get like 36 or 38. And at least I don't really have to worry about that much.
What's the name? How you doing, Watts? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Well, I'm a little sad because I finished Elden Ring DLC.
Punch it. Get over here.
But I'm good. I'm good besides that. I just feel a little lost.
So it's real with the tweet that I saw that was trending. The thing I saw something about Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree Depression.
It's definitely real, especially if, like, as I explored everything, we fought every boss, we read all the lore, we talked about all the lore. So it was like 10 days of us doing like
All
8
this shit,
hours
and
a
the guy
day.
didn't even have the
And I'm
fucking
like, what am I
DLCs through
supposed to
X7 hours.
do?
Fuck me.
Yeah,
Should have said
pulling
so.
off long nights. That's how I know I enjoy it. And we're gonna get into more of that. But friendly reminder: all of my hosts, their social medias, including JG, Ethos, Watts, they're all in the description box below. Be sure to follow them on social media as well as their YouTube pages. And since Watts already started yapping about it, and we have a lady on the show, we're gentlemen here. Ladies first. We're gonna talk Shadow of the Erd Tree, the new DLC for Elden Ring.
Not working
It's
again.
been reported that it has over
Yeah, I don't know.
100
It seems
new
very
weapons,
inconsistent.
8 new fighting styles, 10 main bosses, over 40 side bosses. The map is like half the size of the main game, but it's not far and wide. It's high and low. There's a lot of depth and height to it. Whole new storyline.
There we go. Yeah, it seems very
whole new,
inconsistent when I
scaling
can
system
pull out the
when it comes
multi-kills.
to your builds. It uses this new fragment system that you have to go collect these little shards, and that boosts your power and defense. And there's another shard, the Spirit of Ashes, which boosts your horse's health. I believe the fragments for the attack and defense.
And the summons.
Oh yeah, and there's like
Yeah, it's always that always ends up dying last. I think he just has more health.
I've been calling it blue skidoos.
Well, so
Yeah, I think it's probably that, so.
apparently, skadoo is like an old English word for shadow.
Yeah, I think it's just
so
that.
you
That just has more
pronounce it
health compared to
shadow.
the other ones.
Okay. So there's nothing but
Shadow tree. Yeah, shadow tree fragments.
Cool.
Makes sense.
So I gave kind of the breakdown on it. This has been 2 years in the making. It's a $40 piece of
Yeah,
DLC.
I think the
On
trick is just I
average,
need
I've
to
seen people
focus
say they've
on
gotten at
dash
least
first,
30 hours out of it, but like
so you
that's the
get
people I think
all
that
the
are just trying to
damage.
run through the main bosses.
That way, both
I
of
would
them
say-
die at the
but
same
then I've seen
time.
upwards of like 120 hours, so I think it also depends on your skill level.
Yeah,
Depends
there
on
we
if you
go.
explore or not.
That's probably
ladies
has like a
first, give us the
perk that
good,
gives
bad,
them
and
more
ugly on
health
Shadow
or
of the
some
Erd Tree,
shit.
Watts.
So I finished on Saturday. I think it took me about 75 hours to do it, so that's my kind of playtime, and that is with me like being blind on everything, wanting to collect as many weapons as I can. Definitely want to fight all the bosses, doing NPC quests, reading the lore, talking the lore with chat, of course.
Yeah, there we go. Much
That's
better.
been my time in there, and man, it's just so good. It's just so good. I think the art direction of Shadow of the Erd Tree has impressed me even more than the base game.
Shit.
I think the art direction is incredible, and same with the music. I think there's been every boss was like a banger soundtrack, whereas in the main game there's definitely a few that stood out, but a lot of them I didn't remember as much as the DLC. I went in
Again?
there with a rot dagger and a poison dagger.
Yeah, well, I see this
but I
game.
ended
Shit's
up
gonna be
leveling
very
up, like,
inconsistent.
11 different weapons and trying them out. So I've kind of been doing
Yeah.
everything.
Why I see from the podcast
what I
they're
could,
talking
'cause
about
I didn't want to
the,
fully change my build to a completely different
the
thing.
Elden
so
Ring
it's all,
DLC.
like, arcane
This one's already
Dex
like
stuff.
4
so
months
if it was an
older.
arcane Dex thing, I tried
This
it.
was back when the DLC was like
That's
brand
good
new or
that you
some
were, like,
shit.
experimenting. Anything off the top of the head that you feel like you didn't enjoy with this DLC?
I think so. The only thing that I can think of, so I was playing on PS5 because when Elden Ring first came out, it did have some issues on PC. So I was like, I'm just gonna play on PS5 and not have to worry about it.
There we go.
But
Wait, did you make a new build for this?
No.
I think it might be best for
No,
us to
this is
stick
my
around
OG
here.
character that I played with from the beginning.
You're a sweat.
That always ends up
okay.
showing up first.
Dual platforming.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, so I have one character on PC, but she's not very far. She hasn't really done too much, but maybe she'll make it to the Shadow eventually.
So PS5 was first, and then you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Right away with the lion boss, I was like, "Ooh, there go my frames!" Every time he did an attack that was like, normally if it was a slam attack and there was dust coming
Nice.
up, I was like, "There
Much
goes
better.
frames." So there were certain parts where I was like, "I do not know what's happening." I just have
I'm
to
gonna play.
guess
I'm gonna play
and
Elden
learn
Ring.
the fight well enough to where
Right,
I
I need to play that
see.
game at some point as
It was
well.
really bad. So I think the only thing that I would say that I didn't enjoy as much is it felt like there were more bosses in the DLC that had a lot going on.
Maybe once I get the
visually.
PS5.
Like there was a lot of kind of visual noise.
Yeah, when I
that
get the
made it a
PS5 or
little
the better
harder
PC,
to see
it's gonna
in
really
general,
open
but
up
if
my
there's frame
options.
rate issues. It does exist, so that definitely made it a little tough. But that's really it. It just meant that I had to spend longer with the bosses because I had to really know what was going on because sometimes I couldn't see.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree with it now that you bring that up. That would be like my only
do
real
online
complaint
co-op in it?
outside of the
There are
optimization.
online
Like,
co-op?
when I got to that section with Renala, that's the only part
I
where
don't
like,
think it
was
has
running
online
really bad
co-op.
on my PC. When she would do like all the sparkles, like the
It's
frame
her
rate was-
flame, man.
Oh, does it? I don't know.
Yeah.
I swear,
It
that
is?
specific
I don't know.
flame,
We'll see.
I don't know what is wrong with that flame because it's not blood flame, it's not red lit fire, it's like the.
Where's we
Mesmer's
actually
flame.
have to get the fucking
It
game
just- I don't know what it does, but
before
it
we start
tanks.
planning
It was
anything.
crazy.
It was no, it was also to the move where she goes into the air and then she drops like 3 bombs on you.
Balloons?
Yeah, that damn near blew up my computers. Then like I was getting frustrated because I was watching her. I figured out I didn't actually think she was that hard. I figured out her pattern pretty quickly, but like I felt like I was fighting the game just as much as her, and that did frustrate me.
Yeah.
After I got past that part, the game's been running fine, but that part was really rough for me. And then I do agree with you, the the clutter stuff.
It was a bit more cluttered. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think.
the Mesmer fight, the only part that I
Co-op
found
ways
to be
to team
really
up
hard
with
is when
other
you
stuff
summon
like
the
bosses
snakes
or engage
at
in
the very
PvP,
beginning.
right.
It was like I couldn't see
PvP stuff I
engage it
already
very
knew. I
well.
just didn't
So
know
I
you
felt
could
like
like
it was like I had to
actually
enter
there's like
almost like the
co-op
Matrix or
with the
something,
game.
and just
huh?
like a state of mind where like
But
I
it
was
was
just
like the
predicting
same
what he
thing
was
with
doing, but
the
other
other
than
Dark Souls
I do
games.
kind of understand where the reviews are coming, where people were saying that like it feels almost like Elden Ring 1.5, almost like a new game. Because I do think I have like at least 40-50 hours already, and I'm not even done with it.
Co-op now,
And I feel like I still have so
okay.
much to
But
explore.
yeah, I thought it was just like
And,
how it
like,
worked with,
I've seen
with the
people
original
bring me up
Dark
in
Souls
conversation.
games.
I'm curious to get some of y'all thoughts on this. Like, do you think it's possible that this? Because I don't even think this is DLC. I feel like it should be called an expansion. Does it qualify to be in the conversation for Game of the Year? What do you think, Ethos?
Yeah, for the GI Awards, it will be nominated. No one can
This
tell me
motherfucker,
otherwise.
bro.
I will make sure it's nominated. I do not care. I think if a DLC, I kind of feel the same way about Cyberpunk's DLC. I feel like if you do enough,
It's
and
more
enough
of an
the game has
expansion, like
changed,
the
and it
stuff
doesn't
that you
feel like just
you
like
get
a
from like The Witcher
simple,
3.
like, just update to the content, but the game has evolved because of the thing you've added
So
to
like
it.
complete Sekiro
Then
through
it
as well.
feels like a newer
Yeah, I've
game,
heard.
then I'm willing to.
I haven't really played any
Personally, I'm willing to
Dark
give it
Souls
that
like games.
nomination, or me personally, I'm willing
I
to
was
say,
close
this might be my
playing
favorite game this year.
Bloodborne,
Do
but
I
I
know-
I got Rayman
do I think it's going to be my
Legends
game of the year for
instead.
this year? I don't know yet. Do I think that, you know, from a mainstream media standpoint, it will be game of the year? I'm pretty sure a lot of outlets probably won't follow that measure, so I would be shocked if that is the case, if people do make special exceptions. But I think it is definitely, without a doubt, like one of the best pieces of just video game content we've gotten
Much
this
good
year.
play
I think it was
Bloodborne.
easily in the top 3, no doubt.
Go into detail. What did you like about it? What did you dislike?
What was there that I didn't like about it? I like the
Right. I've only learned of Bloodborne because of
Cadicross.
Cadicross.
I love the art direction. I think
I was about to get that
Elden
game,
Ring
but
once
then
again
I
proves
also
that
saw
graphics aren't
Rayman Legends from
everything.
Cadicross as well.
I mean, the game sometimes can look kind of like an older, like PS4 or Xbox One game, but it's just they have such a remarkable art director. I don't know who their art director is, but whoever is directing their art department is killing it. Their direction on how they handle the different areas, how it all seamlessly transforms. Like
whatever.
You'll be in one area where it's like when you're in the
Yeah, again, it's very inconsistent
place
getting the
where,
multi-kills.
Mesmer is, and then you end up, once you beat him, you go into this place where it's like now it's like green and it's all luscious, and you're like, whoa, like
When I made it,
come from?
when I first made it to the Cerulean area, I was like, ooh, with
Yeah,
all the
Cerulean's like,
flowers.
ooh, yeah, everything's all different.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's- I think it's like destructive beauty, where it's like
Yeah,
it
once
has
I
this
have the
horror
multi-kills,
element
then I
to
can just worry
it, but
about
at the
getting
same time,
kills.
It's still beautiful, which is weird. It's like these two are clashing with each other when you're visually seeing, but it still looks like really engaging, though, like and nice to the eye.
Yeah, at least I found a more consistent way of doing it.
All the new weapon additions, I think all the DLC, all of them are really cool. I don't really think there's anything that I've seen, like either people showing on Twitter or something like that, where I was like, oh, that looks stupid. All of it looks okay. Well, hold on, one of them is cool, but it's definitely cheesy.
Talking about that chicken wing?
No, I love the chicken wing. The chicken wing is hilarious.
Oh, you
I
love the chicken wing? Are you
I
using
love
a
the
chicken wing?
No, I'm not using it anymore. I was using it, but I didn't know it was as buzz. I didn't know people were running. I didn't see until someone showed me the thing with the final boss where they just kept slamming him and killing him, and like I was like, what the heck? I saw the
There is he.
perfume thing. That's where I was like, yo, that one is kind of bull.
That one is crazy.
That one is crazy. That one where like he can't even respond to you. You're just throwing lightning at his feet and he just dies.
And then the thorns. The thorns.
I haven't seen. I saw a video of the thorn magic, and I was looking at it. I was like, maybe I'll try this, but then I was like, I gotta get a staff, and I was like, I'm not doing all this magic. I have kind of similar to Watts, but my build's a little bit different. I went more strength and arcane.
I always disconnect.
So
I don't
I
have
have
to
like a
reload.
strength arcane. I went into the DLC severely under-leveled. I didn't touch the game for 2 years. I didn't practice before the DLC came out. That was a big mistake. I agree with Watts. We were talking about this before.
Yeah, that's one thing that I really heard. The DLC tends to be way harder compared to the main
I said
campaign,
some not favorable things about her.
especially with the final boss with Radon.
I hated her with a passion. I will admit it. I had a migraine. It did not become fun for me anymore. And I pulled out my boy. I pulled out the mimic. I pulled out the NPC. I was like, bro, I can't do this anymore. Like my brain was literally like hurting.
At what point did you start collecting the fragments? Because I had somebody in my Twitch chat.
That's what that was the mistake I made.
So like I learned from him that your base level really doesn't matter in the DLC outside of that opening
Dark
area.
Souls games are so much rage-worthy. Yeah, a couple more, some more than others. From my school friends, I think we second in a few weeks.
But that little opening section, that's the only place because he said he was level 109.
My cat's not playing Elden Ring.
He was doing crazy.
I know they played Elden Ring. The only thing that I know from him with Elden Ring is that one cartoon that from screwing up with one of the bosses. That's about it though. I haven't seen him actually playing the fucking game.
Yeah, it was like 170, I think.
I just saw this one cartoon that making fun of Kaisen not being good at the game.
I was like, how the hell are you guys 170? They're like, we were just out here playing more grinding and shit. And I was like, oh,
I was exploring.
Yeah, I made a big mistake. I learned from those mistakes in the DLC because your boy went to the farm and said, oh, okay, we got to catch up real quick because I went into the DLC under 60 vigor and I had 3 friends tell me you're going to die.
Oh yeah, you had to have 60.
I'm not even joking you. I went off to the lion first. Everything he threw at me would 2-shot me. Even when I got some of the fragments, everything he threw at me, if I got hit with
hold on. See if I can find it. Yeah, let's see if I can find the fucking thing. This might take a bit, hold on. Yeah, Elden Ring animation, there we go. The first thing that pops up from Flash Gits. Yeah, here we go.
Welcome, Tarnished. I have waited millennia to find one worthy of me. Our duel shall ring down the ages.
Oof. Damn. You died. And he's back.
Oh, but of course. I should have known you couldn't be defeated so easily. Let us do again.
Oh, fuck. It's
Oh,
Kai
God.
Sinat. Alright, that's okay. You can't possibly be as bad as everyone says.
Why has to give him such big fucking feet? The teeth, that is.
Uh-oh.
Dead. Dead. Dead.
Okay, look. See how I wind up my attack? Just wait a beat before dodging. Got it?
Right. Right. Hmm.
Ow! Okay, look. I'm not meant to do this, but how about I just miss on purpose? Listen, Kai, I can't keep doing this, man. I heard the stories. 433 tries to beat Melania. And then they say you only won because you drove her to insanity. Please don't take my mind from me, Kai. I want to die with dignity. Look, Hunjard, attack me and I'll just let it happen. No!
He just walked into the fucking blade.
Okay, it's clear you're mentally challenged. I'll just do it myself.
Oh shit.
Did he got slain? Hey, yo, chat. He killed himself. Hell no. We
Hell
gotta
no.
earn this, chat.
Huh? What?
Now he's back.
No! Fuck this game! Can't they just make it easy mode already? God, this is such bullshit!
Yeah, even the bosses
Really?
want
You're
easy
still
mode.
gonna try to defeat me? No! If I'm gonna suffer, so will you!
Right, then now no, it gets good. Enough because he's playing.
Motion kind of cracked though. More cartoon.
Nah, he started being good at the game, but it's mostly just because the girl was the woman that was sitting next to him started playing instead of him. I love how he's smiling the whole time. Yeah, he's always smiling with them big teeth. They also done I think they also done a parody of Space Marine. Yeah, you can always see a Space King. You should check it out. It's actually really good.
Twice, I was dead. So I had to put old faithful shield
Yeah,
out. That was the only way I could survive
gotten the
the lion.
fucking
I
thing
beat
by
the
now?
lion. And then I went over to the Twin Moon girl. I just ran up on her, and she was the first like hard block for me, where I was actively like I hated her more than Melania. I still think I
Oh,
hated her
I
more
should have
than
gotten
Melania.
the multi-kills by
Some
now.
Melania moves too.
It was like they picked Melania and they gave her magic. Like, and
No, I
they let her
I already
swerve on you
got it. I
everything.
just didn't see it.
I feel like all the bosses in this DLC feel like they're just, hey, Melania is the base. Like that is the standard. Every boss
Right,
has
did
to be.
the,
Say that in the interview.
did
before
the
it came out,
notification
though.
for
He
the
said that all
multi-kills
bosses
show
will
up?
be on that level, if not harder.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's
but I
showed
mean,
up
they're
yet.
Just fast, right?
They're
They're
just
all like
all stupid fast.
they're all very fast. You know what's really funny is you get a weapon and you're like, I really like the Ash of War on this, and then you're like, guess
Can you
I'll
see
never
anything?
use it.
I'll never
Oh,
use it. I got the edgy.
So I still
meteor
probably
sword.
need
Let's be
more.
honest, it's cool as hell. It's the Black Flash from JJK. I know damn well I'm not gonna land one of these things. I tried it. Look, I went up and did the whole Bale side quest thing with the big dragon. I lost my mind. I could not land
That fight
that
looks
thing
like
on
a
any
bitch.
of
I
the
haven't
dragons.
gotten.
I am
that
getting
one
double
yet.
kills
It
though.
Bro, bro, that's the only one. I'm telling you straight up. I don't care what nobody says. You have to summon the NPC for that. It is the
You do.
funniest thing ever.
You should.
Igor is the coolest. Like he's like, I think it's Igor, right? Or
Egon?
Yeah, Egon. Yeah, Egon. He's the
Egon.
coolest NPC I think.
Egon.
That man got Kendrick Lamar levels of hatred for that man Bale. I
do
loved every second of that
recommend
quest.
like even if you don't want to like
Hey,
beat a boss with a
there you go.
summon,
Thank you.
just if there
The only
is a
Dark Souls
story
game I grew up
summon,
with
just
was
summon them
Elden Ring.
in to see what voice lines they have if you care about like lore and story and that stuff.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I think that's a perfect example of like
Yeah, should have gotten the
couple of
multi
them,
kills
right?
by
So, like,
now.
there's a
That's
couple.
odd.
Yeah.
I missed out on the Mesmer thing where you could have summoned the dude who wanted to get his get back.
Yeah, that's the dude who got his get back for real
Yeah.
on my playthrough.
And,
That's
and
what I was-
Egon
I'm
has
glad
the
we're
same
talking
thing.
about summons. Yeah.
Egon has the same thing, and I was like, "Oh, this
Are
is
people
really
actually
cool.
using
Like,
summons?
I like
Yeah,
how,
I
like,
think,
NPCs use summons, like they got
TBH
beef
just
with a lot
Wax
of these bosses.
didn't
They're
use
like,
any
"I'll
summons
pull up
with
you because, you know,
with
I don't like them
the
either.
bosses.
We could beat
Yeah, I
their
remember
ass
that
together.
much.
Let's go." So you walk in there with your boy, and like, "Hey, maybe I'll summon my mimic too. We could you know do some JJK jumping. We could just jump them." I like that. I think that compared to the base game, where the summons kind of felt like they're just a tool that you kind of
Man, I
use
was
to help
only
you, like at
worried
certain
about
points
getting
where you
the
there's
250
actual
kills.
story motive behind them. It's not just what people might say, oh, you're just using this as a crutch. You're using it to like easy mode and help you. Like there's genuinely a story and there's actual.
Yeah, I probably
character
did get the
development that they
fucking
go
thing, but I
through
just didn't
when
notice
you help
it.
them overcome the trial that they need help overcoming, and you
Yeah,
get like,
probably
a bond
did
with
get
like,
the multi
I
kills
forgot his
done.
name.
I just didn't notice
What's the name
it.
of maybe you know what?
Strange because I think it's like pretty low.
Describe him.
Like 38 though.
Morg's homie.
Ansbach. Sir
Yes,
Ansbach.
Ansbach. That boy is cold.
So I should be able to get that
He has
even
some really
before
good
you get
dialogue.
250
I really liked
kills.
him a lot.
I
Someone
love
spoiled a little bit in the future what some of the cool stuff he does, but he's really cool. I do like his character arc with Mog, and when he finds out that you killed Mog, his little talk with you about it is actually really nice.
I liked him so much. I'm currently doing New Game Plus on the same character, and I'm doing Madame Ansbach playthrough. I'm using
it's like
his armor,
style.
weapon, like all of it. He's in all
Yeah,
of it.
he's really cool.
I love him.
I like them all. I think they're all really good. I think compared to
They are great.
the base game, because I think the only NPCs I thought was like Ronnie was really memorable. Who else was there?
Yeah, 36 multi kills. Yeah, I should have gotten it by now.
Was cool.
Yeah, she was cool. Melania's story, Radon.
Unless the notification just didn't show up.
Yeah. Oh, Alexander. Which now pots are.
The pots are. I mean, we can talk about lore, but the pots are different.
Yeah,
I guess the only thing that I have to worry about now is just getting 250 kills.
Without realizing it. My bad. I did not know. I'm sorry.
The Realm of Shadow jars are a whole other. Really
babies
involved? No, I only need like 52 more.
They chop up alive people and put them in jars.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
what Alexander was doing. So.
Well, he was doing it with like dead people. He was fighting.
I go like trying to figure out the lore for the games though.
Putting them inside of him, but this
By
is
just
like,
playing the game, not watching a YouTube video.
Strongest warrior that I want to fight you.
There might be some people that haven't played it. Y'all out here spoiling every goddamn
Dark Souls game my brother plays.
Alexander's base.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing some Dark Souls games. Again, it just depends on whether or not I can find them on Vinted for a good price. Because that's like the only way that I get games nowadays. Besides getting them digitally on the PSN.
Until he explained it.
You get a really good ass from him.
You want to grab somebody and take some with you, dude? Make you strong.
I was just real sad when he died.
Freak out.
Yeah.
Anyway, what did I just say? Even if it's Vince. No, but hold on. Ethos. They're doing so. For those of you unaware, if you're interested in Elden Ring, now is the best time. At least on Steam. I don't know on console. You can get the DLC in the base game for $80. So you're getting the game for basically an extra $10 and the DLC for $80.
Okay.
So
easy 200 plus hours.
Yeah, you're gonna
been out 2 years.
Definitely.
You're gonna get lost in it, but yeah.
2 years. You had 2 years.
Freaking the new fragment system, like I was like whatever about it. I just thought it was something to do. I didn't really think it mattered that much until the first boss I actually fought was the Moon Knight. And like I saw that big, I don't know, context clues. I saw that big door once you got to the crossway. I was like, oh, the lion's that way. Like I could just tell. Or I knew at least there's a boss going that way. So I was like, I'm going the opposite direction because I want to explore and see what the game has to offer.
That's exactly what I do. I'm like, you want me to go that way? I'm going this way.
Because if you want to continue, you have to run into at least one of them. The lion, you're gonna get stuck. So the other way, that's how you get to continue anyway. So you have to run optional.
If I get Elden Ring, I'll get all the DLC as well.
No, you have to do
When you get DLC with Elden Ring, I'll see how brutal it is. Yeah, I think Elden Ring only has one DLC, which the Child Tree.
I ran into her by accident.
I think you should be able to just get like a version of the game that has everything.
To find your way around without
There should be one,
her,
I think.
Yeah, you can just go around her.
I thought I felt like I was doing good in that fight, but like I was stuck
recently
on
my
her for
brother
like
got
2 hours and I was like getting frustrated because I was
the
just tickling
quote-unquote
her.
Ultimate Edition of Cyberpunk 2077 that also came with the DLC campaign.
Had said that he was like, I'm not even gonna lie.
It wasn't everything on the disc though. It was a voucher code for Liberty City, whatever, for the DLC campaign.
Because the fight is going on too long. He was like, bro,
which kind of sucks though.
Fragments. He's like, I did it. He's like, trust me. I don't know what it was. Like normally the chat be trolling me, but I was like, for some reason I felt like he was being genuine. So I was like, fuck it, let me stop being hard-headed. I left her and I just went and explored. I came back like level 6. I washed her on the first try. I was like, oh. I was like, so your level.
Somebody told me that.
Your level does not matter in the DLC.
So TBH actually listens to the chat. I'm shocked.
The one time they actually tried to help me. The one time, bro.
The one time they weren't trolling. Like what I do.
DLC, now he wants to listen. All right.
Yeah. And I did the opposite. I was stubborn the entire first trying to fight her, and I was like, no, I'm gonna beat her. And that was no. I could have beat her. I wish I could go back and beat her now.
JG.
Yeah. Call of Duty ads.
That's the thing. I want to fight him again. All the bosses.
I want to beat her. I want to beat her up with the ones now because now I'm like, I know I could beat you. I just didn't have fragments. I know I could whoop you now. You can't two-shot me now.
Let me hear the good and the bad, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, y'all pretty much covered a lot of the good and the bad. Like my concern is always going to be the camera. The camera is always going to kick your ass.
The camera sucks. It still sucks. The Bale fight. Oh my god.
The Bale fight.
This big ass dragon.
Nothing has changed with the camera at all.
Can't
and
really
optimization.
I can have a point the game at all.
PC folks, because I ended up getting help in my chat. Shout out to Ibizu.
Wait, JG.
No, almost
did you turn off ray tracing?
Yes, I did. I did. I was already like I was more than 3 hours in until I was like, yo, this game is running like absolute dog crap. What the hell is going on? And then the Beach was like, yo, just turn ray tracing off. I said, I never turned it on. And then I found out during the patch that it ended up turning on. I was saying, son of a, like, why? Why would you turn that on? And as soon as I turned it off, it started, and I was like, yo, I'm getting 60 frames now. What the hell is going on? And I'm like, I have a 3090. This shouldn't be a problem, right? So I don't know what happened. Like, I'm still getting like stutters. And apparently I heard that it was because of your mouse. I don't know what
Chapter
your mouse
Master,
is doing.
let's go.
But they, like, the actual dev said that might be
And
one of the
250,
reasons why
let's go.
Mouse
still
acceleration?
getting stutters. No, I don't think so. And I don't use my mouse at all. I use a controller, so I don't know why. But apparently the mouse is
I
still
should
somehow
have all the
like
multi-kills
on the PC
though.
version for,
I didn't see the
consoles, it doesn't
notification, but
matter.
I think I
For
do.
the PC version, apparently your mouse is still doing something. Now sometimes I do like move away, yeah, and it's
Man, at least I managed to get to level 40.
It still happens.
That's another
but
trophy
it's few and
down.
far in between now, because when I had ray tracing on, it happened a lot. Literally, as soon as I went through the Shadow Keep in the base game in Mog's Sanctuary or whatever, as soon as I ran up, my shit was like running at like 2 frames. It was a slideshow, so it was bad. Like I ended up, you know, just sticking through it, but it was really bad. And I was like, man, do I really want to continue playing this game? I know it's amazing, but like playing it in this state is really bad. So turn ray tracing off because it got turned on by default. And if you were still having problems, I believe the patch fixed it. But just check anyways.
Yeah, this thing is a fucking beast though.
If you're on the PC,
if they're like really close, the plasma gun actually does some really good damage.
I remember the base game like having a lot of underground
an actually good
areas,
shotgun.
and you
Go
know there
figure.
were some sections that were vertical, going up and going down, mostly going down. But this DLC is
An actually
really
good
vertical.
shotgun
like, they
weapon,
weren't
let's
lying
go.
to people who got to preview the game. You
Also, you hear about the guy that bought 24 years of PS Plus? Yeah, I heard that. I've actually heard of
as soon as you
that.
start the
I
game,
saw
you're
it
like,
randomly
how do I
in
get there? Because obviously
news.
you can't jump down.
Pretty crazy
there are no
though.
rocks there, so like the game literally just like forces you to like
I mean, I
find
get the mentality because sometimes the PS Plus price tend to go up.
Vertical, like a lot is going down.
But did he actually get say like full-on codes, or just you just go on PS and just buy a shit ton of it? Because if it's codes, those things are probably gonna run out. Man, where's the plasma gun? Yep, I got it. Yeah, all right. Team select, space for me. Yeah. Now that's one less gun to worry about. Right, okay. Let's see if the guy actually decides to fucking show up this time.
In order to resolve certain areas, so like just seeing that.
I have no idea how he bought it. Share their commitment on the PlayStation Plus Reddit page alongside a screenshot of their 24-year subscription, which won't expire until 2048. Okay, so he probably just bought them straight from the PSN, from the PlayStation Store, probably. Yeah, most likely. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I'll do 24 years though. That's a little too much. I mean, I already that's talking from a person that doesn't really play online, at least on PS4. Yeah, because PS4 is the only one that you really need PS Plus to play online. PS3 it's fine. Yeah, it's very rare for me to play online on the PS4. And if I have plans on doing something online, I'm most likely just gonna do it on PC. Yeah. Unless it's for trophies or some shit. he's getting no fucking invites at all. Man, I guess we'll just fucking start this shit without him, I guess. Yeah, he just can't fucking join for some goddamn reason. And do you leave, or is he just switching to, teams? Yeah, I really don't know if he's switching teams or something.
That art direction and how they made this DLC is pretty amazing to me. That's one of my favorite things that I just wanted to point out. And you all just mentioned just the art direction period. Like these different areas are just simply amazing. And like you, I feel like you explained it perfectly, Ethos. Like it's beautiful. You get to look at all the views, get to look at all the different areas, and then you'll just meet a freaking monstrosity where if you move up a little bit,
Yeah,
you're
look
like,
at
what the
that,
hell is that? Like what is
what's that, German?
Like,
No, it's
like
not German. It's something else.
What the hell can that enemy do? So it's definitely scary a lot of times, just running into essentially the unknown because you're all playing blind. So that's the fun thing. I feel like I am back in 2021, 2022. Playing the base game of Elden Ring with the DLC. Like you all mentioned, it doesn't really feel like a DLC. It
No,
feels like
invite
a
the other guy as well.
And you know, just everything they did with it, even the new weapons, like you mentioned as well, Ethos.
Yeah, there we go.
None of the
All right.
weapons really seem
That
like
should do it.
they're crap. A lot of these weapons do have some viability, and it does force you to experiment more.
Right,
if
at least the
you're
guy's
still
finally
using
here,
base
finally.
weapons, if you went through all of that and you're still using base weapons,
I'm
you're
gonna
not even
replace the
playing the game at
Stormbolter
this
with the
point.
Vengeance
Like, explore
launcher.
some different stuff, 'cause these DLC
Because that's the one they
weapons
also
are
need
good,
multi-kills
and some
with.
of them are very broken.
And they have to get the plasma cannon as well done.
Even the first one, you should probably find, which is the Beast Claws. Maybe I'm wrong, but I could have sworn y'all found it, right? The Beast Claws in the floors.
I actually did not.
All right, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and give a minor spoiler then. Like, I felt like it was a reference to X-Men. Like, the way you find them, there's a dude in the forest. I thought it was some Weapon X shit. Like, I thought it was a Logan reference. Like, when he's like in his little beast kind of wild form, there's a dude in the forest that you'll just find running around and you gotta fade him. I thought that was pretty cool. Like, the way he comes at you.
There's a bunch of references actually. Feel like I've seen them from like a Yoda reference. I think was in there as well.
The Starline sort of thing.
I think it might be best we restart. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yo, when I pulled up on him, I was like, I walked through the boss room, right?
Yeah,
I'm
everyone
I'm
left
expecting
already.
Some dragon at the bottom of this little guy here.
Because he should have waited for that to be on the other team.
He flips to the I'm like, whoa! I started like panic rolling.
He took me by surprise, man. He like he disappears, comes back, he's flipping everywhere. I was like, okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, okay.
First I ran into was that night that everybody was complaining about, because that's when
I haven't found him.
out.
I missed him.
You
I
haven't found him.
He's literally on the very left of the beginning. You can't miss him, dog.
No, not that one.
All right, but anyway, this night, bro, he was literally like, if
How about the dude with the crossbow?
The one with the crazy poise, the Gold Knight, I think his name is.
That's exactly what I was about to mention. As soon as everybody was like with like the biggest hammers, like the
Which
real
one was
tanky
it?
straight folks, you could not break him down at all. And people were like, holy fuck, like what is happening here? And a lot of those enemies in this DLC are the exact same way. You cannot break them.
They are.
And it's crazy. They're like,
Did I get the
all
invite?
of that cheesy stuff that y'all did in the base game,
not
that
yet.
ain't flying here. You got to find something else. And again, like they're really trying to force you to experiment with new things and stop trying, the same stuff, the same broken stuff that you were doing in the base game. So that's what I really enjoyed. Like the Smith's grip weapons, like who would have thought that they would have a freaking great hammer that you can toss at people? Like that
Thor
stuff
hammer.
Yeah, that stuff is insane, bro.
What,
Like it's
Mjolnir?
just like the uniqueness of some of these new weapon types are really amazing. So like,
Also, I
just
told
experiment
Jokims
out
about
there
to play
because there's
4
so
hour
many
Mega Man
different things.
challenge that I
I feel
wanted
like
to
I'm gonna
do. Or as usual,
switch
like
up
you can
again, but I
skip
was
Mega
using
Man
the
8.
the twin axis
Why?
that the death lightning
Just do all the
gave
games.
you. So I was doing a little lightning thing there.
Come on,
and
man.
now I'm messing with the fire great sword that shit hits. So now I'm doing a little flame build, but I'm doing strength and faith mostly.
Come
So
on,
it's
where?
fun, man. And
They're probably
definitely,
still okay. There we
just
go.
experiment and look out, for
Yeah,
for
skip it.
everything,
Yeah,
because
there we
it's
go.
a lot of
Don't skip
different
anything.
incantations. Like it's pretty much like
Even if the
whatever
game
build
sucks,
that
you should
choose, it's
definitely
something
still
there
play
for
it
you
just for the funs.
that's unique and different. So just try it. I love it, man. And I'm still running through it.
Slap.
I haven't
Face spring.
haven't
There we
got
go.
into the next boss. I think I beat Renala and Mesmer and the Lion as far as the main bosses, but I haven't seen or done half of the stuff that y'all have done in the game.
There's a lot of shit built again. Yeah,
I
there we go.
100% agree with y'all when it comes to like the weather stuff.
Even
like,
though I
you are
haven't
not
completed
playing,
it
not the
right.
weather,
Yeah, it's just gonna make it more fun though if you don't have any experience with it.
Like, you don't gotta do it right away, but when you find something that interests you, like, definitely change your build out because you're not experiencing the DLC fully. A lot of these weapons change the way that the game plays. Like, I found the other night, it's like a boxing, so like you put rocks on your hand. I found it in like some fire area. It puts rocks on your hand. I call it the Ben Grimm weapon because basically he punches like it's like a Mike Tyson mode. That shit was fire. I was like, damn, I might have to respec and try this joint out. But then I found the great katana 2 in like this lake, so I switched to a big BBC blade because I was also getting some Moonveil accusations against me. I was carried by the Moonveil, so I said I'm gonna.
Says Mega Man 8, the game had Beast.
So I switched to a big ass sword.
Not Beast. The least amount of times was Mega Man 11. Okay. I mean, makes sense. It's the more recent one, I guess.
Moonveil took you to hell, buddy.
They took them all the way to hell and back.
No. If you would have saw what I did,
Is he gonna start the Metro one? Okay, there we go. Finally.
I'm sorry you had to come on the show, watch during this time, but I'm pushing a Zinda. I am $6 tier after what I did to Mesmer the other night with that BBC blade, boy. It took me like an hour to beat Mesmer. I downloaded him real quick, boy.
I hopped on. I'm not gonna lie. I laughed where like you almost killed him in the first 15 minutes,
I was
and then you just proceeded to like start getting triggered, and because
I was getting impatient. So here's what happened. So
I was talking to my friend. I was like, bro, all you have to do is just stop, relax.
So here's what happened. When I switched the great katana, those blades, they do so much damage, and the bleed you get on them is insane. But what happened is I feel like I became more impatient because I'd be ready to try to end the fucking fight. So and you have to pick your shots because it's so damn slow. Yeah. So like once I slowed down, I eventually did beat him. But yeah, I'm liking it. I'm enjoying it. Like being able to customize it. I will say it's really funny. Like how quickly the community will switch up on you because people were accusing me of having like not anybody on here but like people in the chat were accusing me, oh, you got a YouTube build, you're cheese and all this
what?
I sat
a
on
YouTube
stream,
build,
I went through my menu and picked the weapon I was interested in. I sat there and redid all my stats and people in the chat was like, oh, that shit trash, you're gonna get washed, Moonveil carried, all this other shit. Then I washed Mesmer. Hey, what people in the chat, what weapon is that? But nah, stay over there. So I think that speaks volumes to how cool it is and how like you can customize. I think that's one of my favorite things about Elden Ring. There's no correct way to play the game. If you like something, go for it, because what happens, I feel like with a lot of people, is they project their weaknesses onto you. Like, no, you can't time it with that weapon. Doesn't mean I can. Like, I knew I could play with a slowed weapon because I beat Liza P with that Puppet Ripper, which was like the slowest weapon in the damn game, as well as I beat Jedi Survivor with the damn heavy blade. So I was like, I'm gonna try a slower joint. Yeah.
I found some poison. They're just hands. They're in like the first area.
Is he seriously not doing any fucking
poison gloves? Oh man, dude. So I really want.
He's not even taking advantage of there being three people here. He's not even doing multi kills.
They're pretty bad. Like I built around it. You know, I have like 60 arcane. I've got 7.
I mean, he probably doesn't even. Yeah, I think the problem is he's probably too underleveled to have the other guns unlocked. So I think that might be it. Probably, yeah.
Whips for a while. I think there's only one new whip in the game.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm definitely gonna be doing a shit ton of looking things up for Mega Man 8, as there's builds here and levels some of them you need certain weapons for. Or you can just, play the game just for fun.
There's a weapon in the game. It's literally a whip, and I was like, slave master shit. I was like, oh
no. The lore on it's pretty bad.
Is it snake?
No,
or the skin one, right?
It's like made from teeth.
Yeah, I remember.
It's made from rotten teeth. Yeah.
Okay.
So the thing that really sucks though is that the Ash of War on that thing is that it's supposed to make their stamina regen slower. I'm like, these bosses don't have stamina. They're running like a 200 endurance build. They don't know what stamina is.
They never stop.
No, they never stop. And even if you use that, like, it doesn't help you at all. So maybe it's like a PvP thing, you know?
Yeah, there are some. I believe there are some weapons that build that are strictly for PvP. It's not for It's not for anything PvE.
I was like, this is doing nothing.
Oh yes. Oh
You didn't kill anyone.
Go
What
back
the
to
hell are you
If it
doing?
had poison or rot, I'll give it a try if it was poison or rot, because that's my whole thing.
Going back to what TVA said, it sounds like somebody needs to.
Yeah, I
hear
don't
that.
think he knows what he's doing.
And he's been raging a lot lately. Singing.
Oh, wait. I haven't been watching him. What has he been raging about?
Let me tell you something. Hold on, real quick about this. It is crazy the 180 I have seen, I have witnessed, where
Why are you
everybody was
fucking
of
melee?
one mindset before this drop, and then the thing dropped.
I don't think he's even going for
and then people got
headshots.
humbled very quick. I'm just saying, I saw certain people that were in certain people's chats that were saying this and that, and then they
You
got
ain't talking to
play
me.
with
I ain't
the
been
phone.
humbled.
And
I have
then
yet to be humbled.
Then they were like, you know what? Maybe this shit was rough. Maybe it wasn't as easy as I thought it was. I think this is hard. I think this is probably the hardest thing that.
That's what I was gonna get into. So like, for those who haven't been keeping up with the news, it's been out 2 weeks now. The first week that it was out, it was getting review bombed on Steam, and it had mostly negative
Why
reviews.
are you
And the reason
meleeing?
being is people were complaining that it's too hard. So then what happened is Miyazaki and the group, they ended up buffing the
just
fragments
fucking
so
kill
that,
me. What are you doing?
You'll become stronger, even stronger already. But my theory is, I think the reason people thought it was too hard is because they were just trying to speed rush the bosses when the game wanted to explore it.
My God, this guy's just making us waste fucking time. Fuck me.
Because they wanted to be, the thing about like the From Software community,
Come on,
like
dude.
it's like
What are you
they're trying to
doing?
flex their EP-ness. They want to be the first to beat a boss, so they have the strats and the best build and stuff like that. But like they were trying to kind of like what JG was saying, like
shoot
the game
someone.
was like you have to experiment. You can't keep doing the same cheese that you were doing in the base game, and they were trying to bang their head against that wall, but they broke down, they buffed the fragments, and now people have stopped complaining, and the reviews are mostly positive again. So, but I wanted to get into,
Sam is gonna be a pain with
did you
hidden
feel like
items.
the game was cheating you,
I
like it
don't
was
know.
too hard?
I never played any of the game, so I don't know how
I never
it's
felt like
designed.
it was too hard. What I did, so talking
but-
about that night.
All right,
that
see, this
everyone
guy's still
runs
gonna
into,
give us a lot of
everyone's like,
shit.
He's the tree sentinel. Stay away
Because he has
from
no
him.
idea
Don't
what the
do it
fuck he's
right
doing.
away." He would one-shot me with some moves and two-shot me with everything that he did. So, and then right when you go into the DLC, there's those birds. Those birds.
Bro.
And the
They're annoyed the
birds
entire time.
never stop
Shit
attacking.
out of you.
So you walk in the DLC, you're getting beat up by a bird. You go to your first boss, you're getting beat up. You're getting beat up everywhere. So right out the gate, it definitely is like, whoa, okay, this is different. I have to play a little bit differently.
Where
But
is
for me,
he?
it was more so like a switching my mindset, right? Because towards the end of Elden Ring, if you had been exploring and doing all of that stuff, naturally you would just have a pretty
fuck is he?
easy time at the end of the game.
No, he's over there.
I don't think
I
there
just
was,
saw
like,
the
anything
capture seat
Towards
going
the
red
end, that
there.
was difficult at all. That took more like 2 or 3 tries. So going into the DLC, it was like I have to just approach it like I'm playing, a new Souls game, or I'm playing a DLC in a Souls game, which does tend to be more difficult because it tends to be created for the people who obviously want to play more of that game. So it was just like it was just a,
what are you
a
doing?
mindset
Focus
switch, and
on the
really
other
just the
guns.
fragments make such a huge difference, and it really is. It's like if you don't do the fragments, it's like you're not.
Why are you
leveling
only
up.
doing
It's like you're
pistols?
doing a level 1 run.
Worry about the
that's really
pistols
what it
when you're
is.
doing
And
the
I
other
think when I hit
guns.
like 10 fragments, that's when things started to feel pretty chill again until the end of the game, which I won't talk about because the end boss is very difficult, very, very difficult, and has a lot of visual.
Mega Man
noise
has no
going on,
E tanks
which
as
makes
well,
it
so
tough.
that's gonna
But
be
yeah,
a
I
pain.
don't think it was too
Try
difficult.
fighting
I don't
Marine
think
that
it was
jumps
in a
and
spot
he's a
that I
pain.
wanted it to be, right? I didn't want to go into the Elden Ring DLC.
I don't know.
being
I have
able to do
again, I
what
have
did
no
in the
experience, so I
base
can't
game
really say
because I
much.
felt towards the end of the base game that it was easy. I made a build that was gonna struggle. It was a fine build, but it wasn't like a great build. So it was just, I wouldn't want to go into the DLC and destroy everything like I was doing before. I wanted to kind of go back to zero, right? And have to be there with bosses and
At least
learn
he's now
them,
is
because
doing
for me,
stuff with kill streaks.
I know there's different
I would
mindsets
prefer
for
though
Souls
if he
games, but
was
for
using a
me,
gun with
the thing that
with
I really
multi-kills.
like is
Yeah, take
learning
advantage
the
of
boss,
there being like
and the
4
enjoyment
people
comes from the
in the
journey
lobby.
more than just beating it. If I beat it in one try, it's like, well, I probably didn't see half of their moves. I probably don't even know how to dodge like most of their stuff. I probably got lucky more than anything. So I
Is
want to
he even using
learn
the pistol,
everything
though?
and then beat them knowing that I have learned how to deal with all of their kit. So this was great for me. Don't think it's too hard. I think people were just jumping the gun and not explore. I mean, people were saying
Man, I don't
it's
think
like
he's
3
even
days
using
into
the
it, 2
pistol. He's
days,
not even
1
getting
day
any
into
kill
it.
streaks.
That's not enough time.
Just trying to
It
get
was
everything
so
patched.
fast, man. It was so fast.
Okay, there we go. He is
And
pointing them
now,
out.
even if this patch hadn't come out, you would have found the thorn spell that's like one-shotting bosses. You would have found the lightning perfume thing. You would have found like the chicken leg wing, whatever it is. You would have found all of these
Didn't kill me,
things,
dude.
and then you'd be like, oh, okay, so I have these options available to me if I'm struggling. They probably didn't need to do anything. But I do think that the update they did was a good idea, because they didn't nerf any bosses directly. They just made the fragments more impactful early on, and then it kind of like levels out, and then right at the end it's a little bit more of a buff than what
Okay,
it
there
was
we
before.
go. At least
So
he
you can
is
choose
using
to
the
not
pistol.
buy into that system
Yeah, there we
at
go.
all if you don't want to. But if you do want to, those early fragments are going to help you out. So hopefully it just helps people who are maybe playing Elden Ring a bit more casually. I mean, the game sold 25 million. There's a lot of people who are not like Souls gamers who played Elden Ring and loved it. So getting those fragments,
And
you get
people
like 3 or
are
4
gonna
fragments
play
under your belt. It's
that
probably gonna
game,
feel a lot
then
more
maybe you can keep
manageable
playing
for
the
those guys.
previous games
25
as
million,
well.
and then it's been reported the other day 5 million for the DLC. So the add-on to you, I agree. I don't think it's too hard. There's only one section where I was genuinely frustrated, and it was the boss fight against Commander Geyser, the one that was on the board.
Yeah, everyone hates him.
That was the only one that I felt like I got stuck. And it was he wasn't even hard. I would not be mad if they patched that. And the reason I died like 4 or 5 times. His little back kick that he does on the board, I was to the side of him and he killed me. I'm like, yeah. I was like, that's bullshit. I was like, yeah.
He turns to kick you.
They turn like his whole.
No.
his
He
thighs
did not
into
turn.
hitboxes.
He did not turn. The hitbox is completely fucked on that kick.
It's like the thighs themselves count as like a hit.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
bullshit. I felt like I was getting
Dude.
cheated on that. That's the only one I would say where I got stuck for like 3 or 4 hours. But other than that, I don't think it's that hard. It's just like a mindset. I found an armor that increases your damage, but it gives you more damage, and then I also have a talisman that does the same thing. So I put both
He's probably
of those
not
on.
even.
That's the reason
I
I'm
don't think
hitting
he's
so damn
holding
hard.
down the button.
And people are like,
I think
that
that's
build
what it
trash.
is.
And I'm like, it doesn't matter if I don't get hit, which
I don't think he knows that he can just hold down the
fast.
button or some
Which
shit.
you can't in the DLC anyway. So I get 2 shot by Hermit
Shit
anyway.
doesn't matter. I'm gonna
Or
try
maybe
it
he
out.
is. I don't know.
It
It's just
works for
it
me.
just seems like he's
So I
taking
think
a
it's
real long
mindset
time to
thing.
kill
You gotta experiment with your
us.
build. You can't cheese like JG said. And I think also to kind of add to what you said, Watts, another issue is I don't even think it's the From Software fans that was complaining. I think what happened is Elden Ring is the first game that really
as animated
crossed
cutscenes
over.
like
'Cause I
a
don't care
show
what nobody
instead of
says.
just like the
Dark
same
Souls,
zero
I think
looking
Sekiro like
8-bit or whatnot. Yeah, I know that too.
Elden Ring started flying. But there are other games like they were more niche.
I've seen the cutscenes and they have some pretty bad voice acting.
And there's a lot of
Just
new
fucking
players, even in the
Dr. Light
DLC,
sounding like he's
that
fucking
just
Larry,
didn't wanna adapt.
sounding like he's Elmer
And then on
Fudd.
top of that, Miyazaki said
He's
that you
speaking
needed
like he has
to
the
be-
best.
the bosses were going to be on the level of all Millennia, and only
They
30% of the
make
player base
that.
beat
It's
Millennia.
good
That was not an
Dr.
optional boss, it was a
Wily.
skill check. So then I'm going to have to ask, why did you come to the DLC if you couldn't beat the full base game, basically? So like I think FOMO, yeah, I think a lot of people was just they were ill prepared. They just like, oh, we're gonna play it. Like, nah, this joint was gonna be hard. You had to be your fundamentals
You have
had
to
to
pay
be strong.
attention.
Your fundamentals had to be
really
strong. But overall, like
Why
I
is he
think it's great. I wouldn't
Bad
be
Joe.
mad if it gets
I bet
nominated for Game
Hopkins
of the
would
Year,
agree.
but I also
Yeah,
understand if
very-
people want
it's
to argue
very
against it 'cause
pronounced.
it's still like technically
Right.
Then also, it's sometimes very hard to listen to what they're fucking saying.
We can, or you can nominate Resident Evil remake. Let's say we can put
Because the audio for the voice, ones are very fucking low for some reason.
They do that, we can allow
They
that.
should have just called it Elden Ring 2, but it carries over all your stuff.
Yeah. But so I didn't agree with the review bombing, but I'm glad people went back and changed their answer. Like, which sucks for the developers too, because like you got to sit there and like eat that shit, and you're like sitting there thinking like, oh, did we do something wrong? Just for them to
They
switch
didn't
that.
deserve it, man. The game is so good. The game is so good. They didn't deserve it.
They didn't read, and again, they were just stubborn.
Yeah. Other Elden Ring stuff, I don't know if y'all saw, but Miyazaki did an interview leading up to the release of the game. He did a bunch of them, but one of the things that went viral, one of his quotes was he was talking about how he sucks at his own games and like games in general, and he says he utilizes every tool in the game in order to beat it. So he's pro summons, magic, whatever. He said there's tools in the game, and basically,
Which is fine. You should be able to. You should be able to use every equipment that the game gives you.
because he cheated during the Mesmer fight when he summoned that mimic tier. So I wanted to get your quota, because the original, I don't know if you remember Ethos. The original argument is, I've always said, if you use that stuff in the game, that's fine with me. You paid $70, it's your money.
Just not if you're my friend.
Yeah, just you play whatever the fuck you want. You play the game how you want to play it.
Hold on, let me finish, because I'm gonna push my Mickey agenda. My stance has always been, if you use summons and mimic tiers, it's cool. You pay for the game. You just can't sit at the champions table. Don't come over here and you weren't in the playoffs, okay? You played a different game, and I'm gonna respect that. But don't come over here and act like you ran a 1v1 fade. That's all I always ever said, okay? And people in the group chat was like, yeah, if you use mimic tiers, you're Mickey. You use summons, you're Mickey. So we all agreed. Although Siggy kept moving the goalpost. That's always my stance. Siggy was all over the guy.
Yeah, the audio was kind of low, so I skipped the cutscenes while I was doing the robot pass first. Understandable. You just want to, get straight to the game.
He created the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. He is the original person who came up with that phrase.
But Elden Ring was his first Souls game. Watts. He became
an elitist.
He hated it when he first started playing it. Said, no way this is better than Zelda. No way. He refused.
At the end of the game, this man probably put in more hours than all of us.
And then went back to play 3 more of them.
Yeah.
I think he's played more Souls games than me at this point.
And then I bullied him to play Sekiro again because he tried that. Him and Flock tried that, and they both got off the game. They didn't like it. I ended up sticking through it, and it's still, even though Elden Ring is amazing, Sekiro is still by far my favorite.
So amazing.
But
to respond to TV,
no, I didn't even finish because y'all interrupted me. I was gonna say, but so like we all were kind of on that page. Besides Siggy, he was kind of like, and then people started breaking down. They started using summons, and this is too hard or whatever. I didn't make fun of nobody. But then JG said I was Moonveil carried, and then I saw him use the summon on the mimic. And you know what's crazy? You use the mimic, that's fine. But it was the
just
fact
don't
you
brag
didn't
about
even
it.
jump him. The mimic tier won the fight for you. You hit in the corner.
It wasn't a mimic, sir. It was the actual summon.
Whatever it was, whatever you had.
Again, I don't use the mimic. I don't even need to use it.
Okay, that's different. That's different. To be fair, if you use the summon, I don't think that's the same as like using using the mimic tier. In JG's
mimic is trash. The mimic is trash anyway. And I'm gonna tell you this from the start. Just let me.
Hold on, JG. Now hold on.
No, it's the horn scent, right?
Yeah.
Let me finish. I'm still not even going to knock you for using it. All I'm trying to make the argument is, I understand what happened 2 years ago. But y'all gotta stop bringing up the Millennia fight from 2 years ago. I feel like I proved myself with Liza P. No. $6 tier, baby.
No. Because
I've
not over leveled all of us.
Okay, hold on.
In the 200s when you fought her, and you took the longest to beat her.
Does it change? Does it change when I get to the final boss and I don't summon? Does it change?
Like I said,
answer the question.
I need to see
I'm answering what you're saying.
Final boss. I didn't see it.
I said it when we had our conversation about this before the DLC dropped. You can go back, you can timestamp and find it. It was 2 episodes ago, I think. All right. I even said, so JG's still safe in my, he is not Mickey'd. I said you can use whatever tools you got to use. I wish I had known about the
you did say that in the group chat. Yeah, you did say that.
I said you could use the summons, the mimic, anything you need to understand how the game, the DLC works. See all the weapons, get what you want. But when you gotta fight the final boss, and I know it is, Watts, I've been spoiled.
Twitter spoiled.
Yeah, Twitter has spoiled the death of
They were crazy.
I was excited about it. I was like, oh, this is fire.
Just spoils everything.
And I've seen Steve suffering for 2 days, I think, trying to kill this person. But I said when it came down to the big honcho, the one that Miyazaki said is the hardest boss that they probably have ever made.
He's not
lying. You gotta run the ones. That's my only thing. I don't want to see no
Does he like keep confusing the fucking reload button or some shit?
I've been tempted to summon my play. I never got that frustrated.
And I will say, I admitted it. I said Renelia made me lose my mind, but that was because I didn't do the fragment thing. I was being stubborn, and I literally broke. I started crashing out, and I pulled the mimic out. I pulled the summon out, and I said we're gonna jump. I cannot. If I hear her one more time say one of her lines, I'm gonna fucking crash out and jump out of my window. So we killed her. I got over it, and then when people in my chat were like, "Oh, look at your fragments," and I had like
tried to kill one person
first. Like, that's why
first.
you're getting destroyed. And I was
Or
like, oh,
changed to
okay.
a
So then I went
different
and
one.
grinded and everything else, and then everything. I feel like what you said, Watts, is true. Once I got my
Where'd it
fragments
go?
up, once I started to explore more, then
Did
it
he
started
die?
to feel like kind of how you said about like at a certain point you feel more confident, and now you're just like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm not really
Yeah, he
scared
died
to walk
somehow.
around and
The
explore
fuck
stuff
happened?
now. Compared to like when I first started and I walked off and that
What
crazy
happened?
bird
Did he
with
die
the
by his own
chopper jumped off of
grenades?
the thing and knocked me off of my horse and then proceeded to jump me and I died. I was like,
This Mega Man and Base is a Game Boy and SNES exclusive.
It's like, bruh, I was like, okay, I was a little scared. I know.
Yeah, I know, Scott, I know most of the Mega Man games. I saw some Kami play all of them.
Since Renelia, I've been able to beat all the other bosses by himself.
Into this base, yeah, I know,
but, you know,
I know
like,
that
I agree
too.
with you, TBH. People definitely been moving the goalposts because there was never an issue. I remember people did clown, and I stated, and Steve brought this up before. Everybody was running cheese builds even back 2 years ago. And I forgot because I forgot what weapon I was using. I was using a bleed build. I wasn't using Rivers of Blood, but I was using a bleed build. Steve was using a bleed build. Siggy was running magic for like the first half of the game. I forgot about that. So it was like everybody was cheesing, bro.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Everybody was cheesing.
I put up the Siggy stream and he was using
Why is
Comet Azure. I was like,
finishing off the match?
In the first half, wait a minute, because everybody clowned him, and then I remember Steve reminded me of this. He was complaining when they hot patched it and nerfed the flame, the 2 flame, the original before the Relia.
Why is Chips finishing off the match?
Relia's her dual
I don't think he's done with the kills yet.
Oh yeah.
The original ones were like a faith build, and they
What are
did
you
the same
doing?
type of.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah, they nerfed those because people were just coming out of the gate.
I think that's why. Hold on, that's one of the changes they made.
I'm completely fucking lost.
Yeah, right at the beginning. So
these people are fucking saying shit, so I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
They will rush at you, and I think it was to counter Comet Azure and like other spells, so you can't speed like slow
and
cast
they
it.
definitely been. I noticed with the AI, anybody that tries to tell you that the bosses in DLC they use RNG, there's no pattern, they're lying. There's totally a actual noticeable pattern that you'll see. And one thing I did notice from the programming standpoint, whoever programmed these motherfuckers, fuck them. And I mean that with the utmost respect. Fuck you. You did your job too well.
Has he just already done
the
that?
timing of these guys to be so good that they know when you about to heal. And if you get greedy with that heal, and you try to drink down 2 flasks at the same time, they gonna hit you with something. They're gonna throw some projectile at you. They're gonna fire some magic. They're gonna punish you for it every time.
I started saying they're not input reading. They can see when my thumb moves to the button.
They say, "Oh, you about to hit that button? All right."
I swear to God, if I had $1 every time Mesmer, I backed up and I was like, I gotta heal, and Mesmer threw his damn spear at me and said, "No, we gonna fight." I was like, "Bruh, you gotta wait for those windows." And I think I agree with what you said, TBH. It's a patience game, and the best thing I did was
you just have to really be patient with the attacks and shit.
Patience. When I switched up my build, I was like, I'm gonna use a shield. I'm gonna use my great sword. It taught me the utmost, like that patience was the key for this DLC. It made my life 100 times easier than me trying to hit them over and over and whack them and for like bleed effect as fast as I can. So,
all right,
it's good DLC.
Let me go ahead and defend myself.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Because again, we forgot 2 years ago, right? So when I first started the game, I was a magic build, right? Because it's my first like actual Souls game. Sekiro was different. I actually didn't even do the Kamehameha really. I never found me. So I did. I had a magic build, and I used a certain spell almost exclusively throughout my entire playthrough.
Crack rocks.
Rock sling, right? Yeah, they called it the crack rocks. Yes, it was a rock sling.
Also, how the fuck did he not level up a single timer? How is that even possible?
Like I just had to sit back.
You should have leveled up at least a couple of times by doing that. Yeah, that's very weird.
On me for that, right? They were like, "Oh, you can't use magic, blah blah blah." But the one thing that people disregarded was I use summons like almost exclusively. Every time I saw the icon, I was like, "Okay, I'm going to use a summon, right?" Yeah, I use a summon, and I use other summons that I got until everybody started talking about the mimic tier, right? They're like, "Oh, you get to get yourself." So once the mimic tier came out, everybody was using the mimic tier. Again, nobody saw a problem. The mimic tier was crazy. It was cracked out until they nerfed it, right? Once they nerfed it, it was a little weaker, but then people moved on to the Black Knife and Dung Eater and other stuff that were still strong. So I didn't have a problem with using summons at all. I didn't think that was a problem using summons until a certain someone got a little big-headed after 16 hours and said, "I beat Millennia using no summons." And then that's what really started it all. After that, Nziki just went off the deep end and fully crashed out on this whole Alita shit. Fully crashed out. And he was like, "Yeah, if you use a summon, blah, 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 you're Mickey. You do this, you're Mickey. You do this, you're Mickey." I'm like, what the hell? Like,
I could just see
okay,
him
so
go.
basically saying we can't play the game, right? I'm like, okay, y'all want to get on me for crack rock? I said, watch this. I did New Game Plus, and I was like, I'm going to be a strength and faith build, right? And I was like, y'all can't say nothing right now. I have 2 swords in my hand, and I'm just whacking people upside
What is he gonna
the
be
head.
doing now?
I'm like, I'm not doing crack rocks anymore.
I think he's
I'm
also
done
gonna be
with
going for
magic, okay? I have
multi-kills,
incantations, but I
probably.
rarely need to use them, right? And then it just was, okay, well, what can you say about me now? If it's just a summons, fine, I'll take that, because at the end of the day, I have barely enough time to play video games anyways. I'm protecting my mental health. So I said this, right?
How
I'm gonna
convenient.
I'm
Or
gonna
maybe
fight
not.
any main boss for a little bit, right? If it gets to 30 minutes, an hour past,
so
and I'm not
plasma
getting anywhere,
gun.
all right, I'm gonna use the summon, and
I
we'll see.
probably
would
would
have
have focused on multi-kills, unless he
gonna
already
be-
has that
that's
shit
my
done.
sentiment, because I'm protecting my mental health. I'll be damned if I fight 16 hours against one boss. I'm sorry, especially straight through. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. I don't care. Like, you're a different breed, TBH. We already diagnosed you as clinically insane.
Plasma gun, I think he also
did not
needs
switch
multi-kills,
builds. I
right?
remember people telling
No,
you
not
summons, and you
multi-kills,
got stubborn.
kill
I'm
streaks.
not using no fucking summons. And I was like, put that fucking stupid ass shard down. Put that
See,
staff
plasma
down, because
gun,
you're not
plasma
doing
gun.
anything to Melania, bro. Use another build. He was like, I'm just gonna move Ellie. I'm gonna move Ellie the whole time. And I'm like, bro, there has to be a
LT
time.
that shit.
Yeah, I'm like, you was a one-trick pony.
No,
the
wait, no,
entire
it's just
time.
short
It's
shots, okay.
You did it, but you spent 16 hours, and you were insane for that. I was like,
Okay.
if it would have been an hour for me, I would have quit. I spent 2 hours on Melania. I had my mimic out there, and I had 2 swords
Although it
in my
doesn't seem
hand,
like he's
and we
using the
jumped
charge
fuck out
shot
of her. We
at all.
bled her to death. And I was like, fine, it's done. That's it. You know, I beat it, and that's that. So that's my defense. And you can take it how you will. You can have your little ego. You and Siggy don't use summons. Fine by me. But Siggy is still doing magic. I just want to make that clear. It may not be rock sling, but the man is a magic build. He don't even know what he want to be, but the man got a staff in his hand. So I'm like, don't get on me for using a rock sling when this nigga is doing magic.
You saying I'm about to see
about?
some thorns out of Siggy soon?
Yeah, he was in my chat. He was like, what sword is that? Hey, whoa.
Hey, what's over there? Hey, yo.
This man said he's been playing so long. Again, he has stats pretty much in everything. So I'm like, what do you truly want to be? I don't even know what build that he really wants to be. He's just trying out shit right now, which is fine. But you know, he got really upset at that chicken wing thing, because the community said it was OP. I didn't say it was OP. I didn't say he couldn't use it. I was like,
You can use it.
I'll say Ethos had the chicken wing first, right? That's when I first heard it, because I didn't look on YouTube. I'm trying my best to not be spoiled about stuff, right? So I heard the chat said the Ethos was using the chicken wing, and then I saw Siggy using the chicken wing, and I said, what is it? I said, what does this really do, right? And I saw him deleting bosses.
Is it chicken wing? You can get a fucking chicken
I didn't
wing
know what the
Elden
chicken
style.
wing was. I'm like, why does this weapon do
The way he
right?
foreshotted the Moon Knight and like she didn't even move. I'm like that was kind of crazy. I'm like, is that even fun? Like I'm still like I do damage, but I'm still dancing at least.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like everyone has their different idea of what they find fun in these games. Some people
Right.
deleting the boss, that's their fun. One-shotting it, doing it.
Yeah,
with
that's the
one-shot,
fun,
that's
just
their
completely
fun.
obliterating everything in
For me,
sight.
it's like the exact opposite. If I'm on the boss for, like, so for the final boss, it took me 7 hours. That's what I want.
Lord.
That's what I want. I want that. And I don't summon.
Wait, hold on. Let's let JG, is she crazy? I just want to know, is she crazy?
She's not 16. She beat it half an hour it took you. She literally beat it in less than half.
Okay, was that 7 hours straight?
It was 7 hours straight. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you a little insane. y'all got time on your hands though. Y'all got
That's
time.
true. If I didn't have time, maybe it'd be different. But yeah.
Hold on. In my defense,
Oh,
in my defense, I feel like context gets lost on that Millennia fight. The reason I sat there for 15 hours, because it wasn't 16. Y'all want to put that, but whatever. I'll let you have it. The reason I sat there is because, remember, I was hosting a show and I was working all week, and that was my only day off. I had to beat her or I wasn't going to be able to play the game for like 2 weeks. So I sat there stubbornly and I was like, I am going to beat her today. That's the reason I sat there that day.
Convenient.
Otherwise, if I had the free time, I would have got off after like 2 or 3 hours. I would be like, because I've done that. I did that with the Nameless Puppet. I got stuck for 2 hours. I came back the next day and washed him with a fresh mind.
Hold on. Okay, you want to talk about that? What about Stellar Blade, huh? Because I heard you was up. Fighting that second to last boss too for a little bit.
No. I went through the whole game. So like, the last 3 bosses, there's like a crazy difficulty spike, and I wasn't wearing any. Yeah, I wasn't wearing any armor, so it wasn't on that one boss. I spent maybe an hour and a half on the final boss. I thought the second.
Right, then one was stuck and not having any armor on him.
I was stuck for like 3 hours on the demon dude. I was, but like I didn't spend those 7 hours on any of those bosses. No.
Okay, all right. This was the chat said. They said you would still love streaming, and I was like, you're not
because
right?
So I underestimated the boss. I'm not gonna lie, because in that game, I'm like I watched every boss. I was, and that was my frustration with the game. It felt like a solid action game, and then out of nowhere it became a Souls-like game, so I had to change my mind frame, and like I wasn't in that mind frame, I guess, to adjust to that. So that's why I was kind of naked. Yeah, I was running butt naked too. But even still, like the game was completely fine in terms of difficulty for like 30 hours. The last 6 hours, it just became ridiculously hard. I'm like, where the fuck is this coming from, bro? It was a really weird design choice. And then there was things going on in those boss fights that wasn't present in the rest of the game. Like that demon dude was straight bullshit. He was teleporting through my moves when I was like hitting him and stuff. It was a lot of unfair shit. But I mean, I didn't spend like a super long time, just longer than other stuff.
Well, overall, I just want to say, and Steve and Enito said it multiple times in the chat. Do whatever you want, because our base playthrough for the majority of us was definitely making. And if you want to get ego and feel great, because I understand that dopamine hit is crazy. That dopamine hit is definitely crazy whenever you spend an insane amount of time on the boss and you finally beat it. Like there is a certain satisfaction. You want to pop off, talk your shit, do whatever. And it's all jokes at the end of the day between us. But I just want to say T-Base definitely started it with GI, with this whole Mickey stuff, and Siggy ran with it, and that's why we're at where we're at right now. So if anybody wants to know, those are the two people who started it.
I will say though, I would like to get like a deeper dive into your mindset, because
again, the guy that has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
I think it's the most popular clip on your channel this week on Twitch. When I went to look, go look at the clip when JG beat Mesmer. I do want to. Have you seen the clip, Watts? I put it on Twitter.
I haven't seen it. I'll watch it now.
I'm gonna have to look for it. Yeah, look on my Twitter.
Not a live reaction.
Oh man. Your reaction, it was very guilty. So I would like to know just kind of where you were at mentally. After you beat him, like, did you feel anything? Like, were you sad? Because you said verbatim, you said that didn't feel good. Don't GG's me. Like, what was going on with you, Jay? I just want to know.
Yeah, I was mad because I didn't get the last hit, and the NPC wasn't doing anything the whole fight.
Right, and then
literally when we get to the end, I got knocked down, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna get back up, because he was literally at the.
Then the NPC got the last
I wanted to just get back up and hit him, but the NPC was like, oh, I'm gonna finish him off because he was mad at him. That was the lore of it. So I was like, man, that didn't feel good. That's why I said that. And I was like, don't GG, because that didn't. I was like, I would have rather have tried it again.
I was fighting Bale, and I was using I think I was using daggers, and I switched.
Okay, I guess he's just already had the charge shots done.
And I felt bad.
I guess.
I felt bad after that because it was so easy. Because I couldn't hit his head, right? That was the problem.
I guess he already had the charge shots done.
And then I beat him right away as soon as I switched, and I was like, ah, man.
Again, all day he's not doing any of the fucking multi-kill stuff, though.
I hated him.
Unless he's already done with that.
His head was just, it's like, oh, well, you can target his head, but his head just keeps going, ooh.
The lightning one?
The camera keeps going, yes, he's so irritating. And then my friend, he's like, bro, I'm gonna tell you how to win this, bro. You're gonna hate it. I said, what? He said, just get on your horse and just run around in a circle and smack him in his leg over and over again. And
I don't like horse combat either.
And I hate the horse combat. That's another thing I don't like about Elden Ring. That is one thing. I do not like horse combat bosses. I feel like they're not fun. They're not fun to do. I see some
just
people
go around the fucking arena, just one tapping a little bit, go away, one tapping, going away until the fucker dies. That's oh boy.
That shit, bro. I'm not gonna run around and try to hit and run. It's like I hate that.
I saw the clip, by the way.
Yeah.
It looks sad.
Exactly. She said I didn't feel good about that one. I appreciate the meme, because that's a legendary GI quote. Now he's like, I didn't feel good about that one.
I got knocked down. All I wanted to do was just get back up. That's all I wanted to do, and I couldn't get up because the fight was over. Then I was like, damn. Well, I was like, that's that. I was like, don't GG's, because I didn't beat him by myself. So I at least want to get the last hit. It's cool for him to help. Like the reason why I use summons mostly, and when I get to that, it's just for aggro, to be honest, because these bosses are freaking ridiculous. Like a lot of them have combos, especially Mesmer. I'm like, bro, when are you going to stop And Ronaldo's the same way. That's why Ethos crashed out. I was like, Ronaldo just did not stop trying to hit you.
You know what it is?
That's why y'all gotta clown me up.
Bro, it was that stupid spin where she would go slice in a circle, slice, and I'll be like, bro, I can't dodge this attack. And then she just do the stupid fire attack too. You get too close, fire. You run away. Oh my god, I got triggered because I would try to heal. She would do that, the summoning the swords above her head. And I'd be like, oh, she's focused on the NPC. Now's my time to heal.
And then it come back.
And the swords would still come at me. I'll be like, bro, I can't win this, dog.
That's another thing that I feel like they definitely also updated.
They aggro you
with the bosses. Yeah, no, they still aggro
Yeah,
back to you.
the boss is really
What were you? I'm sorry,
fucking
I
mad.
cut you off on that watch. What were you saying about Bale? Did you say what? Did Egon steal your kill or?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
I just switched to
Yeah, I just hope that
No, I
when
switched
I
to- I
get
switched
to the
to
fucking
Milady,
game
which
at
is
some
a
point, I get the
light
same
great
satisfaction
sword, yeah.
of doing the
Yeah.
bosses, especially like
yeah, I was using
the
wing stance with, although not
I
that I
don't
can
know,
use
the,
it at any point.
the secret boss on Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah, I switched to that.
Like,
'cause I
it's
was
a
like,
hard
then I can hit
fight,
the
but it's
head, you know,
it's
their head
actually really
takes
fun
so
to
much
play
more
with.
damage than their toes. And I was like, man, it's too easy.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now I'm about to start bitching about this game. Why did they not add a target lock to his leg? Well, that's a weak point on him. Why did they not allow? Like they don't allow.
You
any
spoiling the fight for me and shit?
No, I ain't spoiling nothing, bro. You already see.
I don't lock on the
I
dragons
don't
because they're
like
too
it.
big.
And not
Okay,
like
I helped you
fucking
too, yeah.
secret bosses in Birth by Sleep, but it's just
Yeah.
bullshit. You just have to use a certain tactic, otherwise
They kind of mess
just have
you
to
up
abuse a certain
because it
tactic,
limits
otherwise
your
you're
movement.
gonna get fucking one shot
Don't
immediately.
use
Yes.
the arts. Just don't do the skill arts. You can spend.
I fucking hate the secret bosses from
that
Birth by
fight
Sleep.
with Bale and
They're
then the final
really no
fight, too, I
fun
feel
to
like those
fucking
are the
play
ones-
compared to
those
the
are
ones
probably
from
walls I run
Cage
into
2.
that I'm
gonna spam that final
looking for
boss.
is-
I'm a black
I cannot wait to see you guys on the final boss. He's tough. He's definitely tough.
I've seen some clips, and I could be wrong, but based off the clips I've seen of the final boss, his pattern doesn't look that hard to roll. It's the fact there's lights every fucking where, and you can barely see it, but I could be wrong.
Man, I thought it was a freaking shadow. Like I thought it was. I forgot what that one boss was in the base game that you just run into that area and then like he just appears. I forgot what the name of it. It was either Margit or Margot, one of them who came back, and he just started fighting you again. I was like, what the hell? Like I thought.
What nail? Out of fucking end. Shut up.
You were dead. Yeah, second form. And I was like, what the? I thought that the final boss, because I ended up coming to see a stream, and I was like, I didn't know he was at the final boss. So I was like, damn, but this is a shadow of it. And I was like, man, once everybody started saying, I was like, I got spoiled. I was like, fuck, I didn't know that was the final boss.
Did any of y'all fight that Sunflower, the Skidoo avatar? Or whatever?
Yep.
Fuck that
What
boss,
now?
bro.
Yeah, you want to tell you? I feel like
That one was a wall for me.
The first wall that like irritated me, or not even a wall. The thing that irritated me was when I got to that fucking golden hippo. I was like, when it did the spike thing, I was like, bro, really? Like he's already big, he's already hitting me and chomping on me. Now he's turning into Sonic the Hedgehog and just rolling around. The porcupine. And it was like Steve said it the best, but he said the boss is like the hippo, which is like him, Gaius, the big guys that aren't like massive like Bale, but they're like in the middle between like a regular human and Bale, whatever the hell we call that section. They are people that attack patterns aren't super fast, they aren't super flashy, but like they just take up so much space that they just hit you, or they just cause the camera because now you have this big thing that's just jumping your screen super fast and hitting you from different angles that you're not.
It's funny you said that because people, when I got to the hippo and I heard y'all talk about it in the group chat, even my chat was like, yo, you about to get washed. I beat him in like 30 minutes. I found them those enemies that you just described, I find those ones to be the easiest.
But that's what I'm saying. They're not difficult. It's just
they're just big.
They're just fucking
you
big.
gotta always. So what I always tell myself, I
This
say
is-
to myself out loud, I'd be like, because what I learned, especially against like the lion, the moment you get in the corner with any of these bosses, just put the controller down.
Yeah,
You have to remember,
Right.
keep the fight in the center, and it becomes much
Yeah.
easier. It becomes much
If
easier.
you get cornered,
I got
push
into the
fucked.
corner with the final boss, and don't do that.
Just
never
try.
do that. Just don't do it.
Yeah.
I couldn't see anything. It was just spitting. I couldn't see at all.
So with the same thing
That's
with
really
Commander
bad.
Guys, like literally you because
No,
I
it
ain't
does
gonna
seem like
make
the
it
character
that
gets
was
a
the
little
one thing
shit
that
when
I
it's
say
too
was
close
hard. Like him
to
and
a
Mesmer
wall.
so far for me. A lot of things, like if it just touches you like barely, then you're gonna get hit. Like Mesmer, I understand the spear is long, but I'm like, bro, I'm like at range where you shouldn't be able to hit me, and I dodge, and like literally if I'm like this, like just right at the then it hits you. And Commander guys will do the same way. I'm like, how do you dodge through hit the entire freaking hog? Because I am 9 times out of 10 I'm going to get hit by the back leg, and I've already dodged past, and I'm like, you have to dodge at the right time, otherwise you're going to get hit. I'm like, this is stupid. Like they need to fix that. And that's a lot of things with a lot of the like mid-range bosses that you're mentioning.
It's like I feel like the hitbox is like when you're visualizing them. So when you see them, right, and they're doing this attack to you, you expect it to be like, okay, it's the front, like 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. This is probably where the hitbox is supposed to hit me. So then you move out of the way, you dodge, and for some reason now his 7 o'clock is hitting you. Like now his like backside is also a hitbox, and it hits you too. And you're just like, but that wasn't where his attack was. Like it was the front side. Why is his side? It's as if it, like almost the entire box of the character. It all lights up as if I touch you, you're gonna get hit by me. It doesn't matter. And then I noticed they did this too, because I remember the meme of when I played Dark Souls 3, a meme that me and my friend had was when you walk through a boss fight, when you walk to go into a boss fight for the first time, if you see a big boss, praise God, it's gonna be the easiest boss of them all, because you could just run up to their crotch and just hit them over and over again, and they can't hit you because
go for the
you're
ankles.
just so small. You can just dodge into them over and over again. In Elden Ring, I feel like they fixed that, where now it's like they've added so many bosses now who have like an AoE right on them. So like if you try to get up in the cut with them, they purposely make sure like you got to get away from me. Where now it's like back then it was okay, and if you walk in, if you see a humanoid like your size boss, you're screwed. They're gonna beat the crap out of you. But now it's like doesn't matter what type of size you see, all these things can beat the crap out of you no matter what. They all have a way of like keeping you away or engaging you and not letting you run away from them. So
I think what helped me for those who play it, like especially like because Mesmer has a lot of that where like he shoots the fire and it keeps you away. Like I would roll back, and then right when he would attack again, I'd roll right back in. No, you got to remember to roll right back in, because if you keep rolling back, his staff is gonna fuck you up. So like, you gotta make the
you have to do the Bloodborne strategy where you have to roll into them.
One thing that I noticed about the bosses that pissed me off and I could be wrong,
you have to remember that the roll gives you some invincibility frames. You have to use that to your advantage.
But I feel like I get stun locked a lot against bosses in the DLC, where like I'll get hit once and my character gets up really slow, and then by the time he gets up, I get hit again and I'm dead. So
endurance up, big dog.
Is that? Well, I got a 40 endurance, I think.
That's nothing. Step your game up. 40 is not enough. 60 minimum.
I have 30 endurance.
Yeah, you gotta get your endurance up. I'm speaking with a guy who has the turtle talisman and a shield. So I'm a tanky little boy. I can take a hit. So, yeah. I think it's endurance. I think endurance determines your recovery speed, like when you're in that animation trying to get back up, and like how many iframes you have in the process. I think it's that, or it's vigor. It's one of those two. I can't remember.
So how are we feeling overall in terms of the game? Is it a buy? Game of the Year nomination? What's everybody? Watch me.
All of that, man.
Yeah, it's definitely a buy for my rules. When I see, at least not for me, not actually playing the game.
I woke up every day.
I am kind of interesting though when I get to experience it for myself.
What you thinking?
Yeah, get it if you're about that life. But I would warn you, it's not going to be a fun time.
Don't come outside if you're not ready.
Right? It's definitely not gonna. When they say come outside, we're not going to jump.
Start the faint of heart, as they say.
I seen JD run JD. Shout out to him. He was streaming it the other day. I think he broke down because of the hype. He bought the base game. He was fighting one of them knights, and the attack pattern was so slow. And I kept telling him, he's like, I don't want to do it. I'm like, bro, just roll forward and turn the corner. Like, and you will easily win this fight. And it's so funny to watch somebody at the beginning that doesn't know what they're doing. I'm like, bro, you bought it because you probably wanted to hop into the DLC, see what's going on. But listen, if you can't roll forward, if you're scared to do that in the base game, don't come out to the DLC. I'm going to tell you that right now. You cannot be scared to do that shit. I think it should be nominated for Game of the Year. But like I said earlier, I understand that some people want to argue against it because it's technically DLC. I do want to get y'all take on this. It was a very interesting thing. The director Miyazaki, keeping it in the realm of Elden Ring, he gave an interesting quote in an interview with PC Gamer, where he went on to say, and I quote, he said a lot of things, but this is the one that stuck out to me. While Elden Ring is not quite it, oh my bad, I'm still in the process of making my ideal fantasy RPG. While Elden Ring is not quite it's getting close. And the way I read that as, and maybe I'm wrong, but he said this is not even my final form. It's close, but it's not my final form. So I wanted to pick everybody's brain, like, Jay, what do you think like From Software could do to take their next Souls-like game, whatever it is, to like that next level? And put, if he's saying he's operating at 90%, what's 100?
Man, I don't even know. Like that's such a hard question because who knows what's going through his brain, right?
Yeah.
Like we
you cannot really understand the mastermind's head.
And that was a continuation. So who knows? Because Elden Ring was a new IP in Armored Core 6. While it was amazing, that was a continuation, right? Like Sekiro was again, bringing it to the next level before Elden Ring, and Sekiro was not even an open world game. It was a linear game, pretty much.
It was a more linear thing, yeah.
So I really don't know. Like it really like has me intrigued. I have no clue. I can't even really answer that question.
I would say I would like to see them continue to streamline and improve the UI, because that was one of the things that I always hated about. I think that's what made me like Elden Ring. I hated Dark Souls 2 because I just felt like it was really clunky, not the gameplay, but just the overall menus and stuff. And I really feel like they got it right with Elden Ring, but I still feel like there's a few things they can clean up there. And then I would like to see them in, because he also, I didn't put it in the notes, but he said in another interview, I think with IGN, they are considering doing, because there's co-op in the game, but for those who haven't played it, it's very technical. You have to use this little thing to summon your friend in, and then it only lets you say in a specific area you kill that little side boss in the area. And then
Elden Ring's like co-op is very arcade. It's not very simple.
I think it's for like balancing issues. He was saying that
you can't use torrent, so it's kind of rough to be in that open
get,
world.
Which is the horse for those unaware. It's very rough. You're just running around in this big world. So I would like for them to really embrace there's a mod called Seamless Co-op that allows you to do all that. Just embrace Seamless Co-op, and like if they have to, when you hop in the co-op, so it's not Mickey, just scale the difficulty, make it harder. But I would like to be able to hop on the horse with the homies and go experience the struggle together with all our builds. That would be fucking fire to take it like to a next level. What do you think, Ethos?
Live service game.
Oh my
2
god.
minutes.
Oh my god. Shut up. Why is it always electric boogaloo?
No, I think what he's going towards is, I think he's trying to make Monster Hunter styled, cooperative, Dark Souls competitive,
fire,
Destiny styled universe type of thing where you can run. And I don't mean Destiny 2 well, because if you think about it, there's like loot, but I don't think like oh, this is an exotic, this is a rarity type of thing. But I just mean like more diversity, by which how many builds you can do, like a new way that you can evolve the way that you make your character, and making it where you design the game, like you said, fully co-op. You could play it solo, the game works solo, but this one would be cool. I guess this is just me personally, my brain. Finding ways to incorporate your allies mechanically to work together to kill a boss.
Anthem type shit?
The bosses more like Dragon's Dogma. Like, you know how Dragon Ball 2, like, they had the grab and stuff like everyone always talks about. Combat engine, awesome. Everything else, but the combat engine, really cool. I think, like, that's, like, the next stage of what I think Miyazaki wants to do, but I feel like with that, there's a lot of mechanical things you have to figure out, especially with
there's probably going to be a lot of experimentation they're probably going to have to do with the next game.
When you had co-op, like what you said, you got to think about how do you balance it. How do you balance when you fight with one person on your team, 2 people? What if they're using, like what you said, like the mimic and stuff like Elden Ring is a pure example of when you have so many tools in the game, it's impossible that you can catch every single thing and avoid something from being broken. You just can't. There's just so many ways. Gamers are going to find a way to break your game. They just always are.
Right, and that's why
but I do think
QA testers are
I think what
there.
he wants to do is, I think he wants to make a game. I think he's embraced kind of the co-op aspect. I would love to see that too, where less of them trying to make it hard mode, trying to connect with people, make it easier to just drop in, drop out, and create and make your character maintain this sort of identity that maybe kind of like how Helldivers 2 feels, maybe community driven, kind of, where it's like the whole world.
It's still hard, but you're playing together.
Yeah, like I felt that with Destiny 2. Like when Destiny 2 did its final raid, where it was like the whole community has to work together, and then if one of them can breach it, now the world for everyone else changes, and now there's like a new part of the game that's unlocked.
Elden Ring raid would be crazy. Like five people jump a boss.
Yeah,
that'd be
something
crazy.
like maybe that's what he wants to do. Maybe he wants to do something where like we create a sort of like MMO type raid type of experience where you and 2 other friends maybe team up together to fight bosses. But then everyone's gonna be, oh, that's all Mickey. You can't use your friends.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think that would be dope. I'd be curious if people actually would do that, if they embrace the co-op. Like, oh, you're not allowed to do that. I'm doing this by myself. Next thing you know, you got 300 hours on the game for no damn reason.
They were bitching about the same thing in Dark Souls. Like, this is the funny thing. This hasn't been anything different. I think, remember when I played Dark Souls 3, I saw people in the community that said if you use co-op to help you fight bosses, you didn't really beat the boss. Like, I remember that back in 2016. It's just a renewed version of that type of argument. So.
And more people are talking because more people are playing the game now.
Yes, and now it's shifted to the mimics and the summoning. But back in the day, co-op was considered the easy mode of Dark Souls.
You want
because you were playing with someone else
that are in the game, because then
and the game was designed with just one person dealing one enemy at a time.
Last I checked, Armor Core 6 sold 3 million copies. That's the best selling in the series. That series has never been good selling, and I'd argue Elden Ring is the reason why Armor Core 6 sold so well. They were riding off the success of that. It helped, and it didn't sell as much as Elden Ring, but it sold more than the other Armor Cores.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, let people.
It was a very niche game that
became
popular because of the previous game.
That's all.
Yeah, I knew of Armor Core before though. I've heard of some of the earlier games on PS3, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna chill out. I still ain't beat the game.
I don't think you want to be sitting at no championship table. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, From Software has been around for quite a while, even before Dark Souls or Demon Souls.
I want to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna lose my shit. Probably.
Ain't no way I'm streaming the whole thing. I'll stream the first 2 hours. After that, I'll be like, I gotta get offline.
Get the clips. No, I'm taking a break if I feel like I'm getting tilted.
Yeah.
I will try my best, Eve, though. Is all I'm saying. I'll try my best. Whatever we get there.
The rule was you can do it, but no mimic, no help. I will say if Steve breaks, because Steve said he's hearing the Mickey Mouse theme song, it's playing in the back of his head. I'm like, bro, it's that bad. He's like,
oh, just use a summon.
Yeah. He's like, I might have to use some crazy cheese or something to kill this man. This is insane.
I use that ant spur rapier. That's what
what did you use, Watts? Just so.
That's like one of the weapons that I came into the DLC with. It's got innate. It's got innate rot on it. I didn't want to, but I was like, man, I feel like I need. I want to take advantage of one of the talismans that I got. You do more damage when you're like two-handing something, so it's like, okay, I can do that. And yeah, I ended up using the ant spirit rapier. It's got innate rot on it, and then you can also change the ash of war too, so you can add like poison on it, you could add bleed, you could add whatever you want onto it.
Right, I'm gonna pretend I know what she meant by that.
With a new ash of war though,
again, I haven't
which
played
I was
the
able
game.
to use once in that fight. So
oh god,
man, get your mental health ready. I think I'm gonna beat
it
like this week. I'm gonna explore, and then the week after that, I'm gonna try to probably beat it. Yeah, because I want to get the rest of those fragments. Which, by the way, get those fragments. One thing I will say about it, this is the last I'm gonna say. They're not. I'm level 17, and that's without trying. I've just been exploring like every corner, and like I feel like most of them are not hidden in really weird areas. Just check your corners. They're not hard to find. So just that's why I'm like, the people complaining is too hard. Just play the game. Like, you paid money for it. I don't understand why y'all want to speed rush these bosses. There's only a handful that like, now I gotta really go look for them now that I'm getting down to the bottom. But you should be able to get to at least like level 15 without even trying. Just explore, and you will come across them.
Yeah, let's see how far this shit goes.
19, and I didn't look up anything of where they were either. I just found them. It's not too bad.
There you go.
I don't know where those others are, but they're gonna stay lost.
How many is the max?
20. Level 20.
I think it goes really far.
Oh, okay.
So there you have it. Those are our thoughts on Shadow of the Erd Tree. Feel free to pick it up if you're interested. I think we praised it pretty high. What's the name? I think the next big game after this.
Yeah, we already saw
in my opinion, is Wukong.
enough.
He said, well, go play that. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be on Game Pass. I'll play it. We'll probably talk about that on the next one when it comes out. So let's move on to the news section of the show. Since the last podcast, Nintendo had their June Direct where they had a handful of announcements. I put an article in the show notes for y'all that basically summarizes everything they showed off. Some highlights included a new Mario and Luigi game. They had a new Zelda game that actually stars Zelda. It's The Legend of Zelda with Zelda. It doesn't star Link. It's a new little puzzler game. Bunch of JRPGs. Basketball coming to Wii Sports.
Wii Sports?
Anything here that stuck out to you, Jay?
Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
I knew it. I knew it.
Of course,
I thought you were gonna
always
say Fairy
fucking
Tail
Hello
too.
Kitty.
No, that's what you said. That's what you said. I didn't even know they had a Fairy Tail 1 video game. So out of tune I am with Fairy Tail.
What's the name? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I thought there was a couple things that I liked, but it was kind of meh. It was a bunch of games I wasn't too interested in. I'm more so looking for like when y'all gonna announce this? It's supposed to come out in 2025. Where is the Switch 2? Like that's what I want to see. Just can we get a picture of it?
You didn't care about Metroid Prime? That's the only thing.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you talking about? Metroid Prime.
Okay, hold on.
I think you meant Switch ports? Yeah, probably that. Yeah, it's adding DLC to the newer game or some shit.
Let me finish. Do you know why I don't remember? I wasn't that impressed. Like at least from what I saw, based off how long we've been waiting.
All right, the Cinnamon Rolls thing.
Yeah,
that's a Hello Kitty character.
Absolutely.
What did you saw that spoke to you?
My boy from Primer, from Hunters, back. I love that game on the DS. He's apparently the villain. That has me pretty excited, considering we haven't gotten a Metroid game in God knows how long. That looks good. It looks like OG, like GameCube, how Metroid was. It looks like Metroid Prime. Like the roots. Right. Mm-hmm. And that's something we haven't seen in a very long time. That's why I'm really excited for it. And I loved Metroid when I was a kid. So I'm excited to play it. We don't talk about Other M.
What about Marvel vs. Capcom 2 with the Capcom collection? I like that.
I don't give a crap about
the Marvel vs. Capcom collection looks fire.
That looked good. There's a lot of cool stuff. I thought the Zelda game gameplay wise looked awesome.
Then the two melee stuff.
I thought it looked pretty good too. I might actually get it.
Your Mario or your Luigi Mansion thing.
2? I got it on the 3DS. I already played it.
I was like, oh, this is
wait.
Super Mario Party for me and my family. It's going to be
a Jamboree. It looked pretty good.
Yeah.
More Mario Party.
They had the
Just
second
Dance.
best show of the entire. Competition wasn't tough to beat.
Wait, now Stray's getting a Switch
more
port.
Like obscure like JRPGs and stuff like that, you're gonna what they announced. You're probably like super excited.
Okay.
I feel like they showed very niche games, so it depends on who you are. What do you think, Watts?
Yeah, played Just Dance so long. Me too.
I was like, oh,
I've only
Metroid,
played
nice.
it a couple of times. That was mostly just from a friend's
Zelda
house.
game was probably cool, but in terms of things that I'm actually excited about and looking
On
forward to
the
play,
Wii,
I think
like
Metroid
a long
is
time ago.
the only one in there.
Mm-hmm.
Play that shit on my Steam Deck.
You know, I was gonna ask you right before we started recording, and now that I remember, have you
Looney
tested out
Tunes
the PS5
Black
streaming
World
on
of
your Steam Deck?
Sports? What?
Yeah, the thing I put in the DMs like when I first appeared.
I must have missed it. How does it run?
I sent you like a pretty good.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I still haven't beat Final Fantasy, and like I've been itching to play it, but like I don't want to sit up and play that shit. The older I get, I'm like I just want to lay on the couch and play some games. Like I think that's what I just think about getting it.
I didn't notice any input issues and like
The
visually
last one I got was 2022.
So I'd say
So that's the Switch version, right?
I'd say it's better than what PlayStation.
Again, last one that I played was on the Wii.
The PSP bootleg.
That was from a friend's house, so I didn't actually own the game.
It runs really well. I think they updated. The reason I put in the GMs was they had updated it through a firmware update that now you can remotely connect to your PS5 from anywhere in the world. So you no longer have to be on your Wi-Fi to do it. And they were testing. They said that the latency was barely noticeable at all from that. I haven't tested that. I've tested it within the confines of my house, but I haven't like walked out like far away and booted into my PS5 and see if it plays. Because I don't got nothing to play with it right now.
All these games they announced for the Switch, like I don't even know if my Switch will last. Like the battery, so that shit's almost 10 years old. I don't know. I'm not buying a new Switch. The battery probably won't last more than an hour to play any of these games. So you got to keep it on the charger or on the TV. I want to see that Switch too. And another reason I didn't get super excited about the Metroid thing was like visually it looked, the frame rate looked a little shaky. So that's why I'm like, can we
Okay, at least this thing is way easier to get fucking multi kills. Yeah, we still that.
It'll be Switch 2. I think they said it's coming out in 2025. It's probably a launch title for the Switch 2. Yeah, it has to be.
Either that or
Where's the other
have it
guy
on Switch
though?
2 and then have a
What
lower
is he
version
doing?
on the on the original.
I'm calling it. They're gonna do
Come
a
on,
Tears of
dude.
the Kingdom
Seriously?
Breath of the Wild bundle remaster for the Switch 2, and they're gonna resell that too. But overall, I'd give that event like a 5 or a 6. It didn't really move me. It was some cool. It was alright. It was something to watch. But
Come on,
you might be
dude.
right though. It might have been the second one, best one after Xbox, which speaks to how kind of weak Summer Games Fest as a whole has been.
It wasn't that crazy, right? Like, it's the opening show of Summer Game Fest. It was really like the last
Do you mind?
30 minutes. So I was like, oh, there's all the stuff I want to see. You had Phantom Blade Zero and Wilds and.
We talked about that in the Xbox showcase on the last show, but since you wasn't here, you might as well give us your opinion. What do you think of the Xbox, the PlayStation State of the Play, the Summer Games Fest?
You're actually we finally have someone here who's a
Yeah,
fan of
they hate that we don't play Monster Hunter.
Yeah, they didn't own an Xbox with no future systems of PS4, right?
So you were talking about you using
those
the Great Katana
for
in
those,
Elden Ring.
didn't you need
It's
like
literally the
a camera,
exact same moveset as the
like the
longsword
Kinect
in
or some,
Monster Hunter.
or the PlayStation camera or some
my
shit?
chat wasn't trolling. They said the same thing as you. They were like, "You'll probably like Monster Hunter." My experience with Monster Hunter, I played Monster Hunter 4 on the 3DS, and I remember I was hunting a T-Rex, and then I was beating his ass, got him to like half health, and he ran away. And then it made me track his poop, and I said, "Oh wow, you really have to hunt the monster." I'm like, I'm not playing this. Like,
It's monster hunting. It was more.
Nah, I want to fight. Go ahead, no, my fault.
I love Monster Hunter. Big fan
I
of
couldn't
Monster
get the other
Hunter.
one.
And Wilds is just looking crazy. Like, visually, it's looking incredible. It's definitely going to be my game of the year in 2025. I don't think there's going to be anything that can top it. They've really nailed the gameplay loop, right? Of like, you go and you kill the monster,
Yeah,
and
this
now
is
you're
much
like,
easier to
I
get
want to make
fucking
their
multi-kills
weapon and
with
their
this
armor
thing.
because that's really cool. And then you go kill them again until you make the weapon and the armor. Then you go fight the next monster, and then you do the exact same thing. And it's just such an addicting thing making builds, and the combat is so good. And they do free content updates. Right, like you pay for the game one time, they do a bunch of free content updates, and then they do one expansion, and then a bunch of free content updates. So it's definitely one of the more consumer-friendly games that are out there.
I've been keeping my eye on it, and
Yeah,
I
much easier
have
to
like
get
some of the
multi-kills with
changes I've
this
seen they
thing.
announced. A lot of stuff streamlining kind of the traversal, and making the co-op like more seamless and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and
how
like
am I
now
not
that
killing
you
this
play
guy?
it a lot,
He probably has like a
definitely
perk
gonna
that
have
gives
to
him
bug
more
you,
health. or some
Teach
shit.
us the ways of it, because like that one, I am interested in the new one. It looks.
You
pretty
should
good.
play it. It's really good. I swear, Monster Hunter changes your life when you play it.
That's a bold statement.
Yeah, sure.
It does. It changes your life.
Oh,
They're
man,
really
no.
Capcom
I've already
stuff,
seen
man, so they give me
Sapphire Gleam.
I'm
constantly playing that game, so I don't know.
Keeping that energy every single podcast.
Oh, shit.
Give me only mooch. I ain't playing Resident Evil. I'm not playing Monster Hunter. Nope, none of that.
Okay.
I pray they actually make it and it ends up like not being good. Just completely
I mean, that would
Yeah,
be
I was
worse.
praying on your downfall.
I hope they put an Onimusha armor in Monster Hunter, the new one.
They might.
More mad. It's gonna make me more mad.
They might. You can be Ryu in Monster Hunter. Your cat can be Mega Man.
Wasn't Geralt in Monster Hunter too?
Yeah,
Like Witcher?
you can be Geralt. You can be Aloy.
Makes sense.
There's a bunch of stuff in there.
Very interesting. What do you think of the Xbox showcase?
The Xbox showcase, so I thought it was really good. Xbox just tends to have less games that I'm personally super excited about. So even like Black Myth Wukong, it's not launching on Xbox anymore. It's gonna come out on
Mega Man?
Xbox eventually.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
But
I was
think
paying
it's because of
attention
the
to the
whole
game, so I
Xbox
didn't
Series X
see what they
thing.
were
I think
saying.
you have to launch it on the S, and if you can't make it work for that, you can't launch it on.
I didn't put it on the notes, but I was reading. There's rumors going around that was the original rumor, that it was because the Series S is holding it back. But I've seen multiple arguments from major publications saying there's a rumor going around in the industry. The reason it's not launching on Xbox is because a PlayStation cut an under-table deal for like a timed exclusive, and they just never. Because if you go back and look
like
at the
verified sources, like this isn't like.
No, it's still a rumor. It's not verified, but it was on some big websites. So I was like, there might be some merit to it. But like, if you go back and look at the older trailers, the Xbox symbol was there, and then like they removed it.
It was,
like, the recent one. So like,
It was launching on
yeah, for
both,
Wukong, yeah.
And they did an interview, and they're like, "It's we're
Dude,
just
what
launching
the
on
fuck?
Xbox later." but it was gonna come on
Why did you
everything
throw the
all
damn
at once,
grenade?
so.
Oh,
So I thought the showcase was great. It's just there were not
Where's
too
this
many
fucking
things that
idiot?
I was
Why
like,
is he
oh
throwing the
yeah, I can't
grenades?
wait to play that. I was like, yeah, that
Stop
looks
it.
cool. I'll try it out. It looks cool. I'll try it out. But
There was
just
some more
tends to be
Souls
how it
games
is.
there. I forgot the names of them when we talked about it, but it was some
My
other
God.
Souls
Knock it off.
like
There was a
looking games.
couple. There was one Chinese game that I can't remember the name of it. Something about feathers or something.
Oh yeah.
That one, we saw gameplay of that like a few years ago, and all the comments is just like this. They just stole Sekiro. They just stole.
You just stole?
It's got like the same animations
No,
and
because
everything.
this is very
But hey,
strange.
I'm not mad at it. I'll play
I'll
it.
take more
Yeah.
Sekiro. This
I'll
Roman
play it.
gonna make it. Yeah.
I'll play it. Yeah, so there was some of that
I don't know,
stuff.
I think
Obviously,
he,
I'm
I think he
excited
probably has
about,
like
but
a fucking perk
I'll
that makes
try
him
any
have
game.
more
I just
health
know
or some
that
shit.
for me, I know what's
I think that's
gonna
what
have
it
me
is.
stick around and play the whole thing. There can be games that I
Yeah,
can
at least I'm
enjoy
still
for,
getting multi-kills,
10 hours,
so at least
and
there's
I'm like,
that.
cool, I've had my fun, and I'll go play something else.
I got you. And that you know me, I love doing my research. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers.
Yes.
That's the name of the game.
That is the one. There is old
at least I'm
gameplay
still
from a
getting
few years ago.
multi-kills.
If anyone's
At least there's
interested,
that.
you can look up gameplay and they show it.
Ethos was
What
right.
about Mecha Break? You're not a mech fan?
I'm not a huge mech fan. No.
Just me and JG.
Metal Gear Solid? No.
Metal Gear Solid, yeah. I loved Metal Gear when I was younger, so I'll definitely try the new one.
All right.
Fair enough. Let's dial it back to Nintendo. Actually, talking Switch 2 news. Although they didn't show anything at
Right.
the actual Nintendo Direct, they did give an interesting statement to the press
Right.
here on
All
Comic
that,
Book in regards to, because
Yeah, I
you know
think it's very
scalping was a big
stuff.
issue when the PS5
The
and
multi-kill,
Xbox
the last
first
multi-kill
came
one isn't
out.
showing up for some
They
reason.
released a statement, the president
The other
saying
one show up,
how
but not
they're
the
going
last
to
one.
avoid scalping issues. And
Odd.
I don't know if let me just read the quote. So he said the way that they're going to avoid scalping issues with the Switch 2 is, as a countermeasure against resale, we believe that the most important thing is to produce a sufficient number to meet customer demand, and this idea has not changed since last year. In addition to this, we are considering whether there are any measures that can be taken to the extent allowed by laws and regulations, taking into account in the circumstances of each region. So basically, we're going to make
I feel
more.
like you're
so
okay.
that
There we go.
nobody
Now
can
the
scalp
multi-kills are
and
done.
oversell. And then they also said that they think they have the chip issue solved. So in theory, it should work. The reason I was like, I'm not sure, because it's
I
like
just have to
they
get kills.
didn't seem 100% sure still. So I'm like, unless you do have a proper number, there's no way to stop scalping 100%. And even still,
No.
people with bots, even if they make a lot, people with bots could just buy them all and be faster
what
than
was that?
everybody else. So I'm like, what can you do legally about? What y'all think about this? Y'all think they can succeed at this?
I mean, it
I'll
really
be right
just
back.
it really just all depends on how many that they can actually make. If I'm not mistaken, I think like with the Switch and even the Wii, like
Why is it
Nintendo
taking
was
so long to
notorious for
spawn, though?
giving the least amount of consoles at launch.
there we go.
And that's what
Yeah, I
causes
think it's
the
just
issues. I
a
don't think
certain
the
perk that he's
Xbox
using with
and
that class.
Sony,
Probably.
historically have had at least a lot of people talking about the issue of being able to grab one. Like obviously the pandemic was different, especially with the PS5, not so much the Xbox, but that was a different situation because of semiconductors. But even before then, with the previous
Okay, now I
generations,
just
I
have to
don't
worry
think
about
that
getting
Sony and Xbox had as big of an issue as Nintendo did. Nintendo just didn't make enough. It was definitely more demand than the supply. So with them, it's definitely going to be a wait and see approach. Because again, it wasn't the same situation with the other two companies in the big three. So
I think also too, I'm not like the PS5 and the Xbox when it came out, like the PS5 was like the cool thing. Everybody wanted it. I don't know if the Switch will be cool enough to where the scalpers are gonna want to scalp it. I'm not gonna say it's not gonna happen.
No, yeah, I
but
think the
feel like it is
PS5
two
Pro might be the
different,
better
like,
option for scalping.
audiences.
That's just me,
The
though.
people who wear Luigi hats versus people who play The Last of Us, I guess. I don't know. Obviously, sometimes they intertwine because we play everything, but not always. So I don't even know if they have to 100% worry. Although, when the Wii came out, the sales, it was hard to get one, not due to scalpers. The sales are just going crazy, but that was due to the
Yeah,
motion
everyone
controls
just
and it being really
really
popular.
wanted a fucking
It's hard to
Wii
tell where this one's going
for
to go.
some
What you
reason.
think, Ethos?
I hear this all the time. PlayStation tried to mitigate the problem. That didn't work out. The scalper still got to it. Unless you have a way that like you can like lock in verified users via like Nintendo accounts and say, well, you have to have a Nintendo account that has existed like a year or something like that, or has verified purchases on it, and you use that as a way. But even then, it's just like so many websites just crash.
That's not fair either, too, because like let's say they do Nintendo account for like a year. What if somebody wasn't interested in the Switch, so they never bought one, but then they're interested in the Switch too? Yeah, like it's kind of fucked up.
It's you can't. There's no win. I don't think there's like a way, because if there was, I feel like someone.
I mean, isn't there plans for like this the new Switch to be backwards compatible with Switch games or some shit?
The only way they can solve it is if
I think
they
I heard that
physically
before, yeah.
make sure that they have enough that they're making that get to actual stores, that stores are enforcing a one per person policy on. Like that's the only way I think you can solve it.
I think another way you can solve it is, let's say there is a shortage and people are putting up Switch 2s. Let's say it retails for $300-400, but people are putting them up for $1,000, demonstrating self-control. They can only scout because y'all allow them to scalp you. Like, you know, you could tell yourself, do I really need this year one? Because here's the thing. If a bunch of scalpers put it up for $1,000 and nobody buys that shit, the market dictates shit. They're going to have to drop the price.
Yeah, true.
Y'all were buying those PS5s.
That's, again, that's easy to say, but, you know, in theory, but it's not, FOMO is a motherfucker, bro. Like, like, FOMO will tear your mental up. You just have to have it just because everybody else has it, or you just really,
otherwise you're just like either not gonna define because of scarcity, or the price might go a little higher because of scalpers or some shit.
Really anybody else who sells your thing in other stores, not just through yourself as a direct a direct chain here. But I saw J Balvin, I don't know if y'all familiar with him, but he has some Jordan shoes.
Wait, the artist?
Yeah, the artist. Yeah.
Who put you on him?
My wife. What do you? Hello?
Why are you checking him like that?
I just want to see. No. I just want to see because ain't he a Puerto Rican artist? I was like, that makes sense.
he ain't He's not Puerto Rico.
Oh shit, my bad. Is he Dominican? What is he?
He's from Colombia.
Oh shit, you got all the Latin.
Don't let people dog because I don't want the comments to be on your head. But anyway,
I don't care if they were. I'll mute him.
So he had some exclusive Jordans coming out, right? And he really wanted his like diehard fans to get them, right? So he had an email list, and you know, if you were in the email list and say, hey, like you can purchase the shoes before anybody else, before this actually goes retails on sneakers on the app. And what he did was he made the shoe $20,000, right? $20,000. And if you got an exclusive code, once you went to checkout, if you were able to get in, if you showed that you were a true fan and you got the code, you got the email, said, hey, you can buy these shoes, and it was $20,000, you went to checkout, he gave you a special code so that, you know, the bots couldn't get to it. And if you put in that code, it'll be, I think the shoes will retail like $220 or something. So the code made it like, so it was like 19,000 or something off. And then it made it the actual retail price. So basically, that's how he combated the scalpers from and the bots from maybe.
He basically had somebody program a custom like authentication app, basically. Sounds like.
Kind of, but no, it was literally just like, you know, if you have a promo code, if you go to checkout online, right? If you have a promo code, you can enter that in. And he only gave the promo code to the people who actually got the emails. Like if you signed up for this list and you got the email, you got a code that came with it. But again, he made it $20,000. So a bot wouldn't be able to purchase this because again, it's $20,000. And who has $20,000? Like a bot wouldn't have enough to continue to purchase that, right? Like say you can sign up for all the emails you want, but you'll need to put in this code, and the bot wouldn't be able to put in the code
and also credit
go
card.
to checkout and be able to put in the code in order to get it for however many off to make it the actual retail price. So I don't know if anybody else could do that. Nintendo, again, they wouldn't be able to do that unless it was through them specifically. Like if Nintendo was like, hey, this is the only place you can get it and you can't get it anywhere else at any of our other retailers, then they could do something like this to combat bots and scalpers. But other than that, it probably wouldn't work. But I just found that interesting when I saw that. I was like, you know what? I was like, that's very smart to do that. Like to make sure that like the people who actually care about you will be able to get the product.
J Balvin, the innovator. I'm curious of like gamers, because like that's a different fan base. I'm sure it intertwines sometimes, but like I wonder if like gamers would go for something like that, or would they bitch and complain? Because you know they love to sit on Twitter. Oh, why I gotta do all this 20,000 code and Kotaku?
But they don't know the
I wonder if
bigger
they would actually be cool with
picture or
that.
whatever.
Because something's got to give. Something's got to give.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, you're in theory, you know, would be correct, but people just don't care, bro. At the end of the day, like they want something. If you can't get it, then you know, the
They'll
phone
just
kicks
bitch and
in,
complain about it.
and then you know you're shelling out two times, you know, more than what the product is just to get it. Man, and it's the same product, you know, whether it's $300 or $1,000, still the same thing. It's not going to make it any better or your experience any better because you overpaid for something.
It is what it is. I hope Nintendo does figure it out, and I hope they are able to produce as much, and there's not like a chip shortage.
That's right. Way more
also,
fucking hits compared
can
to
we
the
see
other
it
two.
for the millionth time? Can we see it? Because I'm tired of hearing about it. Can we see it? Like, I want to see what it looks like. What kind of
randomly
power?
balls up.
That would be nice. Oh, Samurai Zero. Is it coming to Switch 2, Ethos? Can we get a confirmation, maybe? Have you seen a dev kit?
No comment.
Okay.
I don't think my workplace teacher doesn't understand the technology these days. I mean, she wants to talk to students. She goes out of her way to find them instead of just doing them.
Actually, this is perfect in terms of the Scout.
I don't know. I think it might be depends on
this one got really
the
hot
topic.
that Sony is working.
I think it's just depends on the topic. Where some stuff might be better to talk personally, like face to face, than just email.
Hype on the internet is not because there's any merit to it. We don't know. More so, like I just saw a lot of people talking and excited about this, so I wanted to bring it up on the podcast. Did you guys spend $1,000 on a PS5 to play PS3 games from 20 years ago?
Sure.
What about you, Jay?
No, sir. I actually still have my PS3. I have the original one too, the OG one that plays.
Yeah, the one that still fucking works somehow.
Game. So, and I know the one that came after that, it wasn't backwards compatible. So.
Yeah. Anytime I think of the fat PS3, it reminds me of I was in college when that came out, and my roommate, he had two of them. He had two of them. He had two iPhones, and he was on food stamps.
What do you mean he had two of them?
He had brought like a bunch of food home to the dorm, and then he was just like, yeah, he's like, you want some?
He's just one of them rich kids.
And I remember saying, I'm like, how are you on food stamps and you got two PS3s? And remember, the PS3 was $600 back then. And remember, back then, $600 was in 2000. What was it, 8, I believe, or 19? Something like that. Yeah, it was worth more money. That was like $700-800 now.
Yes, thanks for inflation.
You got two PS3s and you got fucking food stamps. He's like, man, you know how it is. He's like, for the government. Like, that was one of those moments, you know, the meme. You know, black people.
Oh my god!
I was like, dude, are you serious right now?
What was he even doing with the other PS3? Just
nothing.
like,
it was just sitting there, bro.
It was just
you want to hear another
dust.
funny story? I tossed it to watch since we talked about college. That same roommate, that motherfucker disappeared for like a week, and I remember I was starving back in college. I had no money. I had like maybe like $5 to my name, and I bought like a can of tuna and a pack of crackers, and I had to make that shit last for like 5 days. I ended up starving for like 3 days straight, just laying in bed to conserve energy. This motherfucker, it was food all in the room, but you know, I don't steal, so I didn't want to steal his EBT food. This motherfucker comes back home missing, and he's like, why ain't you eat? He's like, I have food right here. I'm like, bro,
I don't want to steal
my
shit.
bad for trying to be a decent person. I wasn't trying to steal. I was waiting for the fucking check to clear.
You should have communicated, man. You should have said something before he left.
Oh my god, this is back before everybody had smartphones and shit too, so I didn't know where he was, and I didn't really care. It was college. Before I wanted to go take a break real quick. Watts, what we were talking about is the Sony PS5 is rumored to be getting PS3 games natively, and I was gonna ask, did you buy your PS5 to play PS3 games?
I didn't. I didn't. Yeah, I mean, so there's definitely some games from, you know, the era that I'd be interested in playing. It's just, I don't know when I'm gonna have the time to
most of the fucking games that I play nowadays.
The past 2 years have been insane for game releases. I feel like it's just constant.
I know she did
It's slowing
because
down a
I'm
little bit
every day back
now into
room
this
at West
year, but
students.
it's just been constant, nonstop.
It's not.
I don't think I have time.
It's not even that it's just constant. These games are bigger than ever too.
They are.
Right. Yeah.
Everything's 100 hours, and then God, Ubisoft.
Rebirth.
Everything
Rebirth.
doesn't need to be.
Dear
Wrong button.
Lord. Rebirth is.
I don't
really
even know where I'm at on that. I haven't beat it either.
I'm gonna be honest. Not
Wrong
only did that
button.
game not sell well, I don't know too many people that beat Rebirth. It's just too long, man. It's too much.
super long.
And I don't feel like
Yeah,
they
too
changed the
long, and
formula
also
enough
they,
to where like I
the
feel
games are getting
compelled
bigger
to
in
beat
terms
it.
of like
I know I
the
will
amount of
eventually, but
gigabytes
I'm
they
just
need
like,
to
God damn, man,
install
like,
shit.
Could this been like maybe 20 hours? Did it need to be 100? Like,
it's crazy.
I'm not in the mindset anymore, especially as a content creator now, to go back and play anything from yesteryear. I'm good on that.
People don't understand that. You got to stay on top of stuff because that's what people are talking about. People are asking me, "Oh, you're gonna do a new game 3+ run on Elden?" I'm like, "No, Wukong's about to come out, bruh. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna retire after the DLC. Like, I've had my fun with it. Maybe one day I'll come back if I want to revisit it, but I don't know." But speaking of the PS3 games to PS5, and that being a rumor, the reason, like I said earlier, that it became like super hyped on social media is like people were getting super excited about it, and it was
Where's
confusing
everyone
me
else?
because like there's been so many reports of like Sony ponies not purchasing their exclusive games that they claim are the greatest RPGs of all time, and there's more evidence of it. While you guys are getting excited about PS3 games coming to PS5, there's now reports
Which
that
is
Sony's
not an actual
allegedly
thing.
pulling PSVR 2 funding.
It's just a rumor, and what
because there's
never became
nobody's
true.
buying it. Any insight? Like, have you had any interest on it, Watts? Like the PSVR 2? They need your help.
No,
Okay,
I
here we go.
haven't. I
Well done.
haven't. It's. I don't want to sit there with the thing on my face playing the game. Like, I just don't want to do that. And I think VR is still
Only
at a
parts
point
will be
where
coming to
it's
PS5.
not quite there, right? Like it's.
Do you
it's
think
really cool
Ubisoft
for
gives a shit about
experiences.
Hawks?
I think there's some really cool experiences and experience games that you can have, but in terms of
Ubisoft
me
doesn't give a
playing,
shit
like,
about Hawks. The last
full-on
game that they did was
for
back in
hours
2010.
VR, I don't think it's gonna
They
happen.
don't give a shit about
Yeah, if I can't go
fucking
30 minutes without
Assassin's
getting
Creed.
nauseous.
That's the thing. Yep.
Samurai Zero 2 coming to PSVR 2.
No comment.
He contributed 10%, man.
What about you, Jay? What's going on? Why the Sony fans not buying a PSVR 2?
That's a great question. I would love to
This
ask
guy
the
will
Sony
shut
Cody
the
why you're
fuck
not
up.
why you're not
Fuck me.
investing in
Greatest platform of all time.
Yeah, man. Like
I can tell you when I'm done. Fuck me.
It really
Shut up.
anyone has the answer on that side.
He
as
just
to
keeps
why,
fucking
but
sending
I know we
messages
talked
instead of just worrying about
if it was the last time I was
going next to me.
previous
For fuck's
podcast
sakes.
that they even stopped just making PSVR 2s because they have so many now. They just halted
in a
production.
warehouse.
So you go from halting production to now the funding being pulled. That should be very telling. You know, why are you not playing the games? And I remember we talked about this years ago. Like it's been pretty much over a decade now that we've been doing this podcast. And I remember you got the HTC 5 TBH, and you know that was very short lived for you. And I remember we had this conversation a decade ago. You know, where is VR? Like, yeah, are we there yet? And I said back then, 10 years ago, that we're not there. 10 years have passed, we're still not there.
We're
like
not.
that's crazy.
We're really not.
And I don't even feel like we're close.
Had some advances. Yeah,
We're
like
almost
still not close.
41.
You know what's funny? Since that Vive came out, not only do I have a Vive, I have a Meta Quest 2. I got that when it first came out. I know there's a 3 now. And even still, like I feel like with the Meta, the Oculus side of things, they put out more headsets than games. Like every year they announce it. Well, the eye tracking is faster. Okay. Where's the games, buddy? Where's the
Saber, there you go, buddy.
Wait. In defense of
Beat Saber's fun. That's the
in
one
defense
thing
of
that I
Meta,
do.
Meta, for the third one, they launched like 2 big games and they got like 990s plus.
Yeah, you played them?
No, because I don't got one.
All right, well,
You wanna
somebody,
get me?
what's the
I'll
cash
get
app?
it.
What's the cash app? Somebody donate my man so you can get one.
Yeah, if you buy it for me, I'll review it. I'll play all those games. Look, I got vertigo. You want to see me vomit? I'll do it.
Hell
I'll vomit
nah.
live. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy,
That
shut
seems to be the
the fuck up.
constant issue. All y'all
me.
said get
Worry about
migraines,
getting the
vertigo,
fucking
like
kill. I mean, get it.
just,
Let him get kills. Fucking keep messaging shit.
Keep up.
And I'd imagine it gets worse the older you get, so why would I want to play it?
That's for sure. It has to.
Nah. And you know what sucks too, keeping it in the realm of Sony and like cutting production. There's also an articles that came out that said Sony's reportedly gradually stopping production of Blu-ray discs. Like right now they're slowing down, and they said they have intentions to stop it altogether. And the reason I wanted to bring this up is because one thing I feel like a conversation that's been repeating on this podcast is the concept of digital hardware and the companies being able to pull it. Basically, like physical hardware being more important than ever, because I feel like this is a sign. Don't just look at it as movies. Keep in mind, these PS5 and 4 games, they run on Blu-rays. Who's to say at some point Sony stops making discs for the games, which I think that becomes a scary future where it's all digital. Because to add one more article that I have on here, just this week, and I swear this stuff is popping up more and more, Forza Horizon 4 has been delisted due to licensing issues. It's been pulled digitally. And then you got Sony talking about they're slowing the production on Blu-rays. Should we be scared, Watts? Do you care about physicals?
Stalling? I mean,
So I didn't used to, right? I think we all went through
customizing.
that where it's like, I'm just gonna buy the digital. I can play it right away. I don't have to like go queue up at midnight to get something right away.
Gradually
But
stopping
we're seeing
production
that more and more and
Blu-ray
more where
I mean, they were
we're
the
just
ones
losing
who
access to stuff that
created
you own.
Blu-ray
And I guess
discs.
if you have it digitally, you don't ever actually own it.
I've seen
which,
people playing
I
old
think
games
it
with
really
the quality like
sucks, and
Toy
I've
Story
had
3.
friends for
Yeah,
a
I've
while
seen
now
that
that
too.
are like, I get
There's a lot of
physical
stuff
everything. I will not
they
buy
can
digital
play
at
with
all because they saw that this was happening. It's more
with
most
the
of my friends
PS
who are
Plus
in
Premium.
like retro games, because right
Especially
now you're
older
having to pay
games.
like $500 for one retro game.
Ace just put it in the group chat. Sonic Adventure
Yep.
on the Dreamcast is going for $500. Yep.
And that's like
This
that's
thing-
pretty
What?
normal for a lot of those retro games. So all of my friends who are into playing retro games
Bro,
still,
this
they're
motherfucker
like,
speaks.
I get
I
physical
somehow speak
every single
better
time,
English than this
unless it
motherfucker does, and
literally
he's
doesn't
American.
have a
Fuck me.
physical version that ever comes out. But even then, I have someone that waits like a year, 2 years to play it until they can get the physical. So yeah, it's definitely more important than ever. Companies can just take your stuff away. So something that we're also seeing is it's currently impossible to play like so many games in general that I would really love if games could start doing remakes where it's actually, you know, it's on Steam. I can get it on Steam. It's there forever. So it's not just on the 3DS somewhere that you
What
can't
the
play it
fuck is
anywhere
this
else. And then
Vita
again,
on?
you have on the Vita, where you got to spend $700 to get the game, and like God knows how you're gonna get a Vita. We need to see. I would love to see companies in
Right, yeah,
general.
nowadays you only get the
their
Vita just
games
by
on a
spending like
modern
what,
platform, so we don't
70
lose 'em.
bucks
I don't want to
or
lose
100 bucks
media.
for it, or just get
Yeah,
the PS
for like,
PS
I
TV
feel
for
like
70
during the
bucks.
launch of the PS5 and the Xbox Series, like that first couple years, I was only buying digital just because like one thing about getting older, moving is a bitch, bruh. And like I realized that, especially moving from Florida to LA, I still have all my old PS3, Xbox 360 games, PS4. It was just like a lot of boxes, and I was like, you know what? I think I'm kind of done collecting. So I didn't collect for like 2 years, and then these articles started popping up, and I swear to God, for like maybe like the last
Every time
4
my brother
podcasts,
doesn't
I've had a
understand
similar
something, you're
article
always
to where I
like,
just
can you
was
repeat
showing
that in
everybody,
English?
and I'm like, all right, it's kind of starting to scare me. I want to be able to play at least. My new rule is
Come say quick.
games I don't really care about, like an NBA 2K. If I'm interested in that, I'll get it digital, whatever. But games I genuinely care about, I'm starting to buy them again. Like I bought.
I wish I only need 4 more weapons
I just
left.
bought. Even though
Although
I got
one
it
of
on
them
PC,
still
I will
needs
never
3
open
people
this.
to
I
do
bought the
so.
Elden Ring Shadow
The other
of the
ones I
Erdtree
can
edition.
do
I was
just
like, I'm
one,
just gonna
or
throw it in
just
the
2.
closet because who knows? They could pull it off Steam at any point.
Yeah, the West
what if I
Cannon,
want to play the game?
Power
So,
Axe,
like,
and the Thunder
or
Ram,
if
I
wanna
can do
sell it one day,
that
it
shit was
worth a
just
lot of
one
money, 'cause
person.
people don't be collecting like that, so that's kind of
West McKenna is the one that I still need
Where you at on this
3.
topic, Jay? How you feeling about it?
So what the fuck is he?
And yeah, going back to what Watt said, like it does suck for all those retro games. Like there are still a lot of games that I never got the chance to play. And even though I
Where the fuck
said
is
that, I have no interest in going back and playing a lot of those older games. There still would be some, like if I had like infinite time, that I would be interested to try to go play. But just my life right now, it's almost impossible to try to go back and play this stuff. And I wish I could have, in hindsight, saved a lot of my consoles and games. But GameStop got me, and FOMO got me back in the day. I was like, how much you gonna give me? How much you gonna give me for my console? Like
Crackhead, I need to change
that. Yeah, I was one of those guys. I didn't, I have a lot of money, and I just wanted the the latest and greatest. So FOMO definitely got me in my younger years. And I've been getting some digital for a while now, especially being on PC. Steam is there, whatever other storefront that you like, all the stuff is there. But I am definitely scared about the whole just delisting whenever they feel like it. Whether it's licensing issues or whatever other excuse that they these companies want to give for
to keep the servers online, so we're gonna take the game down.
like that stuff sucks. Like I
Unless
get it. Like if
cheap
it's a multiplayer online
something right
game,
now.
and you know it comes to end of life, and you know I do understand the cost that it has to keep a game running, especially if it's multiplayer only and it has no single player campaign. So I understand that aspect, but still taking it off of whatever platform that it is, it does suck because you know it could be your favorite game, you know at the time, and for you to not be able to play it anymore just because you don't have a physical copy it does suck. So that's the part that I'm really scared of. And you know, it's talking about the Blu-ray situation. You know, back in my day, you know, we had VHS and Betamax. And,
yeah, I guess I'll just give Chipsu this run.
And you remember HD DVD when they were going at it with Sony and Blu-ray.
That was a terrible time. Blu-ray versus HD DVD. Right?
It was
too much options.
Yeah, but we were there, right? And there was, you know, a small community that loved HD DVD. They're like, oh, I'm all about Microsoft. Like this is my thing, and then they ended up losing, and Blu-ray ended up being the next standard. But there's going to be no more physical standard after that. Like we're not going to have an evolution of physical Blu-ray.
Companies
anymore,
are trying to say
digital. It's going to be in the cloud.
Put away from like physical media, which sucks because I really like collecting shit.
So, you know, for everybody,
I haven't really been collecting any new stuff.
Just do what you can.
Mostly just getting PS3 and PS4
unless you are willing to. Again, we talk about the FOMO conversation. If you just really want that game and you don't have it anymore, and you want it physical, and you're gonna have to pay a premium, unfortunately, in order to get it. And you know it's going to suck. And again, it's not going to change your overall experience. But you know, for nostalgia purposes or just for overall collection purposes, if that's what you want to do, then you know that's what you're going to have to pay. It's the price you're going to have to pay to get it. So it does suck. I don't want it to go to a situation where more and more of these games end up going away and you just can't play them at all. They're just gone from existence forever. And I hope that that we can do what we can in order to preserve things. Like even if it comes to like the community in itself, like doing what we can to try to preserve all these different forms of media. Then
where do you get the plasma pistol?
The corporate bullshit is
it with just the last
game? I'm scared of them doing some Disney Vault shit because like there are certain games where like I enjoyed it, I don't really care if I ever play it again, but like I would like to always have the option to revisit Mass Effect. Like every once in a while I get the itch to play it again, and like I don't want to live in a world where they pull it off of Steam and then they put it back on 20 years later and be like, oh, the Steam Vault, and then they try to upcharge you for like $120 for that shit. Like you never know when you're gonna see it again. I hope we don't get to that fucking place because you know how these corporations are. Ethos, Samurai Zero, is it physical copies? We selling those?
The plasma pistol, right?
No comment.
The plasma pistol, we need to
I can say
have
the game was designed that even if a servers would go down, it's still fully playable. So that was something I wanted to do. Well, I just wanted early on to be like, no matter what,
the plasma pistol is
if you
150,
downloaded
so
it
it shouldn't take too long.
with like your friends, you still be able to play the game, even if I'm long gone and dead. So, yeah, I feel like that was like kind of a core thing that. When I was talking to my programmer when we were designing the backend for the game, that was something like that was a key tenet that we were just like we wanted to kind of bring back like how like old school Halo felt, where we just wanted to make sure like can we just make sure the game runs? Like if we turn the servers off, could the game still play and not just be like how so many games have ended up now where they shut down the game and you boot them up now and all you see is the title screen and they don't do anything. They literally just do nothing.
We will speak,
Yeah,
I always have that one ready for
have the ability
extra
to blame
bananas.
them. A lot of it's the publisher, but I do wish that more developers do get that ability when they make multiplayer games to make an offline mode, make a mode where you don't have to connect to the EA server or to the Activision server or to some server to log into the game. Find some way to make an offline way. I think it's going to be so important for the future because how long do we know until we'll be able to play Anthem?
I don't know, it's weird. I've been getting a lot of Anthem streams on my TikTok For You page. People are playing it.
People are still playing
really?
it. Yeah.
I've seen at least 5 in the last 2 weeks. It was
there was actually a small group of people who are just like, it's like a $2, $3 game, and they're just playing it. And
they genuinely love it.
And they like it. They like it a lot.
It was just missing some end game stuff. It was missing a couple things, right? But like when we compare it, especially to games that are coming out trying to be a live service game, Anthem was one of the best that tried to do it.
Yeah.
Like these new ones
Right,
have
and
been
then
worse than Anthem.
the game just went off.
One of my neighbor across the street, he had a conversation. He was like, "Yeah, I was playing Anthem." I was like, "Really?" I'm like, "Man, we were playing that years ago."
Like, what is happening?
I was
thinking about it.
Missed what happened, but
I was thinking about it too, because I was like, I mean, we've all said before, I was like, I still don't think to this day any developer has made, hopefully whatever Iron Man game EA is working on will be able to accomplish it, but I don't think any of them have made it feel like how Iron Man feels. That's the first game that, like, when you play the assault javelin, like, it felt like you're playing Iron Man. Like, that power fantasy was like perfect in Anthem. And like, if they turn it off, it's like, imagine if like a future developer wants to like use Anthem as a reference, just like, I want to play it so I can get the game feel. Like I need to feel how the game felt so I can try to replicate that in like a future game, and they just turn the servers off. That's lost to the time. Like, unless you're a developer who has the old file, like,
inspiration.
There's no way you can do that. Yeah. Like there's like so many developers, like when they build their games, a lot of them are just like they're playing other people's games. Like that's where a lot of the how you can get good at making games is just you got to play a lot of games, and you can't do that if the servers are off and you can't play them. So yeah,
I think it's funny that we're even having this conversation about Anthem because I just googled. I was like, when did that come out? It was 5 years ago. I could have sworn we predicted on this podcast that like there's gonna come a point on YouTube, not now, maybe give it like another 5 years.
It's gonna happen.
The video essays are coming. Was Anthem that bad?
Was that bad? Right. I mean, you can't really tell because the fucking thing's gone off, so you can't play it anymore.
It's funny we're having this conversation too about game preservation, because I remember one time I did bring up on the podcast, we were talking about the natural evolution of consoles, and one of the things I said that I was like, yo, I could see a world where I would hope that it's just an option and not just like a sole thing, but like an all-in-one, like, you know, you have all-in-one computers and all-in-one TV where they just put the gaming PC or the console inside of the TV, and then you can mount it to your wall and just play games. Funny enough, this week Amazon announced they are partnering with Xbox for an Amazon Fire TV that has gaming in it. It'll have the cloud built into it, the Xbox Cloud or whatever. So it's not, it doesn't have the doesn't have the parts to run games internally, but I feel like this is a small step towards it. You'll be able to mount it to your wall or put it on your desk, and then you'll be able to stream games from that TV with the app. You don't need any other Xbox stuff, and it comes with a controller. And which, by the way, if you're in the TV, if you're in the market for a new TV, Amazon Fire TVs, I have one. They're actually pretty good and they're cheaper. I thought they'd be trash, but I was glad I took that risk. I was like, I was literally about to ask the chat that question because we're looking for a new TV. So
I seriously cannot understand what this fucking person's saying.
What's the best TVs out there now?
I think Amazon. Wait, they do a fire sale on them because I got my.
That's where I got mine
years ago, and that's why I was like,
I've seen better. I've seen Europeans speak better English than this fucker.
Yeah, it was like under 200. I was like, whoa, what the? And I was like, I clicked on it. I was like, I don't care. It's like it's under 200. I gave it to my parents.
Yes, it has. I have
and he's American.
I paid for 1,000 plus for like a Samsung 75-inch that I have in a living room, and then I have a 55 in my bedroom that Amazon. It was like 300 on sale for the Amazon Prime. It's the same quality, bro. I was like, oh, I think they're trying to undercut competition. That's why it's so cheap.
Just be careful of Amazon will be listening to you. That's the only thing. The TV does.
Turn that shit off, bro.
You think it really turns out?
You're so.
I would just start saying weird shit. Start saying weird shit.
ALEXA is always listening.
Yeah, they're always listening, even when that red light is on.
But yeah, it's gonna have cloud streaming built into it. I was like, fuck, I just got that TV last year. I was like, damn, I would get this one because I would like something I could just put on my damn wall, and if I want to stream games, just grab a controller and lay on the couch and like play or whatever.
That does sound kind of nice.
Yeah, I might need to take a look at that because I remember when Samsung
He's just kept
article as well that Samsung TV was the first one, the later version.
Like, can't you see that we're busy with this shit? Fuck's sake.
It's an older version. I know the later versions allow you to do the same thing, and now they have it in the Amazon Fire Stick, so that's cool. But the one thing I was just confused about is, Amazon is still trying to get their video game division off the ground and their cloud stuff off the ground. So they have Amazon Luna. So I wonder why they made this collaboration with Microsoft. Was it just
who own a Luna?
Huh?
Who own a Luna?
Nobody.
That was a Luna.
The only time I ever see anybody talk about that is they'll do like random like sponsorships for like Twitch streamers, and that shit always cracks me up because I'm like, first of all, get your bag. I ain't gonna criticize it, but it is funny. Like, come on, you don't use that shit. Cut it out.
Yeah, no, damn well.
Get that bag, girl, but nobody's gonna buy that
So
shit.
yeah, so that's interesting. I'm like Amazon. It was saying in this article that like Microsoft has all the tech for it. Them and Nvidia were the two main players that.
It's like most YouTubers when they take the fucking BetterHelp sponsor. Like, get that bag, but screw you're promoting fucking scam.
Maybe they're just trying to get in bed with them, get good, and maybe they can share some tech with them. So Amazon can end up getting herself on the ground. But like I said, I don't know. You know, Amazon, again, as big as they are, you know, they're behind. Like, I don't think that they should really try to get into games, but it's inevitable. They're gonna try.
Yeah, I think it'd be something cool, like an option if you're balling on a budget, or maybe you got like kids or something like that, and like you don't want them touching your PlayStation or your Xbox. Like, let's go stream a game on the TV. Man. Leave me alone. Like, give them a controller. It could work out. Just an option that I'm putting out there. Nothing too crazy.
My God.
This was an interesting article. I realize I messed up the link, but I mean, I'll just read it to y'all. And talking about game developers, they were polled, and out of the thousands that they polled in terms of game developers, 60% reported that the industry is in a rough space, and the main things they cited was investors, mismanagement.
You just won't stop sending fucking messages.
And as a game developer, I wanted to get some insight on this, Ethos. What do you think is meant by mismanagement? So you got some inside info.
I could speak, but I will not want to speak on specifics because I don't want to get in trouble.
Right, because he probably has some NDAs, maybe.
Part of it is definitely like studios, like over.
Right, Ethos is a game developer, I think.
And then a lot of it.
So you probably
been,
can't say certain
I don't
stuff.
Understand this. A lot of it has been. A lot of my frustration this past year has been. So many investors and publishers, I guess, through their infinite knowledge, thought that all the crazy sales and boosts they were getting through the pandemic were going to stay and increase. And the moment the pandemic
ended,
got out of there,
it just went down.
Everything went down. People started going outside, and things started to normalize back to like a normal level.
Right.
If not going down more, they went down more than normal because obviously people ain't been outside in forever, so now they want to go outside. They don't want to be playing video games. So like they overshot projections extremely.
Right, they expected
like a lot of mayhem,
they started to produce more shit because of the pandemic. Then when the thing ended,
like when Bungie had
all that
extra
extra shit that they produced went out the gutter.
Like they missed their target by like over
a lot.
Was like,
I can't remember.
Do you remember the percentage? It was like an insane percentage.
But it was super high.
It was super high. It was like, what? Why would you think that? And like, yeah, and it was apparently it was one of the contributing factors about why then they had their layoffs that they had to do and stuff like that. And that's not just even Bungie. That's just, Xbox. Boom, same thing. Everybody. They're all just Sony. They're just shooting studios out of the sky. I don't understand. I just feel like if all four of us could sit in this room and come to that common solution, why the hell did someone with a master's degree in business fail to see that coming? It's mind-boggling when we sit here and we think about that. And I don't have an answer for it. I don't know if it's just, it must be just corporate greed. Maybe it's capitalism.
Maybe.
I don't know, but that's mainly the reason why.
Probably.
And it makes a lot of the people on the ground that really matter.
Get
like
into the mindset of some of those higher ups.
It makes everything uncomfortable. It makes them have
they can't think longer term.
And then how can they perform their jobs to the best of their ability? They're terrified of next week, they might be gone and not have to work. So
yeah, I think I refer to it as the human element. It's capital. The great thing about capitalism is it allows us free market people to compete, but on the other side, you have the human element where people just become greedy and blinded by money, and they fail to realize that gaming, no matter how successful it is, you will never have 100% gamers on Earth. It's not possible. The gaming is a niche, and then within that niche, you have genres which are also niches, and some people only play certain niches within the niche. So there's no way for you to continue to scale whatever game that you're trying to make, because it's just I thought they thought it
What,
was
the
an
same
infinite
dude?
money glitch. They failed to realize that, like, kind of what you said. We were in the pandemic, everybody was in the house, so of course they was going to be putting up Jordan numbers, but the world is kind of evened out. I feel like it was a gold rush that happened, and the gold rush is over, and people are getting humbled basically. What about
You can't have infinite growth no matter what, right? It's like there's gonna be a limit of how much you can grow. So we're seeing the same thing with like Boeing, right? And everything Boeing is going through, where they want infinite growth. Oh, that is some other
Jesus,
shit.
Jesus, fuck, this guy is so fucking annoying.
I'm not even gonna say what they're doing. I'm scared.
I watch Chiquita Jean
But,
catch predators.
yeah,
He
so
usually
if
posted a
you're
video
trying to
where
chase
he gets
after
caught
infinite
at a
growth, there's
cosplay
gonna come a point
convention.
where you cannot do that, and then it all falls apart. Like,
Yeah,
it's just,
yeah,
it
a lot
is-
of that,
I don't
a lot
know why
of
they
dumb,
don't
a lot of
understand
shit
that. It
happens
is
during
impossible
conventions.
for
I
you
have
to
no
grow
idea
forever.
why.
There's only so many people on this earth, and even if every single person built into it, you can't.
There's always shit
can't even go
happening
past
at
that. So
conventions.
I don't get it either. I think it was pretty clear to a lot of people that it was not going to infinitely grow, and you didn't just see people hiring a lot. They were also getting like new buildings, getting a state-of-the-art new studio, and I'm like, why?
Why are you not retaining your staff, your knowledge, your the people?
Last thing I heard before that was the Pete and PD.
Why? No,
PD?
we need
Mean
new
Diddy
microwaves.
situation?
It's classic.
For people to not be in there in the beginning of the pandemic because everybody was working remotely.
Yeah, it's just people not having fucking common sense, I guess.
Those buildings, they spend so much
True, yeah.
Right.
Oh, we better use this.
I think another thing that they're not taking into consideration is they're just not understanding the market and the people. Like, people are down bad right now. I mean, y'all saw the debate. Our leadership right now is crazy. People are hurting for cash
right,
now.
P.
Inflation
Diddy.
is through the roof, and you're upset.
PD
that
was
you
like
can't grow another
the spoof
25%.
version of
Nobody got
P.
no
Diddy
money
or
on
some shit.
average. Like,
Okay,
what are you
right.
talking about? So I think they're a little bit out of touch with what was going on with the people and reality. And
Billionaires are out of touch.
Wow.
What? Billionaires out of
Like,
touch?
yo, maybe you
Don't
guys should
say.
bring back the AA games where you're not blowing. Every game doesn't need to be $100 million plus. Okay, maybe we need to experiment.
Yeah,
a
no,
little bit
it
more,
doesn't
bro.
need
You'd
to
have
be
more
like
money for marketing.
end game
And
levels
I
of fucking
100% stand
budget.
by it, and I mean it with the utmost truth. We need developers to make smaller games with less graphics that are smaller bits of games that don't require me to play 100 hours of them. I'm perfectly fine with playing those games. They need to relax, and games that don't take goddamn 5-7 years to make.
Can I also add on something to do? This is from the consumer standpoint too, because I've seen this argument a lot too. Be a good consumer. I'm seeing a lot of gamers that like to dismiss games because they're not 100 hours. Because to be fair, there are a lot of people that will not buy a game unless it's like X amount of hours. And I keep trying to tell you, like, yo,
And it doesn't look graphically the most insane thing they've ever seen.
More does not make it better. I'd rather play a 10-hour game over and over that's a fucking masterpiece than a 100-hour game that's a collectathon like Ubisoft games. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, on the flip side, like, come on, be good consumers too. What's your insight on this, Jay?
I mean, I get both sides of like that argument with consumers. They want their money's worth, and they feel like a 70 to 100 hour game, if they only buy 1 to 3 games a year, then that'll consume the majority of their time. But I think, again, we've gotten too consumed with that as a consumer, because that's not, because you're losing out on the quality. You think that just because it's a 100-hour game that it has quality, and you know the wool has gone over your eyes, because you know there are a lot of games you're dismissing that are 10 to 30 hours that are of quality, and in some cases even better quality than those other games that have a lot.
You
of
talking about
the
real P. Diddy or the other Diddy?
Icons around it. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's a better game. It's just going to take more of your time, you know. And I don't know if anyone on this earth has infinite amount of time, but I'm sorry, I definitely do not. You know,
okay, yeah. He's spending his birthday in jail.
But
probably dropping his soap.
More market conditions. Yeah, it's really what you all say, like mismanagement and these greedy
Even
investors.
in jail, like
They really just mess everything up. And
yeah, he's getting his
unrealistic expectations.
He's getting his birthday by getting something shoved up his ass during the showers when he drops the soap.
We lost a lot of money. We weren't profitable. during the pandemic.
Although knowing who PDD is, I think you might enjoy that.
Do our best. The execs are trying to do their best to right their wrongs, but you know it's tough when you have the execs who just care about money. They're just like, hey, like do whatever you need to do in order to make us money. That's generally it. They don't care what it is. They just want you to try to find whatever way that you can in order to be profitable, and that's not necessarily the way that you should go about any type of business, you know, let alone the video game industry, because you're dealing with people's lives. And again, you can make mistakes, but there's a difference between $1 million mistake and a $20 million mistake. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a huge difference between that. You can lose a little bit of money. You're not going to make, you know, every shot that you take, but again, you need to be a little bit smarter, and you know, not everybody needs to chase all of these video game metas when we're just talking about the video game industry, because again, we talked about how 90% of game studios are trying to make live service games. Not everybody needs to make a freaking live service game. Like this is actually
right. And just worry about doing your own thing.
That I feel like we've been in a long time.
Yeah, I guess most people nowadays people just want to go for like the
era. You know, we're in
I think that's like the most popular. But then they forget that by the time their game is already done, that thing's already become fucking old as shit.
Battlegrounds
and no one's giving a shit about
era.
it.
Like we've been through so many different eras, and like none of them really bother me because again they came and went. But this era, this live service era, is literally like probably the most toxic, and it's the most resource heavy as well. And people again are losing their jobs because all these live service games.
There's always gonna be those types of fucking people.
You cannot spend all of your time on all of these live service games. Just one person cannot do it. It's just not gonna work. Like
just look at fucking drama alert defending fucking Mr. Beast and all this bullshit.
And you'll be sad. You don't gotta make a service game. So it's a lot of bad choices that are being made. But a lot of people just don't know about the video game industry. And I don't think they play games like us as consumers really. Yeah, no, they don't. They're out of touch. The wrong people have gotten up to the spots, to the highest spots in these companies.
The numbers guy.
You can tell. The numbers guy needs to know about the industry. You need to understand about it. Just because you know business doesn't mean you know about this business.
And that's why I didn't put it on the show notes, but I remember because I read the article on stream. That's why I was happy Miyazaki also said in an interview when asked about the future of From Software, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said something along the lines. They were asking like, oh, are you going to make something even bigger than Elden Ring in the future? And he was like, nah. He's like, that's not the future of the company. We're going to make what we want. Like, we like at scale, we feel like Elden Ring is like, that's it. But like, that's too much pressure on the developers. So like, we're going to go back to making smaller games. And I was like, yes, make what the fuck you want. Don't get caught up in trying to make just big ass games for no damn reason. I was like, that's what I like to hear. And I also like
big new thing
that he said.
That gets old. That was great right when they're done with the fucking game and shit.
Something bigger like that would be, you know, from a greedy standpoint, what executive do. Yeah,
that's so typical of what the higher ups would do, where it's like, okay, we made 25 million from this game, I'm gonna need you guys to make a bigger game, more hours, and that's how it ends up happening. So for him to say, look, this is the limit of our studio, this is it, without us going on crazy hiring sprees, and when you go on crazy hiring sprees, you end up having to lay people off. It kind of reminds me of there was an interview that one of the community managers did for Monster Hunter on a podcast, and he was talking about how Capcom rarely hires. Like, they very, very, very rarely hire for positions, because when they do, they know that it's a position that they need, and they're going to need it basically forever. Whereas you don't
so they
really
don't go for intern. They don't go for people that are just there temporarily.
And another thing you'll also see is that
which is a good thing.
Higher ups at game dev companies,
obviously makes so that developers aren't scared that they're just gonna lose their fucking jobs.
Like, well, we think you should do this. We think you should do this. And that's probably what the interference part was in that article. They're being interfered with their process because the developers know more than likely better than what the higher ups, the execs know about what to make, what to do with the game, what the players want. And you end up having all this interference and it ends up not working.
That's corporate America, period. That's what happened at G4. I get there, I think I'm supposed to talk about games. I get there, you're the shooter guy. What?
What?
I play more games than all y'all. What the fuck are you talking about? Shit is crazy. Suits think they know. They think they know everything, but there is a beacon of light.
Right, G4. That was
like some of my favorite games.
The
like
TV production that he and the completionist worked on.
Quotes in gaming history.
Yeah,
So
they didn't work together. They worked
hour,
sometimes together.
But you know, everything doesn't need to be.
They're like
super long.
co-workers that just worked on their own stuff on the same.
Also is really interesting. This article,
the same show.
To this
whatever.
conversation. A former PlayStation executive by the name of Sean Layden. He had an interview
that
with
only lasted like a year or so.
And he said two things that were very interesting to me. And he said, people need to stop obsessing over realistic graphics and game length. Those are two recommendations from him. He also pointed out that only 32% of players are finishing the games they start. So developers are making a lot of games that 68% of people aren't seeing. Now this is this is an article from Game Industry Biz, so like
because
there's some
it's
reputation
either
there.
A,
But I would love
they make
to know
they're
where
too
the
long,
fuck did he get that number?
or
Because
B,
now
they don't
on Frog
focus on
Watch
actually
for
making the fucking game fun to play with.
Remember, 60% of gamers do not play new games. You play games that are 6 years or older. Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, Madden 2K, Roblox, Fortnite.
Right. Yeah, just look at me fucking playing a 14-year-old gamer
aren't even beating the game
right now.
This is fucking crazy to me.
Now, was it 2020, 2010, 2011? Yeah, something like that.
Oh, this is going on the show notes. Ethos, give me some insight. You a game developer. Why you think people ain't beating their games, and why are they obsessed with graphics? They just like looking at games.
Space.
I don't know. I beat my games. I don't know.
One.
Oh man,
No, give me a game. Give me a game. What a game recently. Give me a game recently.
Shit,
Go ahead. Give me one.
Did you beat Shadow of the Earth Tree?
Okay, yeah, September 2011. Okay, so it just made 13 years old. So it just made 13 years. Okay.
Those are the big ones. There's some games that I think like I just like.
So this came out like 2 years before the PS3, the PS4 came out.
Example. You beat that, but me and JG, I think we all had the same thing where we got to the halfway point and you was like,
I'm not even mad you didn't beat it. That shit was ass.
Yeah, you told me it was like it ain't worth it, dog. Don't go through another 60 hours. And I was like, oh, okay, and then I stopped playing it. Like those games exist, but like for those games, there's a bunch of other games where like if I even am engaged with it, I'm gonna beat it. I try to beat all the games that I set myself out to be, unless like there's just a busy schedule and there's just so many games. I think half it might just be the engagement factor. Like maybe those gamers just aren't fully engaged with the said product and they just don't finish it. I think another half of it has to do is, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro, this next generation, this not us, but the generation kids, bro, they're cooked. They can't watch
most people nowadays have a lot of ADHD.
Attention for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, there we go. They don't really focus that much on finishing off their game because they just want to move on to the next thing.
They see something moving or they're interacting with it somehow. So I think that plays a role into it, and like their interest just leaves them fast. I think that's why there's so many live service games are just getting killed. It's just jump to the next thing, jump to the next thing, jump. It never stops.
Dopamine overdrive.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, I agree with what you say. I mean, there's just a lot of frauds.
Frauds.
It's just. I think it is. Gaming has in the past decade, or I'd say decade and a half, it has gotten to become more popular and more mainstream. And I think we have like a group of people who have never played gaming. And I'm not mad at these people. The people that never really played gaming, but they got into it because of the pandemic, and now they're playing it. Like I know a couple friends like that, and you also know like they're now expanding and now like, oh, I'm gonna try this game, I'm gonna try this game, I'm gonna try this game now. Games like normally they would like I never gave them a chance. That's awesome, that's great. But there's definitely been a lot of people I feel like because of how popular it's become, they might have played a game when they were like a kid, but they weren't really into it. And now that it's it's the cool thing now. I think in pop culture, it's not just the nerdy thing, it's the cool nerdy thing. Now you just have people who are just jumping on, and now they're just these people who just play it for a couple hours and that's it. And you know, there's people who just got jobs, they got lives, they got kids. They can't play these 30-hour games, so yeah.
I found the article to be very interesting because they reference Red Dead Redemption 2, and I was just like, that's crazy, because I got so much shit because I didn't beat Red Dead Redemption. I thought the beginning was boring. I was like, I believe y'all it gets better. I don't know. I don't care to find out. The shit was boring in the beginning. I quit. And I'm like, I'm looking at the statistic. I'm like, yeah, I don't think y'all beat it either. So y'all was
They
just hating on
probably
me.
did it.
What you think
I
it is
saw a
all?
lot of people that, dude. So I know for a fact actually of some people that are in Twitch chats and they know everything about every game, and I'm like, you're not playing them. They're watching, like they watch a playthrough as soon as the game comes out. 30 minutes after the game releases, they're like, let me tell you.
You are on the fucking money. I'm telling you, when these kids
They watch the Rad Brad.
They watch the Rad Brad, and they equate that to them playing the game, bro. And they say, oh yeah, no, I played all these games. No, you watched the walkthrough. You were broke, you couldn't afford it, and you watched the walkthrough. I'm not saying nothing wrong with doing that.
My God.
I'm just saying, but that's not the equivalent of actually playing the game itself. You
It's
just watch money on YouTube while play it.
It's also definitely doesn't give you the right to be like, here, let me tell you how to beat this thing. I'm like,
talk your
shit.
Talk your shit.
Oh no, I've seen it.
They're probably more than we do.
I've seen it. There's a section in Shadow of the Erdtree, the hinterlands. It's like a secret area, and when you get there, there's 2 tree centennials that are guarding an item you need for the final boss. And I got there.
Can you Google me where
it's you. I got you. I'll teach you how to get there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't have found it if it wasn't for the chat. They told me, and I had the emote. There's an emote you have to do in front of a statue.
There's
I
an
got
emote you need to.
Yeah. So when you get in there, there's 2 tree sentinels you have to get past. You can just run past them to get to an item for the final boss. When I got to that area, somebody in the chat was like, "Man, be careful! It's 2 tree sentinels right there, man. You gonna get your ass beat." That's when I had one of the moments. I'm like, "Yeah, y'all don't play no games." I got over there. I watched both of them in like less than 5 minutes. Like I just destroyed them. I'm like,
dude,
you
Tree
still?
Sentinel's nothing compared to the new bosses.
You still think this shit is hard?
They old stuff.
But he was like, no, it's 2 of them. You got to be ready. I was like, so this is how I know people don't play games. I said, did you beat the base game? Yeah, I did. I said, well, you should know there were 2 tree centennials in one area of the base game where you were walking up some stairs.
Nah, motherfucker just knows he thumbed up his own fucking message, like, bro. He's such a fucking weird. He's such a fucking weirdo.
It was only terrible.
Who does that?
At the beginning.
Who thumbs up their own message?
That we could just mosey on by him, and he watches in the beginning, but nah.
So how does this make you feel to know that 70% of people probably will never beat your game, Ethos? Samurai Zero.
Well, my game doesn't have a completion thingy, so I don't really care. I guess it would be how many levels they get at that point, which I would be like, okay, I don't really care. Guy, if you play it, you play it. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't.
You say, I got my money. Okay.
Yeah, like, you gave me your money. I don't care. Yeah.
Well,
what do you think that other quote he gave, JG, is accurate? People are too obsessed with graphics.
Yeah, no, they are. You remember we had this conversation, back when we were PC elitists, right? They were like, oh, how you care about the graphics? I'm like, when did y'all start caring about it? They start caring about it, when the PS4.
I ain't playing no game in 60 frames.
Came out, it was like, oh my god! I was like, bro, we've been had this. Like, calm down. Like, it's all right. Like, you're just now experiencing somewhat of what we were already experiencing, and then they start caring about the frame rate. They're like, no, I don't really care about the graphics that much. Now I care about the frame rate. I'm like, once again, like we've already been past.
We lost the plot.
I'm like, we're not trying to hear this from you. Going back to what T-Bay said, like, you're not qualified to sit here and have this conversation, with us, because we're not, like, we've been past that. Like, it's not a huge priority for me. Like, I care more about performance than graphics, and I've been like that for a long time, especially after being a PC gamer for over a decade now, a hardcore one. So yeah, people do heavily assess with that. If we have 4K, 8K is becoming a thing. They're saying that the new consoles are going to have 8K, and I'm like, yeah, right. Like, you can barely do 4K.
Checkerboard.
Barely do 4K. Let's not talk about 8K right now. Like, that's not going to excite anybody. Like, it would excite somebody who truly doesn't know about it, and you're just chasing the lure of higher graphics or better graphics. So I definitely agree that people's minds are in the wrong places when it comes to what video games are supposed to look and feel like.
Yeah, freaking Yeah, interesting quote. I think people are too obsessed with things that don't matter, and just enjoy the games if you enjoy them, and also quit trying to have these
Yeah,
conversations.
I don't mind what
if you
I
ain't beat
don't
these games.
really
We know
give a
most of
shit about
y'all
what I
won.
play.
That's why
I just
remember
play what I
anyway.
feel like.
That like circles back to what we were saying about Elden Ring, right? Where it's the art direction that makes you sit there and go,
Yeah,
"Damn,
again,
this
sorry.
is beautiful."
Sorry if I haven't
Even
really
Ghost of
commented much on
Tsushima,
the
you get
fucking video.
close
I
up,
just
it doesn't have crazy high
I've been
fidelity
playing much
graphics.
attention to
It's just
fucking
got
to
really
PSN.
good use
But
of
PS
their
app,
art
it's like
direction, their lighting,
the
all
typing
that
shit.
stuff. So
Obsessed with textures.
And this
Dude,
guy
I don't care
that
about the
recently
textures at
showed
all.
up on the
Especially in an
group
action
chat is
game, I'm not gonna be
been
going-
has been really fucking annoying to deal with.
Look at all the games that stand the best test of time. Games like I don't know, Beautiful Joe or
Wind Waker.
Wind Waker, yeah, like it's
Yeah.
art design. It's not necessarily about because 10 years from now, what's realistic
Man,
will
at
be
least he's
dumb as
almost
hell.
done.
Like so, it's like you might as well just focus on trying to create a unique experience versus trying to be hyper realistic all the time. There's gonna come a point where The Last of Us looks goofy. And this
Yeah,
is
realistic
interesting. That
games are always
conversation
going to end up
perfectly
aging
segues into the next
a
article that I
little
have,
bit.
because despite that exec saying stop being obsessed with
Because
open
as the
world and
technology
games and graphics,
gets
Sega
better,
announced that the
older
new
shit starts
Crazy
to
Taxi will
age
be an open world MMO style
very
game.
much.
Is this doing anything for anybody?
It starts to age a lot.
I was just like,
So when things, when you're trying to be more like realistic, the easier it's gonna age them.
I don't know if people are excited for MMO Crazy Taxi, to be honest with you. But yeah, I see the vision.
Yeah, I don't understand how this is gonna work. And then the video's in Japanese too. So I'm just like, okay, like I guess I'll wait for more. But they said it's gonna be a live service multiplayer model. Like, I don't know.
Oh man, no.
Soon as you hear that word,
yeah, I just instantly cringe.
Here we go.
oh my god, we gotta pay
That's
for
done.
red paint on the damn taxi. You're like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm good off of that. What else I got for y'all? Black Myth Wukong. They had like a little media blitz like a week ago. A bunch of first impressions came out. I linked one of them that I watched. I watched several of them. Some of the big takeaways that I got from this is, for those wondering, this is not a Souls-like game. It is more of an action game that I would say looks more akin to like a Ninja Gaiden with some Souls elements in it. With but things like you don't lose all your runes or XP after you die, but there are like rest points, so that's kind of like where it's Souls-like. But the game is much more fast-paced with an emphasis on action. Some of the boss fights will be tough, but it won't be as tough as they were saying as a Souls-like. It's a more linear experience, not open world. Every impression that I saw on YouTube, everybody said that the game is fire. I think the video that I linked in the notes, he went as far as to say that he thinks it'll be a Game of the Year contender, which is interesting because this is this studio's first game ever. But I will say from the eye test, it looks like a bare minimum is going to be an 8 out of 10. I could be wrong. So like, I'm not going to say he's wrong. This could be a Game of the Year contender. Are you excited about Black Myth Wukong, Watts?
I am, yeah. This is, like you've been saying, this is kind of the next big game for me that I know I'm going to be playing. I'm going to play all of it. It's been really interesting, how it's been advertised, because
Jack of all trades. There we go. That's for using all classes for 10 matches.
Wukong. And then they went to, during the what would be E3, they went to Summer Game Fest, and they're like, not
Little
a Souls
trophy
like,
down,
not
let's
a Souls
go.
like, not a Souls like, action game, not a Souls like.
Okay,
And then
now I need to
today,
also get
some
10
more
matches.
stuff came out,
10
actually,
matches
where they're
as
like, there's no difficulty
normal
option.
Space Marines, and
Bosses
then
are
10
quick and
matches as
brutal.
Chaos Space Marines as well.
Enemies are super. They say that the difficulty is more in line with Jedi Fallen Order, I think is what they said. But I was like, the more that I would say that. So a lot of games are taking inspiration
that'll
from
do for
Souls,
today.
right? But they're not necessarily Souls-like. We saw that with Stellar Blade, where it has some stuff in there.
Right, we'll continue on with the podcast at that time. In the meantime, though, let me just do this. Right, hold on. Need to get out of the game so I can seek up the trophies. And then let's see. Here we go. Oh, this guy again. Okay.
Part 4 of the whole wheat D-Pity situation, they're
I paused the video. What the fuck? Why is it still playing? This shit. This guy just won't shut up. Yeah, this fucking Italian dude is really getting on my fucking nerves. I really just want to fucking get this. Now I just want to get this fucking game done so I don't have to listen to this asshole again. Alright, let's see here. Get that. Then here. Here we go. Alright, what do we have here?
Part 4 of the whole wheat Pete D-Pity situation, their defenders. Here are the large creators who I'm aware of that have come to Whole Wheat Pete and D-Pity's defense or didn't see anything wrong with what they did. I'm making this video not so that you can go and harass them, but so that you can make an educated decision on whether or not you still want to follow them. Yes, Pete and Pity made the content, but it's these kinds of enabling creators who made them feel safe and comfortable enough to do it in the first place. First off, Bane Armstrong, you know, the buff door that's always collaborating with Lorena. He thought what Pity did was frickin' hilarious. He's part of Pity's entourage and is also trolling commenters under a burner account. This one. That's you, right, bud? Saying things like, why are you tagging all these? Well, you can read it. He also threatened to beat up somebody in the comment section, so I guess I'd better watch my back. Next up, Limited Jin. Uh-oh, somebody screenshotted your comment before you could delete it. Apparently, she thought Pity's blackface cosplay of a predator was super funny. Look at all those ha-ha-has. Interesting sense of humor, Jin. Arabella
yeah,
Cat
sure.
a comment in full support
A
saying,
kid getting fucking assaulted by a grown-ass adult. Yeah, that's very funny.
It's fine, according to Arabella. We should all just forgive and forget. You're all just bullying. She is immune to cancel culture, BB. Here she emphasizes she just hates bullying. She also calls them kids, which is an interesting choice. Pity's almost 40 and Pete's like 26 and has a whole-ass engineering degree that he might want to think about using. Whoopsie, but here she is body-shaming me. Remember, she's anti-bullying, not once, but twice. And don't worry, she has no problem with me posting it. She says she loves the attention. Shocker. Mariah Mallet, aka Momokun, who could have seen this coming?
Right, shocker. A cosplay is the attention-seeking whore. Shocker.
And hey, you don't have to make a statement, but by not making a statement,
they're not all of them, but the ones that are really stick out.
It's smarter to keep your voice low, Mariah. You have a reputation in this community as well for touching people without their consent all through the 2010s and blaming it on your ADHD. You even had your meet and greet canceled at Anime Expo one year because of all the shit that came out about you. Here are a few examples.
I dare you to go tickle somebody. On it.
Huh?
What? All right.
Well, that was fun. And that's how the cookie crumbles. What if I like touch your butt?
What? What the fuck, Lenny?
You will go up to cosplayers and grope them, tap their butts, touch them inappropriately, and things that she.
Right, you have ADHD, Scarlet, but you don't fucking go and fucking pinch at someone's ass. What the fuck? Yeah, if the roles were reversed, the guy would get fucking cancelled like instantly. If it was a dude pinching a woman's ass, they would be singing a completely different fucking tune. Let me tell you that much.
She can get away with it, and it's like, I'm sorry, but you know that all cosplay is not consenting. What makes it you think it's not applied to you?
Let's set the bar higher. If we want people like Pity and Pete out of the cosplay community, we should also take the rest of the trash out with them.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. That last one was fucking crazy. Like, holy shit. And again, if it was a man doing that shit, it would be over instantly. But for some reason, when a woman does it, it's okay. Like, I don't get fucking society sometimes. Imagine like a random person just pinching your ass. Like, what the fuck? You don't do that shit, especially nowadays. I'm younger than most cosplayers and I know the cosplay isn't consenting. Yeah, exactly. Just because you're cosplaying as someone that doesn't... What's even the mentality though? what was I even saying though? What the fuck does cosplay even have to do with consent? Yeah, I was trying to say something there and then out of nowhere I thought of what you said there for a second, and it doesn't compute. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck does cosplaying have anything to do with consenting? Like, I cosplay a certain character, and that gives you permission to grope me? Huh? Ugh, these fucking people. Man, I tell no. Here's what it is. Can't say. Not all cosplayers are this, but the ones that are, let me just say this. These people are fucking attention-seeking whores. Just saying. They wouldn't be fucking posting all their fucking cosplays and shit on Instagram if they weren't. And the fact that they're doing this shit, it proves my point. Just because they want attention. That's all they do. That's all that they're doing it for. They just want attention. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah. So yeah, that's gonna be it for today, though. Right, hopefully tomorrow we should be able to do some more stuff. I don't know. We'll see. Catchphrase that has become widespread following online discussions about mostly female cosplayers getting sexually harassed at conventions. This pretty good. Okay, yeah, I get it. But it's still weird that they even have to fucking... Yeah. I don't really get the mentality of that, though. I think it's just fucking weirdos just take the event. They think they have the opportunity to just do whatever because it's a convention. I don't think it's just cosplay it gives you consent. I think it's just weird people doing whatever because it's a convention. They think they can just get away by just bolting into the fucking crowd or whatever. That's my take. I think it's just people just think they have the upper hand. They can get away with anything because during conventions there's like a lot of people. They can just like fucking bolt straight into a crowd and just fucking get away. I don't know. That's my take though. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Next stream shall be tomorrow, where we are gonna be either doing more Professor Layton or more Space Marine 1. Right, at least we are almost done with the weapons. I think there's only 4 more left. And one of them still requires multi-kills. Yeah, one of them. So we'll see if we get them done. Doubtful, because I don't know if there's gonna be 3 people. I know one of them is gonna be. I don't know if there's gonna be a 3rd one or a 4th one. We'll see. So yeah. Again, next stream shall be tomorrow at 9:30 PM GMT0, where we are going to be continuing on where we left off with either more Space Marine 1 or more Professor Layton in the Curious Village. If you like to be notified when I go live or any other shenanigans I have in mind, like the stream schedules or video uploads, you can go to my Discord where you'll be notified as such. And if you also want to keep track of any previous streams that also pass, you can also go to my YouTube channel as well. Now with all that said and done, who are we gonna be rating today? Well, let's use online now, shall we? But yeah, I'm really looking forward to when I get the a new PNG model though. I like this one, but I preferred if like you know, changed when I spoke and not just the same shit. I still like this one. It's just I think this one might be better for like profiles and other stuff, not for like a proper PNG model. Yeah, I'll be asking, I'll probably just be asking Oda again for it. The one that made my emotes. Here we go. So yeah, for the stream I could be playing Els the Slime Girl. Right now they're going through I think buckshot roulette. Yeah, looks like they're just about to start them. Yeah, I think so. So yeah, you guys have fun Els, have yourselves a merry day. As always, have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. See you. Have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. See ya.